What is up, everybody? Welcome in to day 2 of the NFL draft. And of course, our draft party here on the Pack a Day podcast. We've got Andrew freaking Mertig. We got Maggie freaking Loney. We've got me. This is so freaking exciting. I know obviously we had day 1, Jordan Morgan. We got 4 freaking picks on day 2. As you can tell, I'm excited and very caffeinated at the moment because I'm using freaking every other word. But this is going to be a really, really fun day, and really excited for all of you that have joined us in the chat. As I said yesterday, there's about 1 million different streams that you could be joining. You could be watching on NFL Network, ESPN, but you are here with us, and we appreciate that a ton. So thank you all for joining us today. Should be a really, really, really fun round 2. But Maggie, I'll start with you. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Thank you for trusting me to do this. This feels like a big responsibility.
It is a massive responsibility. If there's anyone that is worthy of babysitting Andrew for 4 hours, it is definitely you. So
earn my stripes.
Andrew, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing really good. You know, I think there was like that moment of like what just happened last night where I had to, hold my head in my hands. And it wasn't because I didn't like the pick. I do. It was just like I got really excited about Terry and Arnold. And what do the Packers do when we get excited? They crush it.
They crush the excitement is what not crush it.
But I've completely come back around and let myself have a pity party for a few minutes, and then
I was gonna say you had Morgan in with a first round grade. You had him 30th on your board, right?
Yeah, he was 28 for me. 28. So that's like that fringe late first, early second. I think, whoever falls in that bucket is worthy of the pick. And hey, invest in offensive line. I think that's always a good way to use your resources. So tough to be too upset about that.
And Jacob Morley, how the hell are you, buddy?
I'm good, man. I'm real good. I'm pretty thrilled about the way things played out yesterday.
Talk to me about your thrilledness about Jordan Morgan. I want to hear your thrilledness.
I think he's really good. I think he's a really good football player. I was surprised they took him, especially with who was on the board. There's Hank, my cat, who is a big build through the trenches type cat. But
what's his RAS?
But I just think, the Packers have had so much success with players like Jordan Morgan. That is the prototype. That is what they do. And we all thought, and on top of that, the most Packers thing they could have possibly done was take Jordan Morgan too. And the more we get away from that, the more obvious it was. Like Graham Barton was the guy, the versatile guy that we like, that's good, that they're gonna like, hits everything they like, was on the board. They took someone else similar to him. And so I think that's interesting. And I think Jordan Morgan is Graham Barton with not as good of a marketing team, because Barton's whole rise throughout this whole process was, athletic kid, played tackle in college. I mean, everything you want to say about Graham Barton, you could say about Jordan Morgan in a very similar light. And I think with Jordan Morgan, what stands out to me with him the most is he doesn't lose. He doesn't lose reps. And is it always pretty? Is it always technically sound? Or is, we talk about his hand placement, we talk about his footwork, all that stuff. It's not always good. It is not always perfect. But most guys aren't coming out, especially most guys at pick 25. Like if Jordan Morgan was a perfect prospect, then he would have gone with Joe Alt, right? That's where he's going. So, and the Packers offensive line program is as good or better than anybody's in the NFL. And putting him in that program is exciting. And you look at him, he's got short arms, sure, fine. But what he does really well, and what I think the Packers really value at the offensive line position is, can you keep your butt pointed at the quarterback at all times? And simultaneously, can you keep the defender in front of you while said butt is pointed at quarterback? And I think Jordan Morgan does a really, really good job of that. Other guys that have come out that have been like that, Zach Tom. That's one of the reasons we like Zach Tom so much. He just didn't lose. I think it was Mike Wall he compared him to Tauscher, right?
Tausch, yep.
It's kind of like, it's not always pretty, but it's effective. And Tauscher is a Packers Hall of Famer. Jordan Morgan, when I watch him, I don't think he's a similar player to TJ Lang in the way that they're built. I think TJ came out and had a lot better like functional strength as a rookie, as a young player. But they're both competitive pricks. Like when you watch them play, they don't lose reps. They take it personally, losing reps. You listen to Jordan talk, and he's the type of guy that when you hear him talk, you're like, okay, I really get why they like this kid. Saying all the right stuff. And Brian talked about that in his presser last night, just fitting in the room that they have already. Just seems like he's going to be a seamless transition into that. The other thing that goes hand in hand with all of that, and you guys know this as well as anybody, let's see what they do today. A lot of people freak out about the first pick, and then once the second and third round happens and the picture becomes a little bit more clear of what the plan was, we'll see. Now, if they come out today and, we don't like what they do today, it could be a little different how you view, Morgan. But if they come out today and let's say they do trade up, let's say they stick and pick at 41, there's going to be good players there at pick 41 if they stay. There's going to be someone there, and I'm not guaranteeing this, but I'm almost like, how many times do we have to see this team go, oh, or not even the Packers, anyone say, well, if they get DeJean at 41 or 36 or whatever it is, and you just swap them, you say, well, you took Cooper at 25 and Morgan at 40 or whatever it is, you're fine with it. And leading up to this too, and this is the last thing I'll say because I'm talking a lot, but you look at like the pick 25 and leading up to this, Andy, I know you had talked about this as well. There wasn't a huge difference between a lot of the players at 25 and 41.
No.
And it was kind of like not written in stone, like, because some guys kind of did fall. But if you like them enough to take them at 41, then why not take them at 25? And that's kind of what I think happened with Morgan. And then also you look at the stuff coming out, like Belichick talking about him yesterday, talking about, he didn't think he'd get out of the first round. I just retweeted something from Billy M., who, going back to his pro day, Pauline talked about how it was I think the Commanders were really interested in him. They've got like the 36th pick. The Ravens were really interested in him. And heck, Jerry Jones leaked the fact that they were ready.
They had him on their board. Yep.
So he went in the range that he was supposed to go in. Wasn't maybe the name that we all thought we were going to see. And I think that's where a lot of like the gnashing of teeth came from. But like Andrew just said, it doesn't take long to get over the fact of he wasn't the guy you maybe expected. And it does make a lot of sense for what the Packers typically do.
One of the things I had on my scouting report for Jordan Morgan prior to is how important it was going to be which team he ended up with. And, I did think that if he goes to a team that puts him in the wrong spot or forces him to do a bunch of things right away, I thought maybe there could be, just where he gets caught a little bit in no man's land. He instead goes to the almost perfect situation where they don't have to force feed him into anything right now. They'll give him every opportunity to compete for starting spots, maybe at a variety of different positions if they want to or need to. And in the meantime, they've got the team that knows how to develop this exact type of player into the best version of that type of player. So I'm really excited about that for the Packers. And I'm, super excited about that for Jordan Morgan as well, because as I talked about yesterday, we all get caught up about where, what pick players go at. I'm more concerned of like, how do they fit with the actual team? And I do think Jordan Morgan and Green Bay together is a very good fit. And then you mentioned, I forget which one of you, if it was Andrew or Jacob, whether it was, Graham Barton or whether it was Jordan, I think it was you, Jacob, who said it was like the worst marketing team. All you need to know, in my opinion, as to why Jordan Morgan went before Graham Barton is the position they were announced at when they were selected. The fact that Jordan Morgan was announced as a tackle and that Bill Belichick said, yeah, this guy's a left tackle, and that Graham Barton was announced as a center. It's all you need to know. In my opinion, that is the biggest differentiator right there of how teams view them. If you view one as a tackle and one as a center, I guarantee you, and they're both in that same range, Green Bay is going to take that tackle with versatility rather than the center with maybe some versatility outside every single time. And that's exactly what they did. They took Morgan over him because he's got that tackle ability. Maggie, Andrew, any other thoughts on that?
I just feel like if he was a perfect prospect, right? Like Joe Alt went 5. He essentially, went top 2 because you take the quarterbacks out of the equation. And Amarius Mims barely played at all in college, and just an absolute freak show and what you would build in a lab. If Jordan had all of those things, he wouldn't be around in the late 20s. So if you're going to pick a tackle, yeah, he's got short arms. That's the only ding we have on him, right? Like, obviously, there's a ton to clean up in the tape. There's a lot of hand placement things, balance, footwork. All of those are correctable. I think you said this really well on the show from last night or this morning, Andy, that like every single thing that you would critique Morgan on, except for the arm length, is correctable. Yep. And we know that this development program in Green Bay is as good as there is across the league. And so, like, take your chance on him. I it's a coin flip at this point in the draft anyways. And if I'm going to take a coin flip, I'm going to take it on the dude who has really rare skills.
Go ahead.
I was going to say too, like, where does he get drafted if he doesn't tear his knee up 2 years ago or a year and a half ago? Because he's a 4-year starter who, go back and kind of start read his press clips in 2022, what people were starting to talk about with him. Like, hey, is this a potential top 10 pick in a year, in 2 years? He tears his knee, comes back on a short rest, really, to play through, this season, this year. And Andy, you talked about it on your this morning. Like, what would he look like? What would he look like if he didn't get hurt? Is he healthy? Is he all the way back even? I mean, his movement skills are really, really nice and really what, you would expect the Packers to like. And that's, probably on a leg and a half last year. So the prospect of him still being able to develop and get better and get that knee healthier, it's just there's a lot of dots that you connect and you just really realize, like, okay, that totally get why Green Bay did that.
Just really quick, Maggie, just some housekeeping really quick. Obviously, Bills are on the clock. The second round is officially started. They've got 5 minutes left for their pick. Also, per usual, we will absolutely get to every single super chat. I can't promise every single chat throughout the course of the night, obviously, but we will get to every single super chat. So Vex, thanks so much for chatting in. We'll get to this in just a moment. Also, not sure 1,000,000% how I'm going to do yet. I know Jacob's going to be here probably through the Packers' first pick. I think Andrew and Maggie are going to be here through the entire course of the evening, or at least the vast majority of it. I might step out. I know I'm going to step out 1, 2, 3 times just to do some quick reaction videos. We'll be joining right back on the show as soon as those are done. I'm talking like 5-10 minute things. So we'll figure out the right times to do that stuff, but we will be here with you all night long. We've got a couple other people that I think might stop by at some point as well. So we're super pumped. Again, thank you so much all for being here. As far as Vex's super chat, the last time I went to a bar for a Packers draft, we drafted Justin Carroll. This is why you can never watch another draft live. I have a similar story, but not from a draft standpoint, Vex. The only time I ever went to a bar for a Packers playoff game was Packers Seahawks. I will no longer ever be watching a playoff game in a bar. So
you've been to a bar since, Andy? I don't know if I've stepped into a bar since that.
I don't touch bars. I'm just like, I'm out. Only bad things have ever happened since, at a bar. So after that point, but no, I will not watch a Packer game there. I can say that much.
The last Packers playoff game I watched at a bar was the most recent Seattle game, so that one was good.
Okay.
that was some good.
You guys, the Seattle game that it's not as fun.
Yeah.
Do you guys watch playoff games with other people?
No, usually not. That was like the one exception I made, like in my entire life. Actually, the only other one I did was the one of the best ones ever, the Packers Falcons Tremont pick 6 game, where I actually watched with people. So that was a good experience. The only other time I made an exception was the Seahawks game. Actually, the only other one is the best one too, where it was Packers Seahawks. We want the ball and we're going to win, or we want the ball and we're going to score with Hasselbeck. I was in the dorms and we had been drinking the entire time and I needed to piss so effing bad. And so like overtime starts and I'm like, I'm going to hold it. Like right before kickoff, I'm like, I got to go. And the bathroom's way down on the other end. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to go down. I go down, I take a piss, I come back, and it's Al Harris had already had the pick 6. I missed the freaking pick 6 by Al Harris. That's the worst moment of my life. So
you got to see the Al Harris snot sickles though.
Yes, I did get to see that.
The dumb things that I remember about trivial sports games. And then someone will ask me like, what's your address? And I was like, oh. I think there's a Northwest in it somewhere or something.
Out of my purview. I can name rushing stats from Dorsey Levens in 97, but if you want me to do, my kid's birthday, I don't know. I'm kidding. All right. Pick is in Buffalo. We'll get to this really quick. I know Dan,
it's gotta be a wide receiver, right?
Dan, I am not kidding. I'm not kidding here. Just before we get to the Bills pick, I think that might be the only time I have ever. This is way too much information. This is the only time I've ever pissed during a Packer game, I think, in my entire life. I don't think I've ever done it before. I'm serious. I think that was
you're the Mel Kiper.
I'm the Mel Kiper. I don't think it's
ever that. Can we explore that? Why?
I'm not.
Are you just superstitious? You're like, everything that's in me has to stay.
Not at halftime.
I'm not.
You don't want to change the juju, so you're like, I can't be.
I don't take chances anymore. I got to coach.
What if things are going well?
What's that?
You got to cleanse.
Yeah.
Your kidneys are just, man.
Yeah, I
got to worry about those.
It's work. I don't have a gallbladder anymore, so I got to be careful with everything else. All right, what do we got here? Pick is in.
Something happened with the production there because the Bills' former player tried to walk out and then they stopped him.
Go back.
Oh, this is a fun pick. I like this one.
This is fun. This is good for them. I like what they're doing here.
It's probably good. This is a good pick for Green Bay too.
Yes.
Very good pick for Green Bay.
A little mini run on this position would be great right here.
Oh yeah.
Kicker.
Keon
Coleman, wide receiver.
Taylor.
Yeah, Keon Coleman, wide receiver, Florida State. Really, really fun player. Marcus Colston is what NFL Network's saying here. I've seen a lot of the big body guys. I've seen some Brandon Marshall. My guy, we got a my guy card for. I really like Coleman. Like Coleman is one of those guys where like I turn on and I'm like, all right, this is going to be one of those, contested catch guys. And I'm like, I'm just all the way out on those guys. And I'm like, nah, he's different. I really, really enjoy him. And he's going to be really good for Buffalo.
I got a little. Oh,
go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I got a little bit of the Michael Pittman vibe with him. Like he's too smooth for a guy that size. And so the way the Colts like to use Pittman as a big slot or kick him outside. Like I like that flexibility and, working with Josh Allen, if he can get open, man, he is going to have a ton of production because outside of Kincaid, they don't have much else.
So what do we think this means for San Francisco? Because I know there was a lot of talk of, they took Purcell at the end of round one. And then like Ayuk or we have a trade. The Chargers are on the clock. So
Mitchell?
What's
come
that?
up for Mitchell, maybe? It's got to be a wide receiver, right? Like
that could very well be. Although with Harbaugh, you never know. It's going to be another offensive lineman, or something.
Like Sanders still. Just get him.
Offensive lineman.
Blake Corum?
It was. I mean, Mikey, he was kind of getting late first round buzz. I don't think that's what they take here, but like maybe, I don't know.
Colson?
Good.
I don't think you'd have to trade up for that, but
no, probably
but
not.
maybe I don't know. I really don't know. Like the Chargers are kind of fun because Harbaugh is he's a maniac. Like I don't know what he's trying to do.
They were at what, 39? So they didn't jump up like
DeJean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was DeJean either. Like he seems like Eric Weddle played for that organization for a long, long time, and that's kind of who DeJean reminds me of. Not just because they're both white either.
Matt Mamba, if Matt, I saw you in the chat before. What I want you to do, Matt, throughout the course, so that people don't get the tips picked, is Matt, just put like random people like, oh, yep, Chargers picked. It's like somebody, and just put a random name in there. So like that time everyone looks and like they're wondering if it's a tip pick or not. They won't know. So everyone just put like random picks in each time so that people won't know if it's actually a real pick or if it's somebody else. So that's how we'll keep things real.
You're like the 49ers front office.
Yes, exactly. Tipping picks. Did you see that somebody Acme Packing Company got quoted in an article because Badger Noonan, Paul, said something like, I wonder if the 49ers were actually testing to see who the leaker was. And like he just like threw it off the top of his head, and then some like company or like some news article like quoted him in it, and they're like, yeah, we think this is illogical. Like he was just like throwing it out there. It's amazing.
I don't know the pick, but on the broadcast they just showed Ladd McConkey like setting up his phone to like FaceTime someone.
That would be a great pick if that's who it was.
That would be fun.
Did you, Angel, I'll start with you. Did you like McConkey or Purcell better? Because I know there was a lot of like San Francisco should take McConkey. I liked Purcell better. I love both of the guys a ton, but I actually like Purcell a little bit better.
Yeah, McConkey is way higher on my board, but that's only because I got to Pearsall pretty late and like my film grades were already done. I think with Pearsall you get like inside and outside versatility. So the ability to like not just be a slot only, which McConkey very well could be, to be able to play outside and in. I think whether or not the 49ers end up dealing one of their two big wide receivers, I think Pearsall fits in really well with what they want to do because you can put Debo wherever you want on offense and he's going to be effective. And then Pearsall can play a little bit more of that traditional role. And then teams can't do what, essentially the Chiefs did to the 49ers in the Super Bowl and just man up everybody and be like, well, you're not a good enough route runner to beat us. Pearsall will beat you.
Yeah, he will. I like the fact that I think Pearsall has a little bit more outside, inside versatility. You can do a little bit of everything where I think you're probably just playing McConkey more in the slot, but
we got kicker Rolf Benerschke to announce the pick.
Oh, great! It's one of my favorite all time. Lad McConkey is the pick out of Georgia, wide receiver for the Chargers. That's a good pick for them.
Nice.
They got Quentin Johnston, Josh Palmer, and now they've got a slot wide receiver to play alongside those two. They could still probably use another outside guy, losing Mike Williams, but that's a very good pick for.
I think Ladd can play on the outside, guys.
I'm not saying he can't. I'm just saying I think he can dominate in the slot.
Yes, I don't disagree with that. But man, that's a fun pick for them. I just think he was the type of guy that you watch and it's just like, man, he can run a full route tree with like a cup of tea on his head, not spill a drop. Like he's just so smooth. Like look at him right now. I mean, he's like the way his head just doesn't. Some guys run and they bob. Like he's just such a natural athlete.
How did he split his body into 10 Lad McConkeys like that? That was unbelievable. It's like freaking Nightcrawler out there.
He should have went higher if he had that.
Yes, he split himself. Like most guys can't do that. I saw like Maggie, you said like the first thing was juicy. Next year, we are going to do one-word scouting reports. So we are going to just do like a Pack Day Podcast YouTube video, and it's just going to be one-word scouting reports. It's just going to be Lad McConkey, juicy. And then that's going to be it.
Can't wait.
Like a 30-second video.
What else do you need?
You don't really need anything else.
Mine would be Lad McConkey, handsome.
I
had never seen him without his helmet on until they just showed him in his home, and wow, he looks like he was in a early 2000s rom-com.
Isn't it weird that so there was another McConkey that played wide receiver in the NFL for the Giants, a white receiver,
and they're not related?
They're not related. Yeah.
Really?
Which is, I mean, how many white McConkeys have how many McConkeys have made it to the NFL? How many of them are white? How many play wide receiver and they're not related? That's wild to me.
How many non-white McConkeys have made it to the NFL?
That's where I was gonna go.
Where's the research team, Andy? Come on.
Yeah, I'll get somebody on it right away. Where's Paul Noonan when I need him?
Advanced analytics.
Falcons are up.
This is getting very punch drunk already, and I'm very happy about it. Darn it, guys. I took out a second mortgage to bet on Guyton at 25 per Amy's clairvoyant 100% prediction. Time to double down on Cooper at 41. But I said Nealand at 41. You're screwing it up, Shiv. I said Nealand at 41 is my official prediction, but we'll see what happens. There's a lot of really great options out there.
Yeah, Shiv, just tell your bookie that you misunderstood.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Guys, everyone is trading up.
Cardinals traded up.
The Falcons just moved up too.
Falcons and Cardinals traded up.
Everyone coming up for receivers. Like this is
good.
Could this be a Cooper DeJean spot?
I don't know. They just gave a crap ton of money to Jesse Bates last year.
My bad. It was the Cardinals that traded up with the Falcons. So my bad. It was the Cardinals.
I didn't know all these teams wanted to move out. No. I thought Washington at 36 would be a good starting point for Green Bay if they wanted to, because I know Washington's got 2 second-round picks.
Just really quick. Sorry, I screwed it up. It was the Falcons that moved in for the Cardinals. I biffed it twice. But secondly, there was a lot of talk that the Falcons were trying to get up for an edge rusher at the middle of when all those edge rushers were falling. So I don't know, who that could potentially be here.
Adisa, the other Penn State kid, maybe.
Adisa,
I don't know if they know that they could have had Latu and they decided to not do that.
Grady
their
Jarrett's
first
not
pick,
getting any
but-
younger at that spot. It could be a Johnny Newton pick here.
What if
We'll
they
see.
take
Nice,
maybe they'll take Spencer Rattler and just double up on wide receiver.
You know what? Michael Penix is getting a little old. They could use Spencer Rattler to start planning for the end of the Michael Penix era.
Don't go and look up how old Spencer Rattler is then either.
Yeah, we won't talk about that.
Kool-Aid?
That could be.
I know
the
the
help opposite of
I kinda
AJ
like
Terrell.
That's an interesting one. I won't leak it.
We got pick is in, but we don't have a actual pick yet. Are we surprised that Green Bay hasn't tried to move up? I'm not very surprised that Green Bay.
Not with the way things are falling.
I was going to say the way it's going now, they don't need to.
We just need
Also,
another 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks again.
Atlanta moved up from 43, which is not totally different than what Green Bay would have to do, and they gave up a third and got back a 6th. So that's a pretty steep price.
That is.
Yeah.
I don't think
I don't know that Goody's going to want to pay that. If
I know 36. If you look at various trade charts, like 126 and 41 is 36.
Yeah.
So like if they could get into that without having to give up one of their picks today.
Yeah.
And if you really are gung-ho about having a 4th, then move back with one of your 3rds, right? Or something. I don't know. But
Falcons took one of my guys. I don't have a sign like Andrew that says my guys, but Falcons are taking one of my guys here.
I'm very upset.
I don't think Green Bay would have taken him anyway.
I don't either.
This is not a bad pick for Green Bay, but yes, I know he was one of your guys too.
I don't think I would have liked having to pronounce this guy's name or spell it.
I've biffed it 1,000 times already. So Andrew or somebody else. I'll let you guys take this one.
It's like
I am the
row your
pronunciation
boat.
guy on our podcast, right, Maggie?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Right, just wait till you get to hear me say Rook's last name.
Dude, Packers legend Andre Rison announcing this pick.
What a traitor.
Yeah. Come on, man.
All right, you get to say it, Andrew.
I don't know who the pick is yet. I'm a little behind y'all. I'm on the West Coast, so
it's the guy that you were just saying
takes a
that
while
wait till
for it to get out here.
Wait till
Yeah, you
have to say
literally
his
spoil
name.
it for yourself.
Yeah, you spoiled it yourself without even knowing. It's Rook.
Oh no.
Go ahead, Andrew. Have at it.
It's I believe Clemson defensive lineman Rook.
Nailed it.
Close, yeah.
It's a row, right? And it's weird because it's like, why am I saying this the third time?
Third time. Yep. Row your boat.
Yeah. I like him though too. Like
Sorry,
I'm surprised he
forgot.
went.
So
before,
good.
I'm really surprised he went before Newton.
There's got to be the injury concern with Newton. That's the only thing that makes sense at this point. The Jones fracture. Vex can't wait for everyone to claim the Falcons are following Green Bay's court. Well, they said it themselves. But Green Bay's quarterback model of draft and sit. Never mind that taking Penix at 8 to sit him for 2 years is insanity. Here's the thing. You have a very finite amount of resources in total in general. Spending a massive contract on a quarterback with a huge amount of guaranteed money is a very finite resource. A top 8 pick in the draft is an extremely finite resource. And to take both of those in one offseason and use them on the same position that happens to be quarterback is not a great use of that. And even if they were saying like, you know what, we want to do the Green Bay game plan, doesn't it have to almost be like a JJ McCarthy at that point where you're actually going to like let him sit and develop for 2 years where he makes sense then at age 23 that he could take over and be the guy after learning from Kirk Cousins, who a lot of people have basically made the, like, I think JJ McCarthy might be a Kirk Cousins type quarterback in the NFL. That, while I still would have probably been like, I don't think this is a good idea, I could have at least maybe understood a little bit more. But man, that's a really tough pill to swallow. And I feel bad for Michael Penix too, just because like he is at that age now. I guess all of his injuries get 2 years to heal or whatever. Maybe that's a benefit to him. But man, like that's a rough sell for me.
I mean, isn't there a thought to, I mean, and maybe this is where the Falcons were going with it. I am obviously not in their draft room, but they've got to be banking on being like a playoff team, right? You know, they're like, hey, we're not going to be drafting this high again next year. So let's get our guy. You know, maybe we won't be in contention for, you know, a quarterback next season. So, but still, I mean, 8 for that selection was.
That's a good point too, Maggie. that a lot of people brought up before this draft. Next year's quarterback class looks like cheeks.
Garbage. Yep.
Right. And so maybe they're just like, we're not going to pick at 8 again. I don't know. I'm not trying to justify it. I think it was bonkers that they did that, but that could be, I mean, that could be their process. The one piece that they kind of missed on was, if they're going after the Green Bay model, is Rodgers was what, 20, 21 when he was drafted? Love was either 20 or had just turned 21. Like pretty young prospects, and Penix is not that. He is not that.
And they were projects, right? Like Penix does not project as a project, if you will. He kind of is what he is.
Yep.
And so I don't know, like it's a weird pick. I don't necessarily disagree with it as much as most people do. I think, like, I had Penix as a late first round guy. If you love him, you take him in at 8, whatever. But then with like Cousins' salary cap implications, you really can't move on from him for 2 at the worst. And then you're taking a Russell Wilson kind of cap hit, 3 more realistically. And then, like, by that point, you're already making a decision on Penix's 5th-year option. Like, you lose all of the benefits of taking an early quarterback.
Big time. All right, we got a couple more super chats here. Thank you guys so much. Young Feezy Baby, what a great name. Wonder if injury concerns are dropping Cooper and Kool-Aid as well. Definitely, I don't have as many concerns with Cooper, although I do know Kool-Aid has the Jones fracture as well. And I do think he's going to be out until like mid-training camp with that injury, which is always a little bit of a concern for me when a rookie comes in and has to miss OTAs, mini camps, rookie mini camps, everything, and is just kind of behind the 8 ball. But those are always the tough things. And I always say over and over, we really get to dig in a lot on the tape side of things and watch them all 22 and get an evaluation of these. But a lot of these guys could be medical red flagged, personality red flag, off-field red flagged. And, we just don't have access to that information. So, whatever the case is with Johnny Newton and Kool-Aid McKinstry, and maybe there's something with DeJean, who knows? But that's always an aspect of it that, we get left a little bit in the dark on sometimes.
With DeJean, Owen was talking about this on whenever we recorded last together.
It was a great episode, by the way.
Yeah, Owen's the man. Like, he's so good. And he was talking about Barton, and like how we got so locked into the fact that he's a versatile guy, and like, oh, we love that. And some teams might not view it that way. And DeJean is kind of in the same vein of, in Green Bay, is he a safety? Is he a slot? Is he an outside corner? I don't know. But like, we love his versatility. Some teams might look at him and be like, I don't want to think that hard about where I'm going to play him. Like, I like the corner. I like the slot. I like the safety. I want him to be one, and I don't really want to have to try to figure it out. That's it or not. But it seems weird to me that he's still on the board. He's a really good football player.
We got a Commanders selection here. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 picks, and then Green Bay already, which seems crazy.
Is that Darryl Green making the pick?
Well, there's a lot of people holding up Darryl Green jerseys, and he's wearing a number 28 hat. So I'm going to go ahead and assume yes.
He looks like he can still run a 4.4.
I was going to say he looks like he can still run a 4.240.
Is everybody else like watching on mute, or do you have the volume low? Because I'm realizing now that I'm not going to actually hear Brian Vlaga say the pick. I'm just going to like. I
have it very, very light that I can just like barely hear it.
I'm going to need the cut-ups of him doing
it
later.
If that happens, Maggie. I don't think everywhere.
His jacket looks really nice. It's green. Really like that choice from him.
Yeah. Sharp man right there.
Heck yeah.
Oh, is he putting the jersey on too? Okay. What have you guys thought of the production value of, and I don't know if you're watching NFL Network or ESPN.
NFL.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what I'm even watching.
You don't know? Is it Daniel Jeremiah or is it Mel Kiper?
I'm watching you guys. I'm talking to you guys and looking at what's happening. No, I think it's NFL Network. Yeah.
It gets more annoying every single year. Just not like, obviously, I like when they actually let DJ and those guys talk and like break down the picks, it's always amazing. But when orangutans start making selections and all that, like, it's the weirdest thing is like on day 3 of the draft, especially who's watching on day 3 of the draft. Like your hardcore fan base. We're the ones that don't need orangutans. We just need
But it does help.
I disagree. Strongly disagree.
I don't know. When it's been 4 hours and I'm waiting to hear
if the orangutan is announcing the pick, the orangutan should make the pick.
Yes.
So like give them a bunch of different balls, and then whoever they pick, that's what your team's stuck with.
Then I'm all in. Like,
yeah, they just point.
If like the Green Bay was deciding between like 5 players and they had them all equally on their board, and they were somehow able to put like, I don't know, do orangutans eat bananas? Either way, like 5 bananas with a name on
That's
it.
A stereotype.
And then
wow, Andy. Whoa.
I don't know what Daryl Green is saying right now, but they still haven't announced the pick, and it's been like 5 minutes.
Let's go.
The next pick is out there, by the way, too. But Jerson Newton, defensive tackle for Illinois. And this is where like day 2, like I already know obviously who New England's taking.
I like that with Dan Quinn though. I think that's gonna be fun.
All right, what are we? Are we gonna want to like if Green Bay picks like 5 minutes from now and we're still like on New England? Like, are we gonna want to talk about it, or are we gonna wait till? I guess we'll wait till it's announced. But man,
I mean, I might not be able to contain my excitement.
True.
I really like what New England just did. Honestly, like really like that.
It's a good pick for them, and again, and not a bad pick for Green Bay. I don't think anyone that I had potentially thought that like Green Bay could be targeted is off the board yet through New England's pick. So it's actually been a really good start.
I thought maybe if Newton was there, they might be like, he's just okay. We got to take him. But
maybe.
Say what you want about orangutans, but at least they can keep the orangutan in one place. And I swear these NFL alumni, like they just disappear, and that's what takes so long in between these picks. They're like, oh, somebody traded up. Now we got to go track down this 70-year-old former kicker.
Great point.
This is what I'm going to be labeled as, an anti-orangutanite.
Yeah.
The orangutan comes with the zookeeper, so they each player, what you're saying, needs.
Yeah. So just going back to Johnny Newton for Washington, I think the weird thing is like they've been having these really good defensive tackles for forever. And then they've been like, well, they still have both Payne and Jonathan Allen, right? They traded away, obviously, they're 2 outside guys, which is sort of the weird thing. They traded away the 2 outside guys, kept the 2 inside guys, and now take another inside guy.
And they have a log jam at off-ball linebacker too.
It's in a weird way.
Wagner. And
who
is the other big free agent signing?
Did they get Brooks or did they get who did they get?
They got the guy from Carolina, right?
Frankie Luvu.
Yeah.
Luvu.
You did on your trade special. Wasn't that one of your
Jamin Davis, yeah. Of like, hey, if you're gonna go out and sign 2 veteran linebackers and like log jam Jamin Davis, like we'll take him.
Yeah. I would. And I would. Still
I
would.
very much would. How did you guys view? I think we can say now the Patriots took Jalen Polk, wide receiver. But how did you view him against some of the other top wide receivers on the board? Because there's some good ones. There's a Malachi Corley out there. The Oregon kid whose name I'm forgetting, Roman Wilson from Michigan. I think this is a perfectly good spot for Jalen Polk. And certainly I like this pick for New England. But would you have gone a different wide receiver? Or are you happy with Polk here?
I think Polk, you just took Drake May, right? Like I think this kind of suits him really well.
Yeah.
For, being able to push the ball down the field. Like Polk is very much he's a vertical guy without like 4.3 speed, but like he's just got a knack for being able to get behind defenses. I think he's like ready to play too. And I think he's going to be a really who else do they have in New England at wide receiver? Juju?
Demario Douglas.
Demario Douglas is really freaking
good.
Demario
Douglas had a nice rookie year. And I like that pairing too. And Polk was a sneaky like Packer type because I think he's bigger. He's bigger than people realize. He's legit 6'1", over 200 pounds. Hit like all their thresholds. We didn't see his 3 cone, but I would imagine he was in that range. So I like him. I think he's a good player. I think comparing him to like the Roman Wilsons of the world, the Corleys of the world, like I think Polk can play on the outside, and some of those other guys maybe kind of the same as like the Pearsall McConkey type conversation is like, what flavor? What are you trying to pick off the shelf?
This is a very interesting pick for the Titans. Very interesting pick for the Titans. This should be a good reaction one.
I was just gonna say I really like Polk. He was my 32nd overall player. Like I think he's gonna be really, really good in New England. But the receiver you couldn't remember the name of, Andy, is Troy Franklin.
Troy Franklin, I just remembered it, yeah.
Who is my 16th overall player.
All right.
So I just can't quit these straight line speed guys.
Oh, I love this.
Hey, this is going to be Jalen Hyatt's breakout year. Just in case you're
a big Hyatt guy too.
I love Hyatt. He, you know what? People dog on Jalen Hyatt. He, with Daniel Jones and Tommy Cutlets throwing him the ball his rookie year, I thought he did all right.
That's not changing though. He's still has Danny Jones and not much else. So
Drew Lock.
So here's we've got Tennessee's pick, then 2 picks, then the Packers. Cooper DeJean still on the board. Edrian Cooper still on the board. Tyler Nubin still on the board, who I know Jacob, you and Owen talked about quite a bit on your episode of maybe a sneaky Green Bay pick despite the really poor athleticism coming off the injury where he did the testing when he probably shouldn't have. What's that?
Kool-Aid.
McKinstry still out there.
Have you said the pick yet for Tennessee? Or were you
they have. I haven't said it, but it's out there. I can tell you it's not anyone that Green Bay is considering.
I'm saying, so they're what? They're 2 picks away, and I won't say who the Tennessee pick is, but 3 picks away. DeJean is there, Kool-Aid is there, and Edrian Cooper is there. Like one of those guys will be there at pick 41.
Yep, at minimum.
If the Packers pass on Cooper DeJean a second time, I think we should just like call the feed quits. It's the comments are going to be too much.
I think they're going to pass on him twice.
I wouldn't be shocked. And part of it, then you start asking too, Andy, why? Because it's not just Green Bay that's passing on him. Yep. Everyone is.
Yeah.
And so like how far is he going to fall and why? And remember Miles Jack draft.
Yeah.
Kenny Clark instead. What is going on? Like this
if they do take him, I know I don't even want to because I know people have been like, he's just another Josh Jackson. He's not another Josh Jackson, but it'd be very similar in the fact that everyone was hoping for Josh Jackson in the first round. And then he fell to Green Bay in the second. It's an Iowa defensive back. And then they took him in the second round. I promise everyone, he is not Josh Jackson at all. They're not the same type of player. Cooper has a lot more versatility to his game and probably just going to be a really good safety. But, yeah, it is an interesting aspect of again, what you were saying earlier, Jacob, if they do get, somehow DeJean at 41, you could just, again, reverse it in your mind. And if they took DeJean at 25 and Jordan Morgan at 41, everyone would be like, yeah, this is great. That's a great draft for Green Bay. Nobody's upset at it at all. So it's just an interesting way to look at it. I think you can make that argument even for an Edrian Cooper. I know that Edrian Cooper wasn't expected to go round 1 or whatever, but there's a long time for people are saying yeah, go get Edrian Cooper end of round 1. And again, if they would have taken, Jordan Morgan or that pick 41, I don't think people would have been super upset with that either.
Well, and that's what everybody said about the Lions last year too, right? It was like Brian Branch was right there and you took Gibbs. And if you flip-flopped their first 2 rounds, you were like, oh, okay. It didn't necessarily happen where we thought that the picks would happen, but the selections themselves warranted those first 2 round picks. The
Rams just traded up at 39. That there is a non-zero chance that actually could be for Spencer Rattler. If they did want to go in that direction. I know there was some talk of them wanting to get their succession quarterback for when Matthew Stafford might eventually retire or whatever. So that actually, if the Rams do take a quarterback there, that could be, again, a really great pick for Green Bay. It hasn't been tipped yet, so I have no idea who they take.
Why? I'm just going through that, but why? Who are they jumping? Are they going to jump Washington, who just took Daniels? Are they going to jump in Green Bay?
You are right.
Where did they jump up from, too?
Oh, so they're way back, though. They're 10, 12 picks back, it looks like. So, but still, Arizona probably not taking one. Vegas is who you jump, right? Yeah, Vegas would be the one.
I don't know. I think the streets of Wisconsin will burn if DeJean is on the board and they take Nubin.
All right, so we've got $50 super chat from Fran. Fran is taking precedence unless if somebody wants to not have us tip picks anymore, you got to tip more than Fran, and we will keep doing this thing all night long until you guys want to pay more money. I'm fine with that, but Fran, with her $50, is taking precedence. We are now tipping picks. If you want us to stop tipping picks, it's going to take $50.01 or more to stop us from tipping picks.
The chat seems to agree with Fran. So
Leak the Picks, Most Save Minnesotan is also a Hall of Fame member. So we've got a lot. So
weight behind that.
First of all, is going to the Tennessee Titans, a very interesting selection for them. 366-pound mammoth human being. That's really fun. We do not, I believe, have 1 second here. I don't think we have the next one yet, unless somebody has it.
Rams were at 52 and moved all the way up to 39, and we do not. I do not have that yet. I don't see it.
39 for 52, a 5th rounder and a 2nd rounder next year, which is very interesting.
What was it?
They traded from 52 to 39 and gave up a 5th rounder this year, 155, and next year's 2nd round pick. Ooh. That's quarterback money. That is quarterback money.
Tax.
Wow.
This is what I'll say about T'Vondre Sweat, though. Like, yes, the DWI is a problem. Him potentially having weight issues is a problem. He is one of the most elite run defenders that I have ever scouted. Like, he is going to be a massive problem in the middle of that defense for, teams in his division that have ETN, Jonathan Taylor, and whatever the Texans are planning on doing with Joe Mixon. But some off the field concerns maybe, but holy man, that's a great value at this point in the 2nd round.
Dude, you guys are ahead of me on the leaks. I haven't seen any.
Yeah, I just saw Fiske. That's stinky. Ew.
You don't like Fiske? I love Fiske.
I don't like giving up that much to move up for a guy.
But they probably got spooked. That was such a run on defensive tackles that they.
Come on.
Yeah, Rook, Fiske, Johnny Newton, T'Vondre Sweat. That is a crazy run on defensive tackles.
Also, the Bucs took the lead. If anyone cares about that happening as well, just for the
yes,
stream. That's not the Bucs did take. The
I
lead.
thought you meant like the Bucs took the lead in like the Tampa Bay Bucs took like some lead in like the draft or something.
No.
I'm like, what did they do? Like how are they winning?
We're multitasking over here.
So Commanders are on the clock at 40. So, all right, let's talk Commanders really quick because what are they potentially interested in? We're bringing up the depth chart in Washington. Would they take Cooper DeJean? Well, they don't have good safeties. They could they got Quan Martin, so they don't need a nickel. So I would say like if they view him as a safety, they could take him here. They don't need an off-ball linebacker, so they're not taking Edrian Cooper. I'm willing to say with a very good degree of certainty, Edrian Cooper is going to be there at 41 for Green Bay.
Edge.
Could be a DB.
Could be McKinstry. McKinstry could go here to Washington.
Oh, they love Alabama players too.
Yeah.
This would be a very interesting pick for Green Bay. All right, what are we thinking here?
Can I ask you a really quick question?
Yeah, of course.
At what point does Jackson Powers Johnson become like a value again?
Or I know Frazier's not their type. I don't think he hits weight, arm length. There's a variety of different things, but like either of those guys, like I'm done with if that is the best football of Josh Meyer's life, it's not getting better. It's not good enough. I'm ready. I'm very much ready. Unless they just again are going to put Zach Tom there eventually. So then it's not but keep bringing in best 5. We'll figure out best 5 forever and forever.
What about? I mean,
Philly traded up.
Oh, that
could be the well.
They took a DB already. They took
Mitchell. Yeah,
they already have one white safety. Is
there a quota? Is there like you've met your quota of white safety?
Yeah,
could they take Edge Cooper here? They need inside linebacker help, don't they?
They've got Jacoby Dean. They've got what else? I think they have one other, but they could definitely take an Edrian Cooper. As I just said, I get like with Washington up, Edrian Cooper will be there.
Chris,
are they really gonna slide what's his face in at center? Or are they gonna? Is this where Jackson Powers comes off? Did they move up?
Oh yeah.
That could be, yeah.
No, fucking sorry. It's the other center. It's the other center who's basically like the exact
Frazier?
like prototype.
Frazier?
Yeah, Frazier. It would like that's like completely their thing.
I heard someone say the Packers are on the clock, but I don't see the pick. I don't see the Eagles pick.
I see DeJean.
Oh no!
I see DeJean and Frazier. DeJean.
I saw the Eagles pick.
It is DeJean. It is DeJean. One pick before. Terry Arnold goes one pick before. Cooper DeJean. Both with trade ups. Cooper DeJean goes one pick before. Terry Arnold goes one pick before with trade ups. It is Cooper DeJean. He will not be a Green Bay Packer. Wow. And you have to think like there's some inkling of that's why. Where was Philly before? Do we know? Oh, they were way back. But still, if they wanted him before Green Bay, maybe they had an inkling Green Bay would take him. This is the same way. We've basically found out yesterday Green Bay was not going to take Terry Arnold. In my opinion, based on what Goody said, I don't think they were going to take Terry Arnold anyway. I personally don't think they were going to take Cooper DeJean anyway. Just my gut feel. I can't say it for sure, but that's just my gut feel. So like Philly's doing you a favor because you would have burned Goody at the stake if Cooper DeJean was there for a second time and he didn't take him. So Goody might have just had a big favor thrown his way by him not actually being on the board.
They gave up a crap ton, 50, 53, and 161. So they gave up 2 second-round picks.
Oh, wow.
They got 78 back.
Okay.
So the Eagles in their secondary, they have Quinyon Mitchell at corner, Darius Slay, and then at safety, CJ Gardner-Johnson and Reed Blankenship. So is DeJean sliding into safety? Like, is this the Brian Branch pick all over again? And CJ Gardner-Johnson just can't avoid having people drafted to replace him? Or
best five?
Is he a nickelback?
Yeah.
Like, what are I don't get this. They still have Sidney Brown. James Bradbury is
really interesting,
but he's still on the team. Avonte Maddox.
I think their secondary has just been so like all over the place. But yeah, they did get Quinyon Mitchell too. I don't know. That is, yeah, they got Bradbury. They had that now. That's like almost like overkill at this point. That's a really interesting.
I didn't think that would be it. That's just kind of weird. They must really love him.
Packers traded down.
Oh, no, so maybe it was DeJean. Maybe that's oh crap.
I hope they got that package that whoever traded with the Eagles got.
Yeah, really.
What do the Saints have? What do we got?
It's always the Saints. Saints always do business with the Packers.
Saints always come marching.
Future first.
Yeah.
That would be great. I'll take it. The Saints don't have any picks. It has to be like a future first.
That would be sick.
Are they taking Spencer Rattler?
Dude, they don't have picks.
Yeah, I don't know what
they're 45. I take that back.
No. Wouldn't be a player.
Okay, it was 45. So they just traded back like 4 spots, and they're probably going to pick up like a couple 5th round picks or something. Because they have 4 5th round picks, 2 6th, and a 7th. So they traded back 4 spots. They're probably picking up. Okay, they got 168 and 190. 168 and 190.
So that's what a
to move back 3.
They're a 5th and a 6th.
68. I think so. I'd have to look, but that's 168. Definitely a 5th. So probably a late 6th, right? I don't know.
What did I say? What was it? The numbers?
58, 190.
190 is a 6th. It's a mid 6th. 158 is a mid 5th. So they got a mid 5th and a mid 6th to move down 4 spots. Man, I got all excited that was going to be a future first.
Never trust me.
That would be, yeah, there'd be nothing left for this year. 41 would just be gone, but that would have been cool.
Yeah, 5th and a 6th. That's totally fine for just moving down 4 spots. I mean, Green Bay clearly was probably in a position where they were going to be able to get, 4 or 5 guys that were on their board that are on the same spot. I still think here that we're looking at like a Marshawn Nealand. I still think Edrian Cooper is in the conversation here. Javon Bullard. I think all of those guys still make a ton of sense. And Kool-Aid's still there, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's 4 or 5 guys easy that they could take, or just somebody that, of course, we aren't expecting at all.
He did say, right? He was like, hey, I love picks. I want to make more. Yeah. And then now here he's got, 12 more?
He just knows that we have podcast time to fill for the next 3 weeks and need as many guys to break down as possible.
He wanted 13 to 14. He's sitting at 13 right now.
All right, did you guys see the Saints?
No, I didn't. Who they take?
Kool-Aid.
They did take Kool-Aid. All right.
The Packers did not. They were not in on Kool-Aid.
Nope.
That's not even fun because there is no gold-colored Kool-Aid.
There's green. There's green Kool-Aid, right? There's green Kool-Aid.
No, but
Would've
not
been
for the
great.
Saints.
What flavor is green Kool-Aid?
Lime?
Green.
Lime. It's just artificial green.
It's green. What kind of question is that? It's like blue.
Grass.
Grass. All right, so Kool-Aid's gone. DeJean is gone.
I bet if you gave Brian Truth Serum, he would say DeJean would have been the pick at 41. I don't know if I agree with you, Andy, that they're going to pass him on him again.
You might be right. Very well could be right. 1,400 people in the chat, by the way. Thank you guys so much.
But also, I'm just kind of like processing through this in my own head. Everybody was trading up, and it wasn't costing a ton. It would have been a very small price to pay for the Packers to move up from 41. Maybe they really are just like, we love the way the board fell. We love 7 guys right now.
I wouldn't go this far, young Feezy. Let's see what they could take 4 defenders with their next 4 picks, and then we're not going to be talking about them ignoring defense at all. So let's see what we think. After today, when they have a lot of draft picks. I wouldn't also be surprising if they use some of those 5th and 6th to move around the 3rd, 2nd round even more. Maybe move up from 58 to get somebody. I think he's going to be aggressive. I think with some of these later picks. It's Goot's complete lack of interest in cornerbacks. A sign he's confident in again, let's see at the end of today where they stand at some of these positions. If he takes 2 corners by the end of today, no, then he's not. But right now, it would seem like he's at least somewhat comfortable with it.
There's a little bit of me that wants him to draft A.D. Mitchell and just watch the world burn.
2nd round wide receiver. Let's go.
He's a hell of a wide receiver. If you can,
You like him? You like him? Andy, you like 80? He's polarizing.
I mean, he at least would go to a full state with people with diabetes already. He's going to fit in perfect. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking. Just joking.
But
at 45, again, I don't want Green Bay to take a wide receiver.
Hey,
and this
they had 40, remember when they had 45 last year and they traded back and turned it into.
Yeah, they're doing it again.
Yeah. Well, they did. They had, is that right? They had 45 to begin with, right? And they traded back to 50, took Reed, Musgrave.
And then like 50. They moved down. Did they just move down once or twice? Didn't they move down twice? Texans take Kamari Lassiter.
Okay.
Oh.
Packers have 13 total picks right now.
Goody does kind of tell you what he's going to do.
He doesn't lie like all that much.
Like, I'd like 13 to 14 picks. We're like, that's a lot. No, you don't. And he's like, no,
I'm not sure what this means. I'm assuming you mean Max Melton. He's waiting forever. I don't think like anyone was really expecting him to go top 40, top 45 at this point. Like anytime in the next 20, 30 picks for Max, I think is kind of what his range was.
That'd be cool. I wouldn't hate Max Melton at 45. I like this a lot.
You would or wouldn't?
Would not. Would not. I don't know. It's I'm a little confused at what they're going to do at 45 here. I think Edrian Cooper makes a lot of sense, right?
Edrian Cooper. I still think Javon Bullard. I still think Marshawn Nealand.
Do you see the Texans?
Didn't I say it? What didn't I say? What did they take? Who did they take?
Texans. Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah.
He said that.
Did I?
Come on, man. Step your game. I'm just kidding.
That was my first really big scroll because I have Lassiter at 137th overall.
I didn't like Lassiter at all either. I did not like him at all. He was really low. I think he was below top 100 on my board too. Now I want to know.
So there's a lot of interesting, like obviously there's the ones that we've been talking about for the last 5 minutes, but I mean like Chris Jenkins still out there. If they're thinking about defensive line, Kingsley Suamataia. I'm the pronunciation guy. Just
take another.
Last year was 105 on mine, so we
have enough coaches. Do they have enough coaches for Kingsley and Morgan to develop that?
Luke Butkus is going to have a round the clock job.
Yeah.
Per Paul Brettel, Packers got exact value on the Rich Hill trade chart for the trade down. Exact value. 146 for 146. Gotta love Rich Hill. I
Yeah.
wonder what Rich is up to. Has he ever been on a podcast like for his trade?
Does he
Is he
want to
real-
be? Like,
Didn't he used to pitch for the Cubs?
He did. Wes Hodkovitz made that joke the other day. I made a comment about the Rich Hill trade chart, and he's like, "Well, what about the Carlos Zambrano trade chart?" I'm like, "Wes, come on, buddy."
Yeah.
Little bit of a corner run.
Yeah, there have been like
know.
these weird quarterback run yesterday, then an offensive line run. We had a little bit of a wide receiver run early, and then defensive line run early on this day, and now we're going through a corner run. You're right.
Kind of shout out Justice. This is kind of has been his take, right? It's going to be offensive line, and the Packers like their defensive back room more than we do.
He nailed that one for sure, because Green Bay doesn't need a corner, and I very much disagreed. And right now, I look stupid. Thanks, Brian.
I've heard, so this is secondhand information, but
we got Max Melton to the Cardinals.
oh, there he goes.
Corner
There
run.
he goes.
No
Sad.
Melton bros.
Sad. So there's not really a corner. I mean, maybe all of this, we talk about all this, Andy, and then they take like TJ Tampa at 45.
I also love Ennis Rakestraw. So if they want to go off of their normal stuff and take either of those guys, sign me the hell up. I'll take either of them.
do you guys think they would ever take like a true nickel, like a Jarian Jones, or do you think they value versatility too much to like?
I'm
I
like
think-
day 3. I think they could do something, but
Actually, Jerry Jones was on my. I picked him in the draft. I think they like him a lot, and I think
love him.
he can play safety too. And I guess Halfley, that's what he thinks as well. As your slot and safeties are the same.
all right. So I think the picks are going to be close enough if Green Bay stays or if they move down again. Where I'm going to stay here for the next 2 picks, and then after they pick both of them, I'm going to hop out for just a minute to do a quick recording, and then I will come right back on. So I'm going to wait for the next 2 picks to get made, because there's 30 picks between 58 and 88. Just quick math.
Just a little subtraction.
Yeah. There's, there'll be a bigger gap there. So I'm going to hop off for just a little bit in the middle of those. And then, of course, as soon as I do, they're going to move both 3rd round picks up to the end of the 2nd round, and I'll be caught off guard, but we'll be good. Yeah, I think medicals on Kool-Aid probably are what kept him down.
Yeah. Is anybody like super sliding that you just did not expect? Like your 1 pick for just, oh man.
AD Mitchell would be the one a little bit where I thought he was going to go round 1. But as Jacob mentioned, he's a little bit of a polarizing player.
Mm-hmm.
But then not from a Packers standpoint. I never had AD to Green Bay as any realistic possibility, but that's one where I'm like, all right, he's probably.
See, with him too, it's like you talk about LaFleur, you say things like War Daddy and Goon when he talks about his wide receivers, and you watch AD just like jog through.
Yeah, it was never going to be a Packer. Just never, ever going to be a Packer.
Oh, they just took him. I'm just kidding.
Oh, I thought you meant like somebody took him. I knew Green Bay didn't take him.
Oh, no.
Like they're on the clock.
They could. I mean, I don't know. I would be really shocked if they did. But
what's the those in the chat? What's the feel in the chat? Are people upset that they didn't get DeJean and McKinstry? Are they like, yeah, all right?
Could the Raiders take Rattler?
Yeah, absolutely.
Should. They should absolutely panic and take him right now.
Please, no one else trade up.
Do we have the Cardinals pick yet? We don't, do we?
Yo.
Oh no, the Max Melton. Okay,
Yeah.
yep. So we're only at pick 43, and I'm already losing.
So yeah, we got Vegas and then Green Bay already, just for them to trade down 4 spots again, probably.
And I know I'm harping on this, but it's wild to me. Jackson Powers Johnson, I get the late push down the board. There were some inconsistencies in his snapping. He's not always like the quickest off the ball, but like he's pretty good, and he's 21.
So is that the offensive lineman they're going to take and piss everyone off?
That I would
2 in a row.
Yeah,
I mean, but part of it too. If that was,
I don't think they do it.
I don't either. But
corner.
man, like when you look at this team and the way it is right now, like there's the offensive line is like the one thing you look at and like, man, if a couple things go bad, our season goes bad. And also, you're like, we have all this young talent on offense that is cheap right now.
Yeah.
Well, let's just build a wall. Like, I wouldn't hate it, honestly.
Would you take Frazier or Powers Johnson?
I'd take Powers Johnson because I think Powers Johnson can play guard too. I don't think Frazier. I think Frazier is a center, a good one, but I don't know what their plan is with Myers.
Just imagining Halfley whispering in Gutierrez while holding his hand and pointing at the perfect later round defensive backs on the board, telling him everything's going to be okay. I don't know why that's so funny. Elijah Jones will be there. It's okay. We can
Big
get
Massive is a good name too.
Big Massive. It's all right.
That'd be a good descriptor for a draft pick. Juicy. Big Massive.
That's the Bengals
Big
offensive
Massive.
line. Big Massive. Did you say the Raiders pick?
No, did we get it? The Packers just tweeted that they're on the clock.
I do not have
Packers on the
clock, but
do we have it, Andrew?
I don't see it anywhere.
Oh no,
The Raiders
no, I was
took
just
JPJ.
Is it
They took Powers Johnson?
JPJ. Yep.
There you go,
Nice.
Andrew. Dream shattered. So we've now shattered
Boo.
Perry's dream. We've shattered just about everyone's at this point, I think.
This is a frowny face, my guy.
Sorry, Andrew.
I keep thinking you're flipping the bird, because it's blurred. So I'm like, you're censoring yourself for the stream.
Not like Andy. I don't just drop F-bombs.
It's my stream. I can do what I want.
Not for
Think of the
kids.
kids.
Check.
Sorry, kids.
Whoa. Who's announcing this pick?
That's the big offensive line there, right? What's his face?
Yeah, him.
Leonard Davis. Oh, man. I remember when he was picked second overall.
Yeah. So do I. That's
He did not pan out.
We got a tie Bucks game, by the way. 56 seconds left, 106-106.
Yeah, just tell us how that ends, Andy.
All right. Who are we hoping for? Maggie, Andrew, Jacob, who are we hoping for?
I'd take Edrian Cooper.
I see Junior Colson. I just feel like it's
Yeah.
So, okay, Maggie, really quick. Who do you want and who do you think it is?
I don't have a want really, but I think it's Colson.
Okay, Andrew, want and who do you think it is? Want and prediction.
Want Troy Franklin.
Okay, who do you think it is?
Yeah, I'm gonna go Marshawn Nealand.
I think
That's
it's
a good one.
Nealand. I'm going to
That's a
say
good one.
want Edrian Cooper. I'm a want Edrian Cooper. I'm going to say it's Nealand. All right, Jacob, really quick before we leak it.
I want Chris Jenkins. I want Chris Jenkins,
That's a good
and
one.
I think it's Edrian Cooper,
All right.
but I don't know. Nealand kind of sits in my gut too.
Nealon makes a lot of sense.
Edge Cooper? Are we getting Edge Cooper?
Yep.
Edge Cooper!
It's him. There it goes. Ross Uglum's first pick in the Packers draft. Edrian Cooper.
The other Cooper.
Yeah. Hey, so listen to this. This is going to make me sound smart. I'm not. But in our Packer report chat where we're compiling stuff today, I'm compiling YouTube highlights for these guys. And I said, cool. I'll get the Edge Coop, Jordan Morgan, Cole Bishop, Trevin Wallace YouTube highlights queued up. That was a few days ago. 2 for 2 so far.
My mock draft, I'm almost positive I can actually pull it up from the other day. My mock draft 2.0. Now I'm going to sound like an idiot if I'm wrong. My pick, I did trade down in the first round, but my pick in the first round, Jordan Morgan, pick at 41, and obviously they traded down Edrian Cooper. That was my from the mock draft that I did on Monday for the YouTube channel. 2 for 2, baby. I'll take that. But yeah, this is a hell of a pick. Absolutely. The Bucks lost. Oh no. I'm celebrating Edrian Cooper though. But this is a fantastic pick for Green Bay. I absolutely love. I mean, Goody has basically told us exactly what he was looking for at linebacker. Somebody that had the ability to do everything. He didn't want a specialist. This is Edrian Cooper. Go throw on the Alabama tape. Absolutely tore up Alabama. It is as fun of a tape of any prospect in this entire draft. There is a screenplay for Edrian Cooper where he diagnoses it. I can't remember if it's in the Alabama game, but where he diagnoses it so insanely fast and then misses 2 blockers, like makes the miss, and then shoestring tackles the running back. He's all over the place. As fun of a player in this draft, it is. I'm super pumped about this. Andrew, what did you have on Edge Cooper?
Yeah, I had him as like the 57th overall player. I thought, somewhere in the second round, he's a really good fit for the Packers. He's a 9+ RAS guy, just turned 22 a few months ago. Fits everything that the Packers would want. It is going to be interesting to see him and Quay play next to each other because I don't think either one's a true diagnoser. So how aggressive is Jeff Hafley going to be in just letting his linebackers like instinctively go get ball? Is he going to end up pairing them? McDuffie is a really interesting third there because I think he is more of the like solid player and is exactly what the two young guys need. But if the defensive lineman can keep Quay and Edge Cooper clean, could have a lot of fun. When's the last time they had two guys with sideline speed, like sideline to sideline speed?
And the best defenses right now are getting guys that can play in the middle of the field with all of that speed and intensity. I'm the player that I'm most excited to see used in Jeff Hafley's defense might just be Quay Walker. Yeah. And now we're going to get Edrian Cooper next to him. Just sign me the hell all the way up. Jacob,
the Bucs game is not over, by the way.
So the Edge Cooper stuff, like you never know where this stuff starts. I want to hear Brian say this though. Let's let this marinate. I love Bulaga.
Turn it up. You can turn it up. All right, so Bucs are down by 1 with 9.3 seconds left.
Patrick Queen, interesting.
What about Patrick? Oh, is that who they comped him to?
That's their comp, yeah.
I actually that is fine for me. I think that's fair. I think
so I have a buddy that works for a team, and he told me before the East-West Shrine game, he just said, Packers big in on Edrian Cooper. And he doesn't work for the Packers. I was like, okay. And so I remember I told some people that, and I was just like, then it got all over Twitter that the Packers were in on Edrian Cooper. And I think it was like the worst kept secret. And so this guy just texted me, I told you. Like, okay. I guess I'll have to listen to you more now from more on out.
Panthers taking, I almost said Packers. Panthers taking Jonathan Brooks, first running back off the board. Carolina.
There's the Bama film. Oh boy.
I'm so mad because I swear I posted a really fun video of Edrian Cooper and I can't find it anywhere.
See, now their other comp was Devin Lloyd.
Okay.
So yeah.
I like it. Ross compared him to, and this was weird. Like, this is how Ross and I probably talk too much. But like I woke up one morning and all I think about is the draft, I guess. And so I was just like, man, Edrian Cooper really reminds me of Nick Barnett. Like the one coming out of Oregon State, an undersized athletic guy who probably is best in a chase type role, and the Packers just plugged him in at Mike, and he was really, really good. And like that's kind of the thing with Edrian Cooper too. He's not as undersized, but he's uber athletic, probably best in a run and chase type role. But it wouldn't shock me at all if Green Bay is just like, no, we think he's a Mike, and we're going to stick him there. And he's probably going to have a lot of the same deficiencies that Nick Barnett had, where it's like, yeah, if you can get a guard head up on him, he's not going to win that very often. Which, spoiler alert, guys, most linebackers don't. But, like he's going to add such a fun element to this defense. Instinctively, I don't know where he is. I question that sometimes, but then there's also other times on his tape where like he absolutely read their mail. So he's a fun one. I'm excited.
Another thing I liked about Cooper is like he's not just good in zone drops, but I liked his man coverage as well. And that's something that, quite frankly, I don't remember the last time the Packers had a good linebacker in man coverage.
22 years old, 9.13 relative athletic score. Hit everything on the Packers' usual thresholds for the position, except for broad jump, where they usually like 80% or better. He was at 69%, but broad jump usually shows explosiveness, and he certainly has a ton of explosiveness off the tape. So 4-star high school recruits, 2023 SEC first team player. Chris Middleton is shooting a 3. He made it. Was he fouled first? Oh my God. Was he fouled first? No, it's tied. All right. It's tied. Bucks tied.
That was an incredible shot.
That was an amazing shot. All right. 4-star high school recruits, 2023 SEC first team, 2023 consensus All-American, 2023 had 84 tackles, 17 tackles for loss, 8 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 205 career tackles, 30.5 tackles for loss, 8.5 career sacks, 2 picks, 8 passes defense, 2 fumble recoveries, 3 forced fumbles. Again, he was 9.13 RAS. Tested 97th percentile at linebacker in the 40-yard dash, 79th percentile in the short shuttle, 58th percentile 3-cone, 72 percentile vert, 68 percentile broad jump, 74th percentile for height, and 40th percentile for weight. Very similar athletic profile to CJ Mosley from Alabama, but actually a little bit more athletic. In 2021, PFF gave him a 64.1 grade, 66.1 in 2022, and a 90.8 grade in 2023. So it took a major jump in 2023. In addition, PFF graded him well at everything: 87.6 in run defense, 73.7 tackling, 86.4 in pass rush grade, and 85.5 in coverage grade. Had 27 pressures, 10 sacks, only a 12.8% missed tackle percentage per PFF, 56 stops. And then in coverage, he was targeted 16 times, allowed 14 completions, which was 87.5%, but no touchdowns, no interceptions allowed in 2 pass breakups. Let's see what else. Strengths, athleticism, and speed. Triggers is like a missile to the ball carrier. Legit sideline to sideline speed, easy mover, jumps off the tape, change of direction. His time testing wasn't elite, but he jumps off and shows change of direction ability. Has hitting and intensity, blitzing, closing speed, has the ability to spy the quarterback, diagnoses screens extremely well. Thank God that didn't go in. Thank you, Pacers. You could tell, I think, in this past season that the game was starting to slow down for him. There's coverage in 2022 where he covers a wheel route perfectly. There's another one on a Texas route that he covers perfectly. Does a really nice job of reading the quarterback's eyes and getting into the passing lane. His drops into coverage are easy. Big time effort player, continued to get better throughout the course of his career. Per Eric Gulko, who runs the Shrine Bowl, Edrian Cooper wasn't 100% for the Shrine Bowl, but definitely impressed NFL teams in interviews. He showed teams that, along with being a special athlete, he has the football IQ and versatile experience to play multiple alignments early in his career. Some weaknesses: they didn't ask him to do a ton in coverage. Wrapping up can be an issue. He will try to hit people and not always wrap up. He gets juked out a little bit by shiftier players. Instincts can be hit and miss. Will play too fast, will play too high, avoids blockers rather than taking them on. Sometimes he will hunt and kind of want to do his own thing rather than kind of doing what he's supposed to do. But a lot of times that actually works for him. And he does struggle a little bit with taking on bigger offensive linemen in the run game. But overall, lots to like about this pick. Sorry, that was a big breakdown, but those are all my notes when I did a huge episode on him.
I want to see Hafley send him on some stuff. 8 sacks in 2023. I just think Hafley's going to get real creative. We saw Coy do it a little bit last season. So a lot of athleticism now in the middle of the defense.
Big time.
I'm going to jump off here. But I will say, so I said to this guy, I said, hey, remind me, and I know who these people are, right? Well, remind me who the other 2 guys were that you said the Packers were in on at that time. And so those other 2 guys, so Edrian Cooper was one, but the other 2, and it's Javon Foster, Missouri tackle, and Dwayne Carter.
I love Dwayne Carter.
You tackle from Duke. So
love Dwayne Carter.
If he's right about Edrian Cooper, maybe don't be shocked if those 2 guys are Packers at one point or another. So, but awesome. It was fun hanging with you guys. I'm sure I'll catch you in the DMs, but everybody take care. Go Pack.
Oh, thank God Morley's. Oh yeah. See you later, Jake. I'm just kidding. Thanks so much for
Andy.
joining, Jake. Really appreciate you a ton. All right. This is the best.
Well,
sorry. Go ahead, Andrew.
No, I does that help heal some folks, wounds from last night?
The chat seems very, content.
Except
for Andy.
You got the better Cooper. Well, I'm not content.
No, the Andy that just
okay.
had a chat.
So John says we got the better Cooper, and Andy says we miss Brian Bulaga, Iowa, announcing Cooper DeJean, Iowa, and I'll never forgive Goody for that.
We have a chance to come back at the end of the third round and have Brian Bulaga announce punter Tory Taylor, Iowa.
There we go.
Position of need.
So what we got? We got Chris Jenkins to the Bengals. So he is gone.
Ooh, I like that.
Edrian Cooper to the Packers, Jackson Powers Johnson to the Raiders before that. So yeah, I think we're caught up on. Oh no, we're not at all.
Did you see they announced JPJ as a guard too, not a center? So
who do they have at center?
Who took him? The Raiders?
Yeah.
Do they have Andre James?
You might be right. I think that is right.
I don't remember if he left or not, but.
All right, so who do we miss? Do we know who the Giants in Jacksonville took?
The Giants took Nubin.
The Jaguars took Mason Smith, the defensive tackle.
Yep.
So Nubin and Mason Smith, both players that Green Bay, theoretically could have been in on. So all right, we got to think like safety at 58, right? Like potentially Bullard,
Hicks. I like Hicks a lot.
Hicks, I do too. Jaden Hicks, that easily could be in the conversation.
Bishop, maybe.
Bullard's my safety one. Absolutely love him. I think he's that perfectly well balanced safety. But if they want more of a complementary play,
Goody has told us every step of the way what he's going to do. He said that he wanted the like when I asked him about big tackles, he brought back, we like versatile guys and guys that can move around. And then he took Jordan Morgan. He was asked at linebacker about like what type of player he's looking for. And, he said he wanted somebody that can do everything. And like, again, Edrian Cooper, it's so funny because when he talked in the press conference about tackle, the player that jumped in my mind was Jordan Morgan. When he talked about linebacker at the NFL meetings, the player that jumped off my mind was Edrian Cooper. When he talked about the versatility of safety and wanting guys who can play in the slot, deep safety, post safety, everything, the guy that jumped off my mind, Javon Bullard. Now, it would be very crazy if this goes another direction, like he's the exact same one and they go Bullard with the next pick, but we shall see. But he's literally almost like told us who he's going to pick on every one of these. In case you want the spoilers, in my mock draft this week where I had I had Jordan Morgan first and then Edrian Cooper second, I had Jaden Hicks in the second round pick. So for those
I would love that so much.
Who want the script ahead of time, it's got to be obviously Jaden Hicks.
I'm fine with it. That's a pretty strong first three picks though.
Marshawn Nealand still hanging around.
Marshawn Nealand,
that's a good one too.
Come on, get the fucking rebound. Okay, sorry. That's number 2.
I swear.
I owe 2 for the swear jar.
And kind of going along with the Jackson Powers Johnson conversation, like how far does Peyton Wilson fall based on the medicals? That's one, like he could go day 3.
Get a rebound. Sorry, I'm not reacting to you. There's like 4 offensive rebounds in a row.
I had to turn it off because I was too distracted. But now I'm going back to it. This stream is going to be real poor until this overtime is over, folks. Sorry about that.
Oh my God. They just got another offensive rebound and then Chris committed a foul. Oh my God. This is a nightmare. Times are not great, but they got Edrian Cooper. I don't know if you guys know that. The Packers got Edrian Cooper.
We like him.
How is chat? I want to know in the chat. Chat, tell me how you're feeling. How would you grade Goody so far? Edrian Cooper and Jordan Morgan. What's your grade? I want to see in the comments.
Let Goo cook.
Let Goo cook. Oh, we're letting it. I've had a lot of energy drinks today. We are letting it flow. Not taking a piss break, Kevin. We got a B+ from Christopher.
That's
my
fair.
God. They just got another offensive rebound. I am losing my mind.
Couldn't tell.
Okay, we got a defensive rebound. And we got a breakout. Chris Middleton. He misses the dunk. Okay, get fouled. All right, we're okay. We're okay.
It's the NBA. It takes 3 seconds for them to blow the whistle.
After the fact, yeah. Is Chris hurt now? That would be great.
Lillard's been banged up all
game. I saw that
afternoon. Yeah, there's a lot of really intriguing names still out there. So I think, where are we? 9 picks away, something like that.
We made it to the little dial at the bottom, so we're getting there. That's how you tell.
A lot of A's and B's. A lot of A's and B's so far.
Good.
Shea Dad says, love the pick so far. Want the best safety off their board next. Very good possibility. So I guess if DeJean's a safety, Newbin's a safety, are those the only 2 safeties off the board, right?
Yeah.
So they still get, there's some good safeties out there. I'm sorry, Sean. I got semi-invested at the end. I wasn't even going to turn it on, and then it went to overtime, and I'm like, all right, I gotta at least turn this on.
He gave everyone group work so that he could.
Yep.
I love Kalen Bullock. Oh, Andy's gone.
I'm totally messing. I just moved spots though. I don't like this spot. I'm in a new spot. I don't like my new spot.
Yeah, upper right, man. No
Who
good.
was upper right before?
Oh, but
I see. That's what happened when I tried to remove myself, and then we did it at the same time.
At the same time. Was this what it was before? Right? This is all right. This feels so much better.
Well, we'll have to swap out again when you leave and come back then, because you're going to be way at the bottom.
I'll forget by then.
my friends made a bunch of really mean comments to me in our group chat about being in the bottom right corner. So if they're watching, that's not nice.
If you're watching, thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks a lot, jerks. Scott says A- so far. B for Bill Blank. Bill Blank likes a B. Go figure. It's like Hollywood Squares. Most Packers draft ever. Seeing Ristol just went to the Commanders.
Okay. Well, there goes your dream of a true slot.
Hey, there's others.
Nope, that's
Jones
it.
still.
He's the only one.
He's the only one.
Darren Waller officially retiring. We got that.
I took over a dynasty league team with Darren Waller at tight end. I didn't know what to do. just killing me, man.
Hicks at 58 officially makes this draft an automatic win. I'll take Imo State of Minnesota if we can get there.
Do you think Darren Waller retired because he just couldn't play with Daniel Jones one more year?
Can't do it.
It's like, if I'm not traded, I'm out.
Oh, that's an ugly shot. And of course, they can never get a rebound. Ugh. All right.
Gotta play defense. I cannot find Mike Sanders still on my list anywhere. I know he's here, but it is slowly driving me insane.
He felt like a Charger.
Oh, heartbreak. Pacers hit a 3, down 3, 14 seconds left. What do you think? I love Michael Hall. I absolutely love. I don't think he's going to be the pick, but
It's the reach. No.
If they take him at 58, I will be very happy. He's one of my favorite players in the draft.
Yeah, I think he has the same athletic profile as Newton and maybe not so much Murphy, but like he has the kind of like crazy elite athleticism that I think you can make up for being 200 and well, Kyle was saying that he weighed in at 299 at his pro day. So
yeah,
if he can add a little bit of beef and still stay athletic, like, whoa, watch out. He's the kind of guy, like, his college scheme did him no favors, but I could see him being a way better pro than he was a college player.
That's his one word tag is just beef.
AGB 24. Edrian Cooper is going to be a day one starter for Green Bay. There's not any question about that. He is going to he's going to be starting right next to Quay Walker. So they got definitely a player that's going to come in and start right away. And by the way, I would put it at probably above 50% that Morgan starts potentially from day one. I'd probably put it above 50%. It's not a guarantee, but I there's a good chance that he does.
You think at right guard, or would you?
I don't know. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. There's so many freaking things that they could do with that line and how many different mixtures of it. It might take time for them just to figure out, what order they want to use those guys in. But I definitely think whether it's Walker or maybe even Myers or whomever, if it is Sean Ryan, I think they find ways to move things around. I think there's a really good chance that he starts. Hall at 68. We just talked about that. 58, I think is the pick, but either way, like I'm very much in on Michael Hall.
There's still a bunch of developmental tackles out there if they want to go that route. I don't think they do. I think they'd probably rather have a guy with a little bit more interior flexibility. But
oh my God, he banked a 3. He banked a 3. I need this game to end. I need to cover a draft, Milwaukee. That's my job right now. And you guys are making it very difficult. Chris Middleton is unbelievable.
Trey Benson, maybe
for Green Bay. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah,
that'd be fun.
There's still some fun linebackers out there. I mean, I talked about Peyton Wilson. I'm guessing the injuries just continue to push him down the board, but Cedric Gray.
They did not pick up pick 68 in the trade, Jason. They picked up a 5th and a 6th round pick. So they do not have, unless something crazy happened that I missed somewhere because I was yelling because Green Bay couldn't get a rebound, Milwaukee couldn't get a rebound. I don't think they got 168.
We also, we talked the safeties a ton. Rakestraw probably isn't a Packer, but if they wanted to go corner, he's pretty clearly the best available. You talked about TJ Tampa a little bit before, but like tackle is at least a little intriguing. Mm-hmm. Kingsley's still out there.
Zach Frazier to the Steelers, by the way.
I wondered if they were going to double dip.
What a Steelers pick.
Very Steelers-y pick.
Yeah.
What did they double dip? What was their earlier one that they took? They took Fatanu.
Yeah, Fatanu.
Hey, you know what? When you've got the prime of Russell Wilson's career in front of you, you have to protect him at all costs.
Justin Fields.
Is there a package where both of them are on the field?
I hope so.
I was gonna say I hope so.
I would also agree TJ Tampa would be very fun. Hope the pick is Bullard or Benson. Where are we at? We've got one. So Pittsburgh is Frazier.
Indy on the clock.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6 picks, and then Green Bay, and then a 30 pick. Okay, defense. Oh God,
they called a foul on that,
and one for our former Oshkosh buddy. Oh, hey, Snapdragon, thank you so much. I needed that after the Bucks crushing playoff loss with 1.6 seconds left to go. Really appreciate that. That's very kind of you, Snap. Thank you. Glad to do it every day. It is a blast when there's not a Bucks playoff loss going on at the same time.
There's just so many intriguing players left on the board, and
a lot of Packer fits.
So I was talking about this on Pax What She Said last week, but
What's
year,
that show?
Yeah, right. Last year I came in real hot. Like, I can't believe they took Lucas Van Ness. I hate it. This is so terrible. And what did the Packers do? They just continued to add players that they really needed in rounds 2 through 7. And I kind of feel like they're doing the exact same thing this year, right? They take the guy that, supposedly nobody wanted them to draft first overall. It's this developmental prospect, really great athlete. We're going to look at him developing in the future, and then they're just going to keep addressing needs as we go forward. Edrian Cooper fits perfectly what they need, right? Probably one of the best players available at a position in need. Great value there. I think you're totally on the right track here, that if the safety that they want is available next, I think that is the pick. And I think we're going to be real happy and thinking about the draft a lot differently by the end of tonight.
Oh, for sure. Like, that was the thing yesterday, is like, we know they're going to take like a random home run in round 1, home run swing in round 1. And then on day 2, it's going to be all these guys that we really, really like, that we're super excited about, and are going to come in and contribute right away. And like I've said all along, I think the strength of this draft is in round 2 and 3. I think you have, it's a weird round 1 in my opinion. And I think, and we sort of saw that play out yesterday in a variety of different ways. And then it sort of falls off, I think, after the 4th round, and maybe even a little bit before that. But that round 2, 3, maybe really early round 4 is really the depth of this. And Goody's just going to have 4 picks. And I tweeted out this earlier today of, I think these 4 picks for Goody has very few landmines and a lot of home run possibilities, or at least like a lot of like deep doubles. Like you're just really, really happy with them. And I think that is what we're going to see is a lot of really quality picks here. All right, Bucks, don't screw this up. 3-pointer. Was that even a 3? Ugh, gross.
I don't know. Score Mobile ruined the final score for me. So
the Colts took AD Mitchell, by the way.
I did see that, but I got
it's fun.
It is a fun pick
for Richardson. That's
in the Pack-A-Day listener mock draft. AD Mitchell went to the Colts in the first round, of course, but that's a really fun fit.
Yeah. Pencil that in, all you fantasy
who took Newbin?
Giants.
Okay. I don't think I have any day 2 picks correct so far. I am striking out, except for the Packers, except for Edge Cooper. I think that's the only one I got right. I'll take it. If that's the one I got right, I will very much take it.
If Newbin tests, like if he's healthy and he tests really well, is he a first round pick?
I would say borderline. I think he goes late first, early second. Bucks. All right, we're on to Green Bay. We're on to Green Bay. No more Bucks talk. Bucks talk is banished. I'm speaking to myself. By the way. That is just for me. That is just for me.
If you want me to talk a little bit about Tim Thomas and how that contract was an albatross in the organization.
Would have loved a top 5 available list, Andy. Or would love a top 5 available list. I'm assuming you mean. All right, so let's go over this. Let's see what's available here. Let me take out my big board here. All right, so some players, and we can build this together. We'll build this together as a team. And Andrew, obviously, feel free to add anything. So wide receivers I have on the board in this range. Just Malachi Corley and Troy Franklin left. So those are the only 2 kind of in this range that I would say. Offensive tackle, Kingsley Suamataia, Patrick Paul, Kieran Amagaji. I think all of those would probably be aggressive in the fact that they already took a Jordan Morgan, so I don't necessarily see that. Cooper Beebe at guard, Dominic Puny. I think some of those Brandon Coleman start getting a little aggressive at this point. And again, already taking Morgan. I don't know that they would go there quite yet. Defensive tackle, Michael Hall is really the only one left. Dwayne Carter, I know mentioned, but again, round 2 would be a little bit aggressive. Marshawn Nealand at edge. I can't imagine they're going to double dip at linebacker. So I think we can knock that one out. I do have TJ Tampa on my list. And then of course you get to the safeties, Jaden Hicks, Javon Bullard, I think would be. So if I were to make up my list of 5 right now, I'm definitely going Jaden Hicks, Javon Bullard, and Marshawn Nealand. Then I think it gets a lot more. I would put Michael Hall on that list. That is probably just a me personally thing. And then I might go one of the offensive linemen still, whether it be maybe a Cooper Beebe. That's probably, or I take that back. I'm going to probably put a Trey Benson on that list. So I'll say for me, it's going to be Trey Benson, Michael Hall, Marshawn Nealand, Jaden Hicks, and Javon Bullard. All right. Fight me, Andrew and Maggie.
I like Hicks and Bullard a lot. So I also like Brandon Coleman a lot, but again, it's just,
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, I'm probably way higher.
5.
I'm probably way higher. I like your 5, honestly. I think that's really great. I would add.
They're paid to say that, by the way. Anything I say, they have to agree with. They aren't allowed to disagree.
It's in the contract. Christian Mahogany, the offensive lineman from Boston College. Green Bay might have a coach on their staff who's familiar with him. Maybe this is a little rich at the end of the second round, but I really like him. He's super athletic. He had a 9.65 RAS. He's a little older than the Packers prefer. He's over 23 already, but if they're looking
so
like
old
for a purely interior guy, it is. Yeah.
Just really quick. This is from West Hot. I know Edrian Cooper's on the call right now with the media. Edrian Cooper on the Packers. When I went to visit there, remember he was a top 30 visit. When I went to visit there, I felt a lot of energy from the coaches and love and support from them. Sometimes a person is really interested in you, and that's the feeling that I got. So they had a crush on him, and they won over their crush. Edrian Cooper had no say in it. He was in a forced relationship by being picked number whatever it was overall, but they got their guy.
I think it's just such a fun fit. And, in this linebacker class, like to be able to get the guy you really want, I think, mid-second round, that's awesome. Plus, Goody moved down. He's going to have a little bit more day 3 capital to play with. And, I like the way day 2 has shaped up so far for Green Bay.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Andrew, you might be sad. The Commanders took Ben Sinnott.
Yep.
Ooh, the Senator.
Andrew is not a fan of that selection.
I liked him as like an end of the third kind of guy, but yeah, he
feels rich. But
Jay Western says Brandon Bostic is still available. Come on, Jay Western. Yeah, this is a good spot for Green Bay. There's do we think? I don't think there's any chance they trade up at this point. I guess if they loved Bullard, if they have like a safety on top of their board, like a safety, like maybe they move up 2-3 spots here. That could be one. If they view like 2 or 3 of these guys interchangeably, or I guess the other one would be Nealand. If they want an edge and like Nealand would be their guy and they don't really have another one, those would be 2 potential picks where you could see maybe Green Bay getting a little bit more in the conversation there. But my guess is with Nealand and a couple safeties still on the board that they could like, I think right now they probably stay and pick at what the pick that they're at 58.
What do you think? Like Dallas has got to be contemplating like a Benson or a Jalen Wright here. I know there was some speculation or rumors that Zeke was going to come back, but they still need help there. So
yeah, what does that do for you?
Right,
you
like,
still have to get younger. So
Miami, I don't know who they'd. Who needs secondary help on this list? Maybe Cleveland a little bit.
So yeah, safeties would be, let's go through that really quick. We've got Cleveland, who has Grant Delpit and Juan Thornhill. So they have 2, but they're not young, but they don't have like a need there. They have Rodney McLeod, who's also very not young, as their backup. So they could definitely go a little bit younger there.
Mm-hmm.
That would be one option. Who's next? Miami. Miami has good safeties, if I remember correctly, right? Yeah. They just signed Jordan Poyer, although Jordan Poyer's not young. And then they got Javon Holland. They definitely could build a long-term safety replacement to play next to for Poyer and play next to Javon Holland, so that they could go safety. Dallas has got Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson, Mukamaru. It's not impossible that they could go safety. Tampa, we know they have Antoine Winfield Jr. and they just got Jordan Whitehead back, but that's another one that they could look for more of a long-term replacement. And then Green Bay. I don't think, do we know Washington's pick? I can't remember. They took Sinnott, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I think the next 4 all theoretically could take safeties.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. If one of them goes, I could see Green Bay maybe getting a little itchy and wanting to try to move up. I woke up in a sleep paralysis. A shadow stood in the corner, terrified me. It stepped closer, and I saw it was Brandon Bostic. Oh, my goodness. What is going on? I thought I was punch drunk from Bucks fandom. Are you guys drinking on Friday night?
If they live in Wisconsin, yes.
Probably. Very true.
Was that pointed towards us?
No, you guys can drink.
I'm drinking coffee.
I'm going back and forth between caffeine and booze. So.
Ooh. What's the booze? Are you drinking it with a straw?
I am, yeah.
Is that a hurricane? What do you got there?
It's kind of my own concoction. I forgot to stop and get Coke for my rum and Coke, so I just had to put some fruit juices together. So it kind of is a hurricane, Andy.
There you go. Who do we feel is had the strongest? I'm just going to go Chicago. I'm sorry, but if you get Caleb Williams and Roma Dunze, that's about as good of a draft as you can get. I think that's like 2 of my top 6 players in the draft. So as much as it pains me to say, and I know they had the players, the picks to do it at 1 and 9, but those are 2 phenomenal players. So unfortunately, I'm going to probably just say Chicago.
I just tried to look up the draft tracker and it said server error, so I don't know what that means. So I'm going to stop trying. I would
All right,
like
Chad,
to
I
say
turned
somebody
on my
that's
mic.
not Chicago.
You turned down your mic, Maggie?
Yeah, we'll see if
think
it
it was-
helps. I had it on auto, but apparently it's not doing a very good job.
I don't hear anything like super out of the realm of weird. So
They're showing hockey highlights for Ben Sinnott,
I saw that.
which is
That's kind of awesome.
Did we get any LVN hockey highlights last year for when he got drafted? I don't remember.
I don't know, but he just obliterated somebody. I mean, they were face down on the ice. And
Ooh.
can you
you
imagine
see the
being that
Browns pick?
person and being like, I know Ben Sinnott, and then you watch the NFL draft coverage and that's what you see?
Oh, they took my guy.
Who was
Maggie.
it?
Mike,
I didn't do it.
Michael.
The Browns have a long history of taking players that I want to be in Green Bay, so I'm used to this.
Michael Hall.
Yeah.
That is really strange. The draft dudes called that pick. They did a mock draft for the teams that weren't picking in the first round, and they identified Michael Hall Jr. as the Browns pick. That's
Interesting.
why I remember that. I don't know, because I have
He's
in
a
my mock
Buckeye,
league,
right? So it fits. Like,
I went back and forth between Cincinnati and Cleveland for my call, and unfortunately, I gave him to Cincinnati in mine. Fail. All right. So, all right. Again, Marshawn Nealand is a potentially offensive lineman. 2 safeties out there that we really like. Any like bizarro weird things that could happen here? What would be the weirdest thing that could happen? Let's predict that, because that probably could happen.
There are much weirder things than this, but I don't think a second linebacker is out of the question. If they really like Junior Colson, for instance, like that room needs bodies.
I agree with you very much that it needs bodies, but I also know that Good has told us over and over that this is going to be a nickel league, and they're going to play 2 linebackers a ton. If they took Colson, I wouldn't be like super upset, and they would obviously have some options. Maybe you can figure out some versatile, ways to utilize the 3 linebackers, but I'd be pretty surprised if they went and took another linebacker after Edrian in round 2.
I would take Malik Washington.
Oh my goodness, that's definitely
I'd be
a fun
okay
pick.
with that.
I don't think Green Bay was going to take Hall anyway, if I'm being honest. As much as I love him as a player, I really just don't think that he was going to be. I don't think they're going to value 3 technique that much. Peyton Wilson, another one. I'm not, again, a big Peyton Wilson guy, but he could be somebody that they use a little bit on the outside as a pass rusher as well. He's got a little bit more versatility. I would love Rakestraw. He's just not going to be the guy. That the testing is not good enough. But
what about Renardo Green? I saw the chat talking about Green as an option if they go corner.
I really like Renardo Green. He was probably one of the ones that I was like the most high on compared to consensus. And I think he can play some outside and some inside. Totally fine with that. Good call, chat.
Andrew Phillips. This might be a little early, but if they're looking at potential,
David just wants us to say Kingsley Suamataia.
Fair.
Wide receivers, Malachi Corley still out there if they did something like that. There are a lot of offensive linemen that could still, let's talk about that for a second, because there are a variety of offensive linemen: Kingsley Suamataia, Patrick Paul, Kieran Amagaji, Blake Fisher, Roger Rosengarten, Cooper Beebe, Dominic Pooney, Mason McCormick, Brandon Coleman, Christian Mahogany. There's a decent amount of guys that they could still go at that specific pick.
Jaden Hicks, no matter what. Like it.
Is that your call or somebody in chat going?
Somebody in the chat.
Zach Zinter in 3rd round, I think, is very much so. Jaden Hicks, no matter what. Again, running backs, I think, too. I think somebody like Trey Benson, a Jalen Wright, those would maybe make some sense here. I think 2 is a little early, but especially when you have 2 third rounders, and there's going to be probably some running backs around that point, but not impossible.
Dallas has got to take a running back here, right?
I feel like they have to. Who do you like better for Dallas? Right.
I just think
Benson.
overall Benson is the best running back in this class. So
I had him
he's
that
just
way
taking
too.
the best guy. But it would be fun if they got like a Braylon Allen or something. Yeah.
That'd be a good fit for Alan.
That would be fun, yeah.
Light boxes.
It's not a beer. It's a
I was
brisk
going to say, I
iced
know
tea.
that sound.
It's a brisk iced tea. Dolphins.
Yeah, did you see it?
I feel like I did, but maybe I didn't.
They
Was
took
it?
Paul, so.
Oh, they took Patrick Paul?
Mm-hmm.
Tall Paul?
As opposed to short Paul.
He's 6'7". That's pretty tall. 6'7" is pretty tall. I'm going to call him Tall Paul.
Huge. That's the word they use.
Tall Paul is better. Tall Paul is better than huge.
There's a Paul Wall joke there somewhere.
Somebody needs to draft Troy Franklin so I can stop scrolling up to the top of my spreadsheet.
You know, you can hide ones that have already been picked, so then you don't have to.
I could, but I'm not going to.
Do you need to know how to right click and hide on the Excel spreadsheet, Andrew?
I mean, first of all, I'm using Google Sheets on this, but I'm reading your.
I was going to let you finish. Jade says, Andy, I love your content and can't wait for your breakdown on the picks. How many more trades is Goot making in this draft? However many he wants. He's got a lot of flexibility in the remainder of this draft. He's got more picks than he knows what to do with, and I am sure he is giddy as giddy can be with all of those picks. So I don't think he has any issue with that whatsoever. But I think they could still move around a couple more times. I said over under. I would take over on if somebody asked me, I think 2.5 trades. I think I'd said over. He's only made one so far, so I think he's got 2 more left in him.
Do they trade down here?
I don't think so. Like at some point you get a law of diminishing returns on this.
True.
Thing. Like at some point you've got 2 second-round picks. You've obviously taken one. You've already moved that one down. There's a lot of good players. You can get a really good safety at this spot. You can get a really good edge rusher at this spot. I don't think so. I think it's definitely a law of diminishing returns at this point. You don't need 16 guys.
Are the Packers now at 3 5s, 3 6s, and 2 7s? Something like that.
I trust whatever math you're doing over there.
I think it was. Yeah.
That's a lot of picks tomorrow.
I hope an orangutan makes one of them.
the giraffe at the new zoo. The giraffe at the new zoo could.
I'm going to be sitting in a padded room in like 20 years being like, an orangutan, just make the pick. You're just going to hear me like over and over, make the pick.
With your failed kidneys because you don't take
bathroom breaks.
It's your Hodor origin story.
Hodor.
Make the picks.
Make the pick.
This does take an obnoxiously long amount of time.
I was going to say, how are we going to do this for another whole round? This poor chat is like...
They're doing great, and they are loving every second of this. I don't know if that's true or not.
They're like, put the Bucks back.
They're still here, so that's something.
There's a lot of them still here.
Almost 1,700 people in the chat. Thank you guys so much.
This sweatshirt, so expensive, but man, I'm glad.
Please take Jalen Wright. Yeah, no, running back, absolutely, guys. We definitely talked about that. We'll see who Dallas takes here first. If they take one, maybe we get the running back run here a little bit. Maybe Dallas takes one, Green Bay takes one. Maybe we'll get a running back run.
Tampa's a sneaky running back landing spot.
Yeah,
very much
I like
so.
that.
David says 2 fourths, 1 fifth, 4 sixths, and a 7th. I don't know if that's true.
I think, yeah, because we couldn't figure out was it 168? One of the picks was like right on the...
Oh, that was a 4th instead of a 5th. Okay.
Thank you, David, for coming. David, do you want to come on the chat with us so we can get some accurate information in here?
Don't trust my math.
You didn't go to UW Oshkosh. I know better. We cannot talk about the UWs again. We have UW Green Bay here now.
That's true. True.
Very much.
Alice, what are you doing, bud? Let's get going.
Like,
Big
why
Mike
are we
didn't-
just taking crowd pan shots here? Like, announce a pick. Whoever the alumni is should be out on the stage already.
I'm
ready to go.
I'm going to say something controversial. I might prefer an orangutan over dancing Cowboys fans. I might prefer the orangutan.
Why would you say something so brave, Andy?
I know, but yet so true.
I love
what I love
other
is this
UW
guy in
schools.
the giant hat and like
It's a big hat. Found
way
it
over the
backstage.
top costume. He has to walk around all day like that.
He has to pee.
This isn't like show up to Lambeau, walk to your seat. Like he's there from 10 a.m. on.
Baby QB, I'm not sure I understand your entire question here, but I think, listen, they can take another offensive lineman anytime they want. I said 3-4 offensive linemen in this draft, and it's going to be a very deep draft. I do think round 3, round 4, they're still going to be able to get some very, very good ones. So I don't think they need to be ultra aggressive here with already having Jordan Morgan in hand. But if they love one of these guys and it's still very deep at this point, all for it. To me, this screams Bullard, Hicks, Nealand. And which one got taken?
The chat tipped it. I didn't see it yet. Yeah,
we're okay. We're tipping. Nealand goes.
Good job, chat. That was quick.
Wow.
I didn't even see it.
Interesting pick for Dallas. No running back there. This is the first time I'm catching you live, so trying to show love with super chat. I want Hicks or Puny, or Pooney. I would be very happy with either of those picks. Pooney was number 1 on my list of most likely Packers.
He's the first lineman I watched, and I was like, I don't really need to watch anymore.
I watched a ton of him.
He's the guy.
I'm 2 for 2 on my top 25 board of like 25 most likely Packers. Both were on there so far.
Interesting choice though for Dallas. But I guess that kind of is indicative how everyone's feeling about the running backs.
So on my 25 board, Pooney is still there. They took Morgan. Guyton is gone. Suamataea is still there. Mason Smith is gone. Marshawn Nealand is gone. They took Cooper. Peyton Wilson is still there, but they're not going to take another linebacker. Javon Bullard is there. Blake Fisher's there. Rosengarten's there. Mason McCormick, Brandon Coleman, Trevin Wallace, Renardo Green, Jerrion Jones, Isaac Guerrero, Donovan Jennings, Jalen Sundell, Nick Gorgiolo, Trey Benson, Jalen Carles, Kitano Ladapo, Jaden Hicks, and Eric Watts. All on my board still. So there's a lot of people still out there.
If it's Oladapo, I'm going to leave the stream because I have to go run around outside for a couple seconds.
You like Oladapo?
He's my favorite.
I am fine with Oladapo. He gives me a little bit of, he's not even like a same type of player, but he gives me a little bit of like a Morgan Burnett vibe of like, he's never going to be anything special or great, but you can plug him in. He can be a starter. You're going to feel good about it. And he's going to just be fine. You can just kind of.
He reminds me of Morgan Burnett towards the tail end of his career where he
Perfectly
played that
said.
tweener. And then when he went to Cleveland, he did the same thing. Like that's, which again, I mean, Morgan Burnett was very safe, reliable. So.
I would not compare. Oh my God, Caleb Williams screwed it up. He's wearing number 18. He can't wear number 18. What is that? That's Cade McNown's number, right?
Was McCown 8?
Oh, he was 8. You're right.
I read this as is Cooper comparable to Dayton Jones, and I was like, absolutely not, not at all.
Oh my God, the Bears blew it. You can't give him 18. That's a terrible number.
I mean, he can't wear 1, considering
17. Is 17 retired? No, Alshon Jeffrey wore 17 for the Bears.
Is 13 retired in Chicago? Is somebody wearing 13 that I'm not aware of? Did I not even think of it?
Did they retire it for Dawson Knox?
Bears retired numbers. Search. 13 is not retired. Who the hell is wearing 13?
Is it a receiver? Oh, the Packers.
Maybe he just really wanted to be 18. What
Keenan
a terrible
Allen.
choice.
Keenan Allen ruined everything. Keenan Allen single-handedly ruined the Bears.
Wow. Sleeper agent.
This is I thought Caleb Williams was going to be the next amazing, unbelievable thing, but I'm sorry, wearing 18, he's just, it's in the stars now. If
you're the Bears and you trade for Keenan Allen, don't you just have to tell Keenan, sorry, we're holding 13 for somebody else?
For sure. And maybe he just didn't want it. Who knows? But yes, Chris Braswell to the Bucks. Packers are on the clock. Let's go. Packers on the freaking clock. That was in C minor, in case you didn't know. I suppose Peyton Manning does have something to say about that. I think Tyler Scott did wear number 13. I believe Keenan Allen now has number 13. I looked it up. Now I don't really care anymore. But Tyler Scott is now number 10. Keenan Allen is number 13. At least that's on our lads. I don't know if maybe the Bears have it differently.
I would think this probably is a safety.
It feels like it.
Bullard, Hicks.
I'm saying Bullard. I'm saying Bullard here. I do not have anything. The chat's been ahead of any picks that I've been tipped so far. So I'm just going to keep an eye on the chat. They've been crushing it. 1,700 people in chat, which is awesome. Bullard, Hicks, those to me make the most sense.
Bullard kind of climbed late as like the more I watched him, the more I was like, yeah, he's a Packer. I love Hicks. I love Hicks.
BB, Pooney. There's a lot of offensive linemen that I would like here.
Trey Benson is a kind of sneaky
Jalen Wright
pick there.
I know the chat really likes
Spencer Rattler.
Spencer Rattler. No.
It's actually somewhat kind of interesting, but that would be crazy.
Give him to me at the end of the third. I'm on board.
Oh, we got an I don't know.
Oh.
IDK. Is there somebody's initials who are IDK?
I would have put IDK, Andy. Suggesting Andy might be the pick.
Texans are on the clock, so the Packers have picked.
Caitlin Clark. Love it.
Somebody said Blake Corum. I'm not believing it yet. Javon Bullard. That is another
Love
one.
it.
Very, very Packers-like. I didn't get Hicks, but that was my prediction today. Number 2. Not bad. Take it. Bullard is a really so again, what did I just talk about earlier? Goody told us every step of the way exactly what he wanted. When he talked about offensive tackle, he talked about the versatility and them being able to move players around. He goes and gets the versatile guy in Jordan Morgan. He talked about at linebacker wanting somebody that can do everything. And again, the player that screamed off the page of exactly how he defined it. Was Edrian Cooper. And then he talked about the safety, the versatility, the ability to play in the slot deep. This is a very same size, speed Darnell Savage type player with hopefully not the erratic roller coaster style of play, but this is extremely the type of player that he was describing when he talked about it. Really smart pick for Green Bay. Very, very Packers-y pick for Green Bay. But
Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia. Yeah, what do you guys think?
I love it.
I really like him a lot. It is interesting. He measured at 5'10", 198. So, a little bit smaller ish on the safety, maybe compared to what we're used to. He ran a 4.47 40. Had solid.
Played a ton in the slot too, right? Tons of slot experience.
So to me, that spells a little bit of a change of how the safeties are going to play. But I love the interchangeability they're going to have with their two safeties now, right? Like you can play them both a little bit all over the place. I think that gives you some flexibility. And yeah, I mean, if Bullard can cover a little bit in the slot, that gives them even more flexibility to move forward. So I think Andy was right. 2 for 2 on starters in day 2.
I hate when Andy's right.
It's the worst. And I'm insufferable when it happens. So get ready. No, this is a really, really fun pick. I want to see if I have some notes here.
Well, you're looking for those. I just thought his instincts were phenomenal. I think tackling was a little bit of a struggle. So he'll fit right into the Green Bay defense.
So here's what I had really quick coming forward. 4.40 speed shows up on tape despite lack of height and vertical jump. Does a really nice job of high pointing the ball. Will get caught flat footed. Tennessee running back, which is obviously Jalen Wright, just raced right past him. Can play too high, single high, or in the box. A little bit on the lighter side. Good, not great in coverage. Aggressive, physical, attacking. Good, solid, fun safety. Fun would be my word for Javon Bullard if I had to do the one-word scouting report. So I really liked his tape. There was a little Darnell Savage watching him, which of course gives you a little bit of the, but again, I credit Green Bay. If they would have shied away from the slot wide receivers after they failed on Amari or whatever, they wouldn't have taken Jaden Reed. And if they sometimes you got to take that next guy and trust your process still. And I think this is a great example of that. I think Bullard will be what everyone was hoping Darnell Savage was going to be. I think that is very much the hope here.
I think it's fun too to look at how this draft is the polar opposite of last year, right? We saw Goot's tendencies to always go defense in round 1. And then he's done offense for like the last, 10 drafts in the second round. And now this is the first time we saw him flip the script and he takes offense round 1 and then 2 defensive players in round 2. So who knows what's going to happen in round 3?
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, running back, offensive lineman round 3. I'm calling my shot right now.
Fair.
I think Goody has been need hunting on rounds 2 through 7, which makes all the sense in the world. And they're still getting phenomenal value because I think logistically, Bullard's probably your best player available, or pretty close to it. He's not necessarily the top player on my board, but when you align the needs and the value together, it just made all the sense. I think that's where we were heading. And so, as unpredictable as the Packers are in the first round, seems the last couple of years, they're relatively predictable day 2.
And good day 2. Like they're just getting good football players. As I said it over and over. This was the really strong point. It's so hard for that. Like they could have taken Jaden Hicks there. They could have taken so many offensive linemen, some really good running backs there. Like I don't know of anyone that's gone off the board. Literally, like from everyone today: Lad McConkey, Rook Johnny Newton, Jalen Polk, Devondre Sweat, Braden Fiske, Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry. Lassiter's probably the only one. Max Melton, Jackson Powers Johnson, Edrian Cooper, Jonathan Brooks, Tyler Nubin-ish, Mason Smith, Chris Jenkins, St. Ristel, Frazier, Adonai Mitchell. Sanat would have been another one. But there's like 3 guys, like 3 or 4 guys maybe that I would have been like, I'm not a super fan of that pick. Everything else like that got taken today was very, very like they could have taken any of these guys and I would have been pretty pleased with it. Fluid in the back end from NFL Network. Look at this pick. See, that's the high point I talked about. That was the exact play that I watched where it's like, if you look at his testing, I think his vertical is not great at all, but he goes up and he high points the ball on a couple different occasions. Great vision to the quarterback. Just a really, really fun player. Look at that, taking on the block. Chef kiss.
Is jersey number 22 available?
For Green Bay?
Yeah.
What did
Shamar Jean Charles give that up?
Shamar Jean Charles did give that up.
Yeah, I think he.
Robert Rochelle. He already had to move his number 2. Poor guy. Robert Rochelle is getting his number moved again. Eric Wilson's also 45 for if he wanted to keep 45 for Edrian Cooper.
One of the issues with all the history in Green Bay is they don't have very many single digits available.
So let's just go over this really quick because this is a very important point to make. They went from Jonathan Owens, Rudy Ford, Darnell Savage, Anthony Johnson Jr. at safety to Xavier McKinney and Javon Bullard. That is a unbelievable upgrade. They go from Devondre Campbell, who clearly that first season looked unbelievable, but then seemed to lose a couple steps after that, to one of the most fast, explosive linebackers in the entire draft in Edrian Cooper. They have made some real serious upgrades to that defense with Xavier McKinney, Edrian Cooper, and now Javon Bullard. I don't know how you can't be super excited about what Jeff Hafley is going to be able to use in that secondary. It seems like Jair is super motivated now. They bring back Keyshawn Nixon. Now it's going to be paramount that Carrington Valentine, Eric Stokes spot, one of those guys steps up and really takes that and owns it and becomes a big time starter in Green Bay. But they got Van Ness, Rashawn, Preston at edge, Kenny, Devontae, Slayton, Carl Brooks along the defensive line. Joe Barry's days are gone. You get Jeff Hafley at coordinator. Like I said, I will predict a top 10 defense for Green Bay when we get to the end of the season and the standings say top 10 defense for Green Bay. But this looks so much better. It is cheating, and I'm just not going to predict it anymore until I see it. But it's hard not to be excited about what this defense has done.
And the Texans took offense tackle Blake Fisher.
Yep.
Guessing that was already spoiled. But I think one of the things that always made me feel better about the Packers cornerback position, and I didn't feel like it was as huge of a need here, is because you have such great young developing pass rushers. And the one thing that the NFL shows us over and over and over is if you have a good pass rush, you don't necessarily need to have the greatest corners. And now if the safeties are reliable and hopefully can tackle reliably, all of a sudden you're really cooking with gas.
Yeah.
Apparently his interview is really fun. His phone call with the Packers. So
Love it.
So we got a little ways until the 3rd round pick, right?
Yep. I'm going to bounce, guys, for probably, again, like 15, 20 minutes, record that video, get it uploaded. It might take a little bit of time. I'm going to try to be back right around like 8:30, something like that. And then, yeah, we got about 28, 30 picks before Green Bay's up again, before they get into round 2. It sounds like Bills took Cole Bishop, according to Robbie, unless he's one of our secret agents that's just putting random names in the chat. So yeah, I will be back as soon as possible. Keep that chat going strong, everyone. And Maggie and Andrew, thanks for taking it over for a little bit. Like I said, I'm going to do a really quick video, post it out, and I will see you guys very, very, very soon. I won't see you, I promise. Just kidding.
He's just bye. He just doesn't come back. In Andy's place is an orangutan.
Yes. I would love to just see some chats, like what people are thinking about Bullard and or Edrian Cooper. And then we won't get too far away from the pick before I start talking about other teams. And
I got the controls now, so we can do whatever we want, chat. Let's get weird. Not really, though.
Not too weird.
Not too weird.
So now they can grab Jaden Hicks as a hybrid. Love it. Hey, I do have a story about exactly that for after we're going through the chats. There never were any rules.
Yeah, people are just being nice. How does Bullard here, Andrew? I'll let you touch on this, and then you can share your fun story with the class.
Well, it's interesting, right? Like, because I think there's two different philosophies. There's the more traditional philosophy where you have safeties who kind of accent each other, the yin and yang of the free and strong safety, right? That's very traditional, and a lot of teams have moved away from that. So I was curious to see, like, are they going to take Jaden Hicks, who is a great complement to McKinney, maybe more of a box safety, or are they going to take somebody like Bullard, who now they can both play back? The nice thing about McKinney is he can do everything. So yeah. He kind of complements everyone. But yeah, now they can both play back. I think you can put McKinney up if you want to play a little bit more traditional and do a one high. I think Bullard has that kind of range. And he's really instinctive. So not only did he run a 4.47, we don't know his agility scores, but not only is he really fast, but he's got great instincts, which can make up for a lack of speed, but they can also really accent what you have. So, Andy was talking about his ball skills. I think that's really important as well. So they're great compliments. Love it. This has me so much more excited than I was coming into today, but I kind of figured I would be that way anyways.
The Lions also took Rakestraw. So they're doubling up on corner now too, which I really like that for them with Arnold. That's suddenly a position of strength over there in Detroit, which, I mean, I guess they're hosting the draft, but
they were already replacing some secondary, and then I know one of their corners is in legal trouble, Sutton, I think. And so some more uncertainty there, but yeah, the Lions now are one of those annoying teams that just drafts well.
How dare they?
Yeah.
So
really.
What do you think is going to be the scene in Green Bay next year? Like, how do we think this is going to play out? Because Detroit showed out, and I firmly believe that Green Bay is going to do the same thing, but like, we think it's going to be at Lambeau. Has that been confirmed yet? Are we going to get tailgating? Are they going to have to keep the parking lot kind of open for all the fans that are going to like swarm the stadium?
I assume the tailgating is going to leak into the communities. Because they're going to have to shut down a huge section of that part of Green Bay and Ashwaubenon. Like they're just going to have to. Parking is going to be crazy. I went. I had tickets, but then I ended up selling them to the Wisconsin LSU game at Lambeau Field several years ago, and it was like everybody just came out to party, and then like, oh, by the way, there's 80,000 people going into the stadium as well. So like I envision that times like 3. You don't have to give people in Northeast Wisconsin or Wisconsin in general an excuse to come to Green Bay to party in the spring, right? Like,
that is true.
We're going to be just past winter. People are going to want to get out. People are going to want to see this attraction. Like, it's going to be ridiculous. And How the Packers formatted, I think, will be really curious because I think there's a few different ways that they could do it. There might be kind of multiple locations, like the main stage, but then a lot of like viewing areas around like Titletown District and stuff. But it's going to be bonkers.
Let us know in the chat if you're coming to Green Bay, because I'm sure Pack-A-Day is going to have some fun things planned. But if you're coming next year, tell us where you're coming from and let us know where you found a hotel, because I heard that was impossible.
We're committing. Andy's going to host everybody.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He got a house on Shadow Lane for the weekend, and you're all invited.
Don't tell him when he comes back.
You're all invited. Yeah, keep it a secret.
I'm flying in. I'm committed to that. So I will be there. Absolutely beyond thrilled. I've never been to the draft live. I know it's not exactly the greatest spectator sport in the world, but I'm just so excited. I've been meaning to go to the draft for a long time. I had reservations for Vegas. I had reservations for Cleveland. None of them panned out because of the pandemic, but I'm so excited. Shea Broadad, yeah.
I love hearing how far and wide everyone is coming from too. Is anybody going to Brazil? Andrew, are you going to Brazil?
No. No, that is amazing though. Like, how cool is that?
That is very cool. I know a lot of people were like very hit or miss about it being the first game of the season, but I actually think that's the best time to do it. Give them a home game week 2. It's a Friday game, couple of days extra rest. You're not switching time zones incredibly, it's like 2 hours different instead of 6 or 7. But boy, is it a long plane ride.
Yeah, and it'll be against Cooper DeJean and the Philadelphia Eagles.
That is a good point. Let us know how this goes.
Jake, let us know how that works out.
All right, let's get some picks. We're seeing the Rakestraw reaction. Twitter is letting me down. I need to just subscribe to. Do we have Baltimore's pick yet?
I do not. I just want while we're waiting for that, I'll talk about the top of my board a little bit. So I have a couple of wide receivers still hanging out there that I think are really fun. I've talked about Troy Franklin an obnoxious amount, so I'll leave him alone. I really like Tez Walker out of North Carolina, and I think getting into the late second, early third, that's kind of where he belongs. So that'll be interesting. Yeah, Roger Rosengarten. That is totally a Ravens pick. If you've heard buzz about a player, just assume they're going to go to the Ravens if they're still on the board.
They somehow always just, Wiggins, like everybody that has a really high grade just sneakily ends up in Baltimore. But Andrew, I was reminded from, our co-host Kyle Fellows that on the Pack-A-Day mock draft, when we did our 10 minutes on the clock, we took Javon Bullard at 41 and Edge Cooper at 58. And look at us. Kyle apparently has to be GM from now on because I was bad at it.
That is, I completely blanked on that. And that was like 3 days ago. So yeah,
and we took it back on the first round. So depending on where Morgan is going,
absolutely. We nailed it. We should be the predictors. We'll have to remind Andy of how great we are at this when he comes back.
Absolutely. Mark, thank you for joining us all the way from India. That's incredible.
Oh. Yeah, I'm with you. The second round has been phenomenal, but that's what I expected. Last year, I just had to get out of the negative headspace of the LVN pick in the first round, and then I loved everything after that. And so, in looking back on it, I'm like, I had all these guys graded really high, except Jaden Reed. I just missed on him, but I loved Dontavian Wicks. I loved Carrington Valentine. I really loved what they did, but I was so salty about the first round pick. I just ignored all of that. And I really encourage people to, calm down. That was one of the nice things about the draft being one day years and years ago was you kind of knew who everybody was and there wasn't time to analyze the whole first round overnight. We're reactionary. That's okay.
You are more reactionary than me, though. I am always like, oh, I'll give it the benefit of the doubt.
I'll give you that.
New Zealand. This is great.
Awesome.
Let's see. This is I would be fully on board with this in round 3. Move up in the 3rd and get Benson. I don't know. Goody loves his draft picks. So we'll see. I think now he's got a lot of flexibility to kind of climb around, and we'll see what he does with those. I don't know if he's going to make, was he got 10 more now that he made his 2 picks in the second, but lot of capital. And he say too, like, hey, our roster is pretty much full at this point, especially if they want to get some UDFAs. So there's probably going to be some releases on Sunday morning, or maybe not, like as early as Sunday. But
the nice thing about having that many picks is you can take some gambles, right? Like, so if there's somebody that you're like, we're really high on this player, but they have an injury concern, injury question mark, like, then that's okay. Like, maybe it's okay to take a 3rd round gamble on them, knowing that you're going to have a couple of 4th round picks, a 5th round pick, several 6th round picks to kind of back up those selections as well.
Poland. Oop, I clicked the wrong one. Okay. Well, thoughts, Andrew? Canada.
We're losing it right now, but all over the world, we did a Pack-A-Day segment last summer. It was your idea, Maggie, of course.
We're trying to do it again.
Yeah, to highlight some international fans, and I think it would be really fun to do that again. It's so cool. Like, I lived in Wisconsin my entire life, moved to Southern California a couple of years ago. And really to be able to see that there are, Packer fans all over the place. There's 3 Packers bars just in San Diego. And so, like, to see the passion, not just here, but then like internationally, how cool that is. I have a feeling that stadium in Brazil is going to be pretty heavy green and gold, and it will be rocking.
Oh, okay. So the Chiefs traded up 1 pick with San Fran to get a tackle, which I think makes a lot of sense. I like that pick a lot.
Which one?
BYU.
You just don't want to pronounce it.
I know my strengths.
You can just say Kingsley.
Some of them.
Kingsley S.
That's true.
Suamatataya. No, that's not right. I tried. But yeah, so what did the Chiefs do in the 1st round? Xavier Worthy. That's right. So, I know Lodi very well.
Which is fun. Xavier Worthy is just awesome.
Xavier Worthy's fun for them, but then they bounce back. They get the developmental tackle.
Who was it? I don't remember.
That they traded up 1 spot.
Yeah, they just swapped picks, and I don't know what. I didn't see the rest of the.
It was like a 5th for a 4th or something, but a decent amount to give up to move up 1 spot. So then the 49ers are on the board, and then round 2 is done. Kind of went pretty fast.
Did it? It's been 2.5 hours.
Has it really?
Yeah, it's almost 8:30.
Not for me. So the board, I think for Packers preferences kind of has taken some hits, but still some interesting names out there. Safety Jaden Hicks, depending on what they think about Peyton Wilson at linebacker. I think the running backs pretty much have your pick right now. Who was the running back that went? Jonathan Brooks.
Yeah, just Brooks. What do you? Do you think the Niners could take one? I mean, I know they have McCaffrey, sure, but like,
yeah, their backups for a while have been Elijah Mitchell, and I guess Jordan Mason's relatively new. But how much faith do they have in either of those 2 guys? Should McCaffrey actually miss some time, although he seemingly has found a monkey's paw or something. The guy could not stay healthy in Carolina, like just could not. And then suddenly he comes to San Francisco and he's getting 80 carries a game, 80 touches a game. Never gets hurt. It's wild. Ooh. Maybe they would look at a wide receiver in the 3rd round.
Are you talking about the
Baker. Which one did you say?
Are you talking about for the Packers or the Niners?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the Niners just took Ronaldo Green. So he was a fun option for the Packers at corner, but that's okay. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think they switch back to offense, or do you think we're going to see more defense? Because I feel like corner is very much in play in the 3rd round here.
Yeah, I think bolstering the depth there is going to be really important. So if there's somebody they like, I do think corner is a position that you can also address in the 4th, 5th round and be okay, as long as you're not relying on that person to be a starter on day one. But maybe you find a diamond in the rough like they did with Carrington Valentine. D-line and corner like that. Ray Davis, I love Ray Davis, but he's 24. So third round on, okay, that's cool with me because he's probably only going to play one contract. TJ Tampa, that's a good call.
We're getting a mix of players and locations, so
you could convince me that Galway, Ireland, is the name of a player.
Oh yeah. Galway would be a sweet football name.
McMillan, yeah. That I was thinking McMillan from the wide receiver from Washington, or Javon Baker, the wide receiver from UCF. I don't think the Packers necessarily feel like they need to take a wide receiver, but I think it is a little overstated how much depth they have there, because there's some guys that are probably fringe roster guys that we just happen to like because they're on our team. I don't think Malik Heath is irreplaceable.
I think we're too chill. I think we need something to happen. Andrew, do something crazy.
I don't. What do you want me to do?
I don't know. I'm the host.
I can't find Renardo. Okay, here he is. Sorry, I've been looking for Renardo Green. I have this thing that if I don't mark somebody off on my sheet right now, I'm going to mistakenly say they're available later, and then I will get mocked incessantly. Jermaine Burton, if he didn't have the off the field concerns, absolutely. I think he'd actually already be gone. But if they're willing to take a risk on him, I think he's more of a day 3 guy, just because there have been a lot of rumors of like some weird personality stuff going on there.
Let's see. Any love?
But on the field, he's fun.
I think there's a lot of love for a 3rd round running back.
Big time. And we, Perry, you and I kind of discussed this, right? Like, what flavor do the Packers feel like they need? Do they go with Braylon Allen, and then you just
Isaac Garindo? Not today. Not today.
Yeah, please, not in the 3rd
day
round.
3 would be.
And Isaac Garindo probably is going to be a really good special teams player. So as a 3rd running back, if they're confident that Dylan's going to make the roster, or that Emmanuel Wilson's going to take that next step, Garindo probably does make a lot of sense. Yeah. I don't even know who the Locked On Bucks host is. But we have Nathan on Packaday, and Nathan is like the #1 Bucks guy on Twitter. So
why your nightmare? Let's talk about this, Alan. I want to know why they're your nightmare. Because I think Bordellini is like a very much Packer pick. I don't know if they would do it, but he fits what they look for as far as interior.
And I'm a Wisconsin homer, and as a homer, I'm usually harder on the Wisconsin players than I should be. I like Bordellini a lot, as long as he never snaps the ball. Like, every snap, it was so frustrating watching Wisconsin this year, because like every snap was low, or he would like loft it in. Yes. Thank you. Alan, you and I, same page. Yeah, it was so frustrating, because the quarterback would have to wait for the snap, and like everything would be going on around, and he'd still be waiting to catch the ball. Camille is on Locked On Bucks.
Yeah, she was just on Packaday yesterday.
Yeah, she was on last night.
She should call Andy.
I like Camille a lot. I don't have the capacity to listen to an NBA podcast, but that's the one I would, obviously. Pooney and Wright. Yeah. That's good. I don't like Dominic Pooney, but I get it. Like, if they pick him, I'm happy. I'll move on. I just don't have him graded very high, but I get that he is like the Packers guy. Brandon Coleman, I think, is probably somebody I prefer a little bit more. Jalen Wright, if he's the pick, I'll get on board. Again, don't like him, but I don't have him graded very high. But if he is, like, Jalen Wright is like when you try to hold down the turbo button in Madden and you just run straight into the line. Like,
So you mean the premier strategy of Madden?
Well, sort of, yeah.
Aaron Rodgers gets a weapon. How do we feel about this?
Oh, wow. That's a fun one. Corley with the ball in his hands. Super fun. Don't ask him to run routes.
The chat took a turn. Guys, Andy's never gonna let me do this again. We need to like.
I just finished writing my doctoral dissertation, so I have read books. I have read a bunch of journal articles. Do you care to hear some really boring things about paying for college?
I think Zach Zinter is also very much in play for the Packers. Like that's a
total Packers pick. Big Ten offensive lineman, versatile interior guy, long time starter. Oh, thank you. I could only carry that out for a week of having that on my Twitter profile. Yes, Jake.
I haven't played Madden in so long.
AJ Dillon seemed lighter in the pictures that I saw of him in some early workouts. So I'm hoping that maybe he shed a few pounds, but it's an educational leadership.
Nerd. Yeah, he did tell us 8:30, Gary. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, we can't trust him.
John, congrats to your son. That's awesome.
Thank you, John.
Is that your dog? Or is that just a dog that you like? I'm asking the tough questions. Boy, what time is it there? 2:30? 3:30 in the morning?
Man.
Jeez.
European fans and people like New Zealand's probably early, but like for folks like when we did the international series and some of the guests that we had on are talking about having to wake up at like 2:30 a.m. to watch the game live. Yeah. Like that is dedication that I can't even imagine. It's super cool. Marshawn Lloyd is really high on quite a few people that I trust boards, and
I like him a lot.
Yeah, he's a sneaky pick. I think I watched him too early, honestly. We're
trying. We're gonna be here for another 2.5 hours, so we gotta.
Green Bay's not even on the ticker yet, so we're killing some time. So there's some players I really like that I don't think the Packers even necessarily consider unless it's like much later. Cedric Van Pran, the interior offensive lineman from Georgia. I really like him. He can play center, but he's probably not really the fit. Bummer.
I like that for Arizona though. That's fun.
That's good for them. And at some point, James Conner is going to fall apart based on the number of carries he's gotten over the last several years. Kalen Bullock, a safety / slot corner from USC. He is not a Packers type, but I love him. I think he's really fun. Somebody mentioned Jalen McMillan, the wide receiver from Washington earlier. He's like the third Washington wide receiver. Also, I think like a really fun value pick round 3 and on. There's
this is so motivating and so sad.
We haven't had the second tight end.
Thing. We're all caffeinated up now. I'm going to switch to alcohol when Andy comes back, but I can't leave you alone.
I am going to have to take a non-Andy Herman sanctioned bathroom break at some point because I am on I'm halfway through my mixed drink and almost all the way through my energy drink. And
halfway through your hurricane.
Hey, now I would like to point out this was my grandfather's Packers glass. Very vintage. Love it.
All right, go get it, Andrew. That's how we're going to fill the last bit of time before Andy comes back. What's your thesis statement? Go.
And Andy comes back in the chat and everybody's asleep.
It drops to like 5 viewers. He's back.
Oh. We were just talking about you.
Oh, great. Yes, I am back. Thank you so much for covering for me while I was out.
We did present an open invitation to anybody in the chat that wants to stay with you for the draft next year.
Oh, perfect. That's amazing.
Gave out your address. Hope that's okay.
Ooh, Trey Benson just went, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, Cardinals.
What else did I miss? Who else got taken as I was trying to work?
Jets took a receiver.
Malachi Corley.
Saw that one. Anything else fun, exciting?
Aaron Rodgers put the little eye emoji, so he is happy.
Oh, great.
He put period eye emoji hashtag. What does that mean?
So, all right, Cole Bishop, Ennis. Oh my God, Ennis Rakestraw to the lines. That's like most. But why are they taking Arnold and Rakestraw though? That's interesting. Rosengarten to the Ravens. Suamataea. Don't have to say his name anymore. Good luck, Kansas City. Renardo Green to the Niners. I love that pick. Niners are having a fun draft.
Andy, the chat needs to know if you peed while you were gone.
No comment.
Now the whole juju is off.
Yeah, now they're gonna just pick punters the rest of the way. Yeah. So all right, where was I at? Malachi Corley to the Jets. Cardinals. Who did we just say they took? Oh yeah,
Trey Benson.
All right, and we still got what 88 to 66, about 22 picks away. Not bad. Don't even say it, Maggie.
I work at a UW school.
I have nothing. I like UW schools.
I got my bachelor's and master's from 2 different UW schools.
Matt.
I was recording a video, Matthew, of Edrian Cooper and Javon Bullard. Sheepers. I'm all business. Did I miss anything fun in the chat? Spending $2. Give me Storm Duck. Storm Duck is a great draft name and just an all-time epic. What Smoke Monday was a couple years ago.
Steel Chambers is
Steel
a linebacker.
Chambers is another
that's
one.
a good one.
That's like that.
Storm Duck could have gotten all of the NIL money if you would have just transferred to Oregon.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Like, can you imagine Duck on the back of your jersey? That sells itself.
Your
guy's gone. Your guy's gone. Brandon Coleman's gone.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I thought you meant Oladapo, and I was gonna cry.
Oh no, sorry. All right, Jade, super chat for holding it down without Andy. Nice job, love it. They are incredible. Andrew and Maggie do such an amazing job, along with Kyle Fellows every single week. It's unbelievable the consistency that you guys have, and you guys are just such an amazing team, and love listening to you guys every single week. So
Kyle reminded us that we hit on our 10 minutes on the clock exercise. We took Fashanu in the first, so obviously that was a miss, but still the position. And then we took Javon Bullard at 41 and Edge Cooper at 58. So if you swap them, we
love it.
Yeah.
The Patriots took the first player that I have not scouted yet, or I had not watched any tape on.
Tracks.
Yeah, very much so. I went and looked at like 10 different top 100 boards. And if anyone was on a top 100 board on anywhere, period, I made sure I watched them so I would have at least those gone. But here we're in round 3 now, right?
Yes.
Early round 3. They take it.
68.
See, Chicago's on the ticker. We're finally getting,
Caden Wallace from Penn State. Did you watch him, Andrew? Or either of you guys? Caden Wallace from Penn State?
Remind me of his position.
Offensive line.
I wrote his name down. And there was nothing next to it.
Yeah, I didn't watch him. That was my first one. What was I doing in that? I was recording, not in the bathroom. I was not recording a video. That the Pack-A-Day OnlyFans is still a few years away.
You can't put that on YouTube. You'll get shadow banned.
If I do what? If I from the bathroom?
The bathroom video. Yeah.
I thought you meant if I say OnlyFans. I'm like, oh my God, what did I just do?
Now you can't monetize. Sorry.
That's a problem. We've got problems. And I guess we are going to OnlyFans. Next year's draft show is going to be a lot different.
How confident are you in your feet, Andy? Is there?
Well, I've actually been holding out. They're actually beautiful. I just haven't. I've been saving them for the world. This is really off track.
This This was the whole time you were gone. So
Yeah.
sorry,
Yeah.
this was our fault.
All right, my video finally uploaded, so I'm going to upload this to Twitter really quick. Give me 2 seconds.
I was saying before, Maggie, we still haven't gotten the second tight end yet. So kind of interesting. I think Theo Johnson from Penn State.
Oh, we got Sanat, right? If you're counting Sanat as a tight end.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right.
I know.
Okay, well.
Again, I'm going to be insufferable for at least 10 minutes.
Ooh, the chat wants to talk about Javon Bullard's feet. Any comments?
No. Pack a day after dark.
Fast.
We got to get Tyler Herrick in here. Pack a day after dark. Whatever happened to Packers after dark? That was such a great concept.
It was fun.
I was very offended, though, to Herrick that I never got to be on Packers after dark. I'm just saying.
The chat nominated you to go on Locked On Bucks tomorrow also. So if you can fit that into your schedule during the third day.
I want to go with Camille on Locked On Bucks. So if Camille is somehow watching, and I have not yet been on Locked On Bucks. Also, Camille, you have a wrestling podcast, and I've yet to be on your wrestling podcast. So I'm very bitter about some things right now.
So that's a good name.
I forgot that you. I forgot. That's a great picture too, by the way. What did the?
Yes.
What are those called? Those aren't AT-ATs. Are they AT-ATs? I always forget which ones which.
That is the. Yeah, because the ATST is the chicken walker.
That's what I thought.
Just all glazed. Just
cone of shame.
Colson.
No.
To Harbaugh. That tracks.
Yeah.
I didn't.
I can't believe he didn't take the running back.
Corum. Maybe he thinks he can get him later.
Yeah. When do they pick again? They're not on the tracker, so.
Sorry, just finishing up here.
All right, I'm gonna take my mandatory 5-minute break for working 4 hours.
Andy also has
Make
to
sure you
record
clock
a,
out.
also has to record a video.
And then
All right, Maggie, you're on your own for 2 minutes as I finish this up.
I'll be back shortly.
All right, we'll see you in a second, Andrew.
I will sing a song. Just kidding.
I accidentally minimized everything instead of.
Somehow, some way, there are still 1,000 of you in here, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
That is very fun.
Absolutely amazing. And again, thank you. Oh my God, Christian Haynes is still available?
What pick are we at now? We are at pick 69.
Give me.
I feel like you did that on purpose. Most hated Minnesota. I feel like that was
definitely on purpose.
That was intentional.
Start giving me more offensive linemen. Is Cooper Beebe still available? Cooper Beebe, Christian Haynes, Dominic Pooney.
Yeah.
There are far too many. No, the background's not crooked. The microphone is crooked for me getting too excited, probably over Chris Middleton missing shots and he didn't miss shots today, but not being able to get a rebound. But thank you, Matt. Appreciate you looking out for me, bud. I'm not here. I just left the tab open. Hey, tell us what bar you left the tab open at, and we'll see you there.
Let's see. The picks feel like they're, funneling in a little slower now.
I need to fix my lighting because I changed it and I can't see the draft anymore, which is a problem. So 1 second.
He really did leave me alone. All right, guys, send in some fun chats while I'm here.
I'm still here.
I had a baby, Gary. My body is, it's tough.
All right. Much better.
All right. Now I'm leaving the chat alone.
All right. I'm not leaving until Tyler Owens is drafted. All right. We're going to read this. I needed to know Dokar about Tyler Owens. I don't know anything about Tyler Owens. So this is our very special Tyler Owens portion of the chat. Tyler Owens, I turned right to the page. This is what was meant to happen in life. All right. We're going to get to the good parts. I don't care about his life.
Chat, what kind of beer should I get? Should I get a stout? Should I get an IPA? What are we feeling?
I don't care about his life.
So Tyler Owens, his strengths, outstanding physical traits. I'm going to read it in a very poetic reading.
Pretend it's your dissertation for reasons.
Outstanding physical traits with a rare size speed combination. Springy athlete. That's his word. Springy. Springy athlete who accelerates to top gear almost immediately and sustains it to chase down plays in pursuit. Comfortably matches receivers and tight ends and has the ability to undercut throws. Covers ground quickly and flashes a burst to close late on ball carriers. Looks like a linebacker with his build and length. Willing alley player and will explode through ball carriers. That seems like it's good. When he stays square, long arms and strong hands help on drag down tackles. Extensive special teams background, 546 career snaps with 10 tackles and 2 block punts over his career. Hello, Rich Bisaccia. Undeveloped instincts and anticipation. That's not good. Leaving him in constant game of catch up. Takes too many false steps and falls into traps set by the offense. Below average ball skills and won't create turnovers. Only 1 career interception. It does not lack for physicality, but his angles and breakdown skills are inconsistent and lead to misses. Ineffective as a blitzer. Battled quad and ankle injuries as super senior. Missed 3 games. Took until his super senior season to become a full-time starter, and his inexperience shows up often. A 1-year starter at Texas Tech. This is a really long report. 1-year starter at Texas Tech. Owens played strong safety and star roles in their defense. A former 5-star recruit at Texas. He transferred to Lubbock and was inconsistent when he got on the field. Just 961 career snaps. His combined production over 5 seasons would be modest for 1 season. Unsurprisingly, Owens' rangy athleticism landed him a spot on Bruce Feldman's freaks list, although his underdeveloped play recognition holds him back from making plays in coverage. His physicality stands out as a high-speed collision tackler, but he needs better consistency in that area. Overall, Owens boasts first-round physical traits in his length and explosive speed, but his key and diagnose skills have yet to mature and would make him a liability on an NFL field. A move to linebacker might be in his future, and his impact on special teams could be his saving grace for making an NFL roster. 7th round to priority free agents. We lost like 100 people as I was reading the scouting report, but it was worth it. It was definitely
Everyone's
worth it.
suggesting beers I don't have, guys. I don't live in a Festival Foods, but
That's your first mistake.
just bring a sleeping bag. They are open 24 hours.
Zombie apocalypse, go to festival.
Absolutely. Or Quick Trip.
Quick Trip, yeah. I was just watching the Caden Wallace film on NFL Network because I had never seen him before. Trying to see if I really missed out on something.
All right, I'm getting beer. Does anyone need anything while I'm up?
Could you get me some chips?
Yeah. The crunch in the microphone will be great. Everyone will love that.
Chips sound amazing.
I have some, but I'm concerned about the noise as well, so we'll hold off. Kind of some interesting names left. Some wide receivers that are still around. I kind of had that like 2nd round buzz.
Is your guy still there?
Yeah, Troy Franklin.
That to me, that's very surprising. I thought he'd be gone by now.
He is, I think, one of the only receivers in this class that had over 3 yards per route run against man and zone coverage, which is like, I get his deficiencies. He's super skinny. But yeah, I'm surprised somebody hasn't taken a flyer on him.
All right, I can see you again, Andrew. I had to take a second to reorganize my screen. Chris, thoughts on tonight? I'm thrilled. I am absolutely thrilled on tonight so far. There's just not much to be upset about. I mean, I'm sure everyone will find a way because that's what we do. But Edrian Cooper was immediately like, again, if you told me they took Edrian Cooper at 25, while a bit of a reach, I would not have been super upset by it. If you told me that they took Javon Bullard at 41, I would not have been upset by it. And, then again, you talk about even I said yesterday or 2 days ago, before they even took Jordan Morgan, I said if they took Jordan Morgan at 41, I'd be totally fine with it. That's a good pick there. So to me, they've got 3 guys who are going to be able to come in, compete, great versatility. I'm very, very happy with where they're at right now. With 2 picks still in the 3rd round, picked up an extra 5th and a 6th round pick. Wouldn't surprise me at all if we start getting about 8 to 10 picks from now and we see Green Bay move up using maybe some of those picks that they already were able to, accumulate. I definitely think we could see something like that here. So I'm very, very pleased with where things are at. And I think they're going to get 2 more really good players. Hopefully more than that. But I think just today, I think they're going to get 2 more really good players.
Yeah, I think there's still a little bit of defensive line edge depth there. I don't know if they're all their types, but Jaden Hicks is still floating around if they wanted to double dip at safety. There's a ton of running backs.
Bob, I will just answer this really quick. First of all, what have they got? Like 14 now, 14 or 15, right? Something like that. I've said they have 30, in my opinion, they have 31 roster locks going into the draft. And you have got that's 22 open roster spots, not including injuries. And they want competition everywhere. If they go with 14, 15 draft picks, those guys will be able to come in and compete. And if you have to cut a couple guys like a Grant Dubose and a Lou Nichols at the end of camp, so be it. Like you can break a few eggs to make an omelet. That's totally fine. And last year they made a delicious omelet, and I'm very happy if they do so again this year. And we've seen, Trevin Wallace off to the Panthers. It's a little bit of an early selection, not super high, but yeah. So I'm totally fine with them taking more picks. And if they have to cut a couple of them at the end, no harm, no foul. Let them compete in training camp. Maggie Loney.
Did you guys talk mad shit about me while I was gone?
How'd you know? Are you listening?
Yeah, I just held the YouTube up to my ear while I
saw Mark in the chat earlier, so I knew better than to talk any crap.
Spies. So can I tell my story now? I meant to tell this when Andy was gone, but I forgot. This was totally about a joke somebody made in the chat that the Packers were going to trade up as soon as you left. And when I was in college, I was interning at Fox 11 in Green Bay. And so I got to run their draft coverage for the year. That was like my reward for being their lackey for all of that time. And that was the year the Packers drafted AJ Hawk. And so that was back when the draft was one day and you just had to like grind through the whole thing. And so we were sitting in the slog of the second round. Packers are on the clock. And I always had to be ready because I had to write down the notes, take them up to, the control room. And then Drew Smith, the anchor at the time, would read off. Like they would cut into whatever programming was going on and they would just talk about the Packers pick. So the Packers are on the clock. I'm all ready to go. They trade down like 15, 20 picks. So we're like, okay, well, we got like an hour. Relax. All of a sudden, they jump all the way back up, like 2 or 3 picks later. They pick some guy named Greg Jennings, who I had never heard of. Because this is 2006, right? Like, not a lot of intensive draft guides. So I had to make up 3 bullet points on the spot. And I was like, crafty route runner, good hands, quick with the ball. And it's like, oh, I'm really glad that worked out because they happen to be true, because I just totally panicked and made it up.
That's amazing. You should have just went with Juicy is your biggest thing here. Just went with Juicy. Andrew, we need 3 bullet points and they bring it up and it just says Juicy.
Juicy, more juicy.
I hope that's what happened to the intern on NFL Network tonight that was supposed to do the 3 bullet points. He just put Juicy. I've already forgot who it's for. Bradley, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate that. All right. Andy, what offensive lineman is left that fits the Packers the best? Still a big fan of Puny. Cooper Cooper Beebe is still out there. That definitely could be somebody that they take a look at. Bordeloni, I think, fits. Mahogany, Mason McCormick, Kieran Amagaji. I think everyone else got taken, but there's still quite a few players out there. Anyway, Zach Zinter, maybe.
Yeah, the chat did mention Zinter too a little bit ago.
Yep, I saw that. Oh, Christian Haynes is still there. I didn't have Christian Haynes on my Packers specific board simply because I didn't think they were just going to go like guard only. And like, I don't know, he's not like a perfect, but like, hell yeah, sign me the hell up. Talked with Justice about him a little bit. Justice won his bet today. He said there'd be a 50% chance that they get one of the Coopers today. And we got one of them in Edrian.
I love Cedric Van Pran.
Yeah, he's good too. Good center. Probably some guard versatility, I would say too, but definitely a good center. So let's go back to, if I can find it, my 25 most likely Packers. See how many left are here. Pooney is still left. Morgan they took. Guyton's gone. Suamataea is now gone. Mason Smith is gone. Marshawn Nealon's gone. Edrian Cooper's a Packer. Peyton Wilson's still out there, right? That's an interesting name. Javon Bullard they took. Blake Fisher is gone. Roger Rosengarten's gone. Mason McCormick's still out there. Brandon Coleman just went. Trevin Wallace just went. Renardo Green is gone. Jerrion Jones, the corner. That would be a name in round 3 that would be of interest. He was a top 30 visit. Isaac Guarendo, the running back out of Louisville. Donovan Jennings would be a late day 3 / undrafted guy from South Florida. Jalen Sundell, same thing from North Dakota State. Same thing with Nick Gargiulo from off South Carolina, Trey Benson, he got taken, right? Trey Benson gone. Jalen Carley's is still out there. Oladapo, Maggie's guy still out there. Jaden Hicks still out there, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Jaden Hicks, I don't think they doubled down, but that's an interesting one. And Eric Watts, the edge out of UConn. Cam Hart, the corner from Notre Dame, would be a potential guy that I had. What did Aaron say? I missed that.
About Jerrion Jones, that he's going to be a Bear now.
That's probably true. Cam Hart from Notre Dame would be an interesting one that was on my honorable mentions. Cole Bishop is gone, and then Tanner Bortolini was also. Doesn't Bortolini sound like such an amazing Italian dish? I'll take 2 Bortolinis. What would be in a Bortolini?
It'd be a very floaty pasta, like his snaps.
Just something that's like, I don't even know where to go with that.
Light
and airy.
Can you call pasta light though? Like,
I don't know. Come on, Maggie. We're just trying to play with the metaphor.
One of my
tortellini floats when it's done. It was right there for you.
The Bortolini. I like Mason McCormick from South Dakota State.
Yeah, big time. One of my favorite guys in this draft. And he will maul you too. He's got some relative asshole score in his DNA. Have you guys not heard me say that yet? I've said on multiple occasions on the show, I'm like, I'm done with relative athletic score on defense. I need relative asshole score on defense. I need obviously he's a guard or center, but I need some more relative assholes on this team. So I'm looking at relative asshole score. But Jerrion Jones, he's good on the relative asshole score. I'll put him up there. He's got a little bit of that swagger to him.
Does Morgan have that? Because that was like, TJ Lang was a good example. Oh, there's the dog. The dog does not like Jordan Morgan, apparently.
Bortolini is just canned SpaghettiOs. Oy vey. TJ Tampa still out there too, right?
Yeah.
Jalen Wright still out there. That's a fun one. There's some really fun running backs still out there. TJ Tampa, Cedric Gray. I don't think, again, they're going to double up on linebacker, but that's a fun one. Jalen McMillan at wide receiver is a Packers type.
Yep.
Troy Franklin at wide receiver. Marshawn Lloyd at running back. Cooper Beebe. Brandon Dorless is somebody I could see them being interested in along the defensive line.
Javon Bullard in his presser said that they asked him what positions that he thinks he can play, and he said, I don't think I know I can play all 3 positions in the secondary. So
beautiful. Apparently he had a very did you say that he had a really fun interview?
It's what it seemed like, yeah.
Oh, BB's gone.
BB's
gone. Cowboys took BB. That's a very Cowboys-y pick.
Yeah.
Daniel Jeremiah was just saying that the Packers were in danger of replacing the Eagles as the destination for all the Georgia players.
Yeah. They like I guess the scout that did the press conference after they took him, after they took Bullard, somebody asked him about taking all the Georgia players. He's like, some of the other teams are taking them too. We can't get all of them, unfortunately. Like he was like messing around and joking around, being like, yeah, we would like all of them.
Kyle's going to be devastated that Trevin Wallace is off the board.
Yeah. Braylon Trice just went to the Falcons too. That's another really fun. I don't think he was probably going to be Green Bay's type at all, but really, really like him as a player. He got the best of Jordan Morgan on a couple occasions.
I know he's been mentioned already, but I just lost him. Oh, Dwayne Carter out of Duke, the defensive lineman. I think like that's a position that I could easily see them going in the 3rd, and that's a player that I would imagine they're going to like quite a bit.
I like
Austin Booker's still available.
Matt's comment that Green Bay is finally on the ticker. That is big. We are getting close.
Oh.
That's be exciting.
Ooh, spicy. Meaning that they're on the ticker. I got nothing else.
Forklifts, defensive tackles. That is great for Cooper Beebe. I know it's 2 words and we said 1 word, but that.
Oh, Richie Incognito is a fantastic comp. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Oh, I'm mad. There's Deuce Vaughn, by the way. Dallas Cowboy running behind Cooper Beebe, Dallas Cowboy. All right. Chris Rosebrook. The way the board is developing, trade up for Bob Genghis Khan and hope that Socrates Johnson falls to us. Don't know how I could argue with that, Chris.
It's enlightening.
It is enlightening. Neither of those are Storm Duck, unfortunately. So I'm going to have to say they're going to have to go in a different direction. Thomas is saying solid draft so far. Well, okay. Richie Cognito, the player, is a comp I would want. Richie Incognito, the person, is maybe not the comp I would want, but each their own.
I just love going to the draft room and watching them all celebrate with each other. It gets me every time.
What are we thinking of Dallas's draft here? Guyton, Nealand, and Beebe. It's a pretty solid draft.
I'm kind of surprised they haven't gone running back, but I think again it's indicative of how everyone feels about this class. But I do love the Benson fit in Arizona.
If I told you that there was a team that went Guyton, Nealand, Beebe with their first 3 picks, would you have said yes or no that it was the Packers draft?
It would have been in my top 3.
It would definitely been that's a very Packers-y draft.
Ever since Stephen Jones told his dad he couldn't draft Johnny Manziel, I feel like the Cowboys have really, really changed their philosophy.
Do you want to know my biggest pet peeve in the world? No, okay.
Unless we're doing it right now.
No. For any of you who use Twitter notifications, if you leave Twitter open and your phone's unlocked or whatever, and then you look at your phone and you start reading the notifications that are on your lock screen, and then they just all disappear because once you unlock it, Twitter's open in the background. So you lose all of the things that you wanted to read. That happens to me so often, and it is the most annoying thing in the world.
Okay, so cut me off if there's an interesting pick, but I think this is...
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
The timeline right now on Twitter is talking about Goody and Ryan Wood, I believe it was. It went by too fast, Andy. Mine synced right when you said it. But he said that drafting Jordan Love gives Goody permanent legacy status. Thoughts? Is it too early to call it?
Wait. How did that come up between Ryan Wood and Brian Gutekunst?
No, it wasn't Goody. It was somebody responding to Wood and just said, Ryan Wood said, given that he drafted Love, he kind of earned legacy status.
I'm willing to say, let's give it a little bit more time. I know Jordan was awesome last year. He won a playoff game. I have all the faith in the world in Jordan. He's the guy, the franchise QB. I think he can get to a very, very high ceiling as a quarterback in this league. But I think legacy status in Green Bay means that you won a Super Bowl.
That's chat's going there with you. I agree.
I think if you want to be a legacy GM, and I know this is coach and GM and everything, but if you want to be with Lombardi, if you want to be with obviously Ron Wolf and Mike Holmgren, if you want to be with McCarthy and Thompson, you got to win a Super Bowl. There's no other way around it. If they, all right, let me ask you this: if they did a Buffalo Bills and they went to 4 straight Super Bowls and lost all of them, do you get legacy status for that? I think yes.
Yeah, I feel
yes. If you went to 4 straight Super Bowls, even if you lost all, because I would say this: if you went to 4 straight Super Bowls, that's not on the GM. The GM clearly gave you enough talent to win some Super Bowls. That's more on the coach that didn't get you across the finish line or a player that didn't. So I would say if you were a Buffalo Bills and you lost 4 Super Bowls or whatever, they lost. Was it 4 straight or what was it?
It was 4 straight. Yeah,
man. I knew that and I just said it out loud, but when you say it out loud like that, it really sounds insane. How do you lose 4 straight Super Bowls?
I can't imagine being a team that's been to 4 and hasn't won any of them, and just how embarrassing.
How embarrassing. How embarrassing.
Sure.
I hate that.
The Packers were really bad when I was like little, and so I adopted the Bills as my team. So that was my earliest experience with massive disappointment in the playoffs.
Did the Bears really take Troy Franklin? If so, that is overkill.
I'm looking, but
If that's like overkill at wide receiver, if they did.
I mean, do we think Keenan Allen? I know he said like, "Oh, I'm going to be here long term," but maybe he's a
maybe they
one-year
cut him
rental.
because Caleb needed number 13. they had to cut Keenan Allen.
The Bears do need an offensive line to play, right? Like, are they aware of that?
He was joking. Subterfuge.
Let's
dun. Wild card.
I heard you say let's get that T-shirt, and I'm just waiting for it.
Did they take Amagaji? That's a good pick for them. If they did, if people are just saying things now, I'm very proud of you.
I would like that pick a lot for them.
Meaning that because you don't like him, or because you like him and you're actually being complimentary of the Bears?
I'm being complimentary, which feels gross, but
yeah, it does feel gross.
It's a good fit.
The Bears are going to be a problem, I think, honestly, and that's okay. You know what? I want Green Bay to be up to the challenge.
Yeah. Except, can we I'm putting this out there. Can we not have week 2 opener against the NFC North? I desperately want like the Texans. I think that would be so fun. CJ Stroud coming to Lambeau for the Lambeau opener. Like, I am so sick of starting the season against the NFC North. It drives me nuts. We've done it too many times. The
Eagles, at least, you get in Brazil to start.
Right. I mean,
yeah, but home opener, I get you. Jonah Ellis to the Broncos. Did we find out who the Bears took?
I think it was the tackle.
Oh, they did get Amagaji?
Is that confirmed?
I'm trying to find out.
I haven't seen it. I have not seen it. But Jonah Ellis,
I'm just saying, like, all of this talent that the Bears have, their current depth chart is sitting at Braxton Jones at left tackle, unproven. I don't know. He was solid, I guess. Tevin Jenkins at left guard, who has not been good thus far. Maybe he takes a third-year jump. Their center position is like nobody. It's Ryan Bates, Coleman Shelton. I don't know. Nate Davis seems like a solid right guard, and Darnell Wright seemed to be coming on as a right tackle, but offensive line's a problem for them.
Yeah.
So I love what they have outside of that, but it's problematic. And also their defensive line was atrocious last year. Maybe they get some second-year development, but I would be concerned.
All right, so they did get Amagaji for Chicago. Trice is a pick I really like too for the Broncos. Or sorry, Ellis, excuse me. It's a very fun draft.
The chat, what numbers do we pick at? We have 88 and 91.
All right, should we start building? How many picks we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my God, I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right, we're a little too far away still to do a big board. We'll get one going maybe like 5, 6 picks from now. Because Green Bay is going to be trading up here soon. They're going to be trading up.
I would just say this about the legendary status thing. Like, the Packers were the youngest team in the league last year. They were in serious danger of not making the playoffs. And so, like, I know we have a lot of optimism because they were hot to end of the year. They looked amazing in their playoff run. But also, I think we need to take it with a grain of salt, too. Like, this is still a very, very young team, still pretty unproven. And, like, this year might be a little rougher than we think it's going to be. The Packers back in 2010 went through this. Actually, the year they won the Super Bowl, it didn't look like they were going to make the playoffs. And, the year after having a pretty decent run. So, I just always say, like, cautious optimism. I think everybody's on the right track, but let's see it play out before we start naming streets after people.
Agreed. The second player that I did not watch just went. We have a trade, but it's not the Packers. Texans are on the clock. The Raiders took Delmar Glaze, just great name. No idea who that is.
Fantastic name.
He's a safety from Maryland.
Sure. No, he's an offensive tackle from Maryland.
Oh,
At
I was
least
thinking
that-
Bo Braid.
Jordan Schultz says he's an offensive tackle from Maryland.
He actually is position versatile, does both.
Offensive tackle, safety.
His back pedal, incredible.
I got confused because Delmar Glaze made my all-name team, but I didn't actually scout him.
What's really more important?
I do put out an all-name team every year that gets like 4 likes. So
Do you know
it's
Elliot
well
Wolf
worth
used
the
to do that?
research.
Elliot Wolf used to do that when he was in Green Bay. He used to put out an all-name team on Twitter, and now he's running the draft show for New England.
Tony Scheffler looks awesome.
Was that who he
He just
was? I
made-
was wondering who that was. I had no idea.
I was like, I don't know who this guy is picking for the Broncos, but he's my hero.
One of my fears right now is that I'm going to take a big drink of brisk, and one of you guys is going to say something funny. And
Goals.
live stream, I'm just going to burst everywhere. I think I might be done drinking because I'm already very worried about it.
Delmar Glaze. The next
It's a
time
great
you
name.
Take a drink. That's what we're gonna say.
I thought you said when I say Delmar Glaze, take a drink. I'm like, you literally. So for all the rest of the times that he comes up tonight,
Maggie and I can just spam the name.
do you think that an orangutan could say Delmar Glaze?
No.
Do you think that orangutans could sign like gorillas can?
No, they're dumb. I have no idea if that's true.
I was gonna say fact check, chat sources.
Google is are orangutans dumb?
Dumb.
Who's picking for the Raiders here? Who's this guy?
Is that Daryl LaMonica?
Sure.
If it is, I'm gonna take a lot of credit for that.
It'd be great if it was dumb.
No, it's Jim Plunkett.
Oh, okay.
Researchers at Duke found that orangutans are smart. So
Yeah, but that's for once researchers from UW Oshkosh say it, then I'll believe it.
Was Graham Barton one of the researchers?
yes.
All right. What do we got here? And he's back on his propaganda. All right, chat, hit us up with some questions. We need some questions. What do you want to know about TJ Tampa? This is a pretty big fall for TJ Tampa, I feel like. This is a very very good football player. And Christian Haynes too. That is, I never would have expected that. Who's
I want Troy Franklin so bad.
I think that person that they just showed had a 2024 draft tattoo, but he was a Raiders fan.
Chris is on one tonight. Really hoping football trials and football college certificate. What are you laughing about?
But he got the draft tattoo over his Raiders logo. Like,
Oh.
I've never seen that.
And it's not in Vegas, unless it was like an old, I don't know.
Hicks in Tampa, 88-91. That'd be fun.
That would be real fun.
McMillan or Johnny Wilson. Did you either of you guys watch Johnny Wilson? I was not a fan.
I liked him a fair bit, but I watched him with the understanding that like he would never really be a Packers type. His film grade wasn't great, but his athletics and age really pushed him up. I think like he's just gonna be a specialist. Like he's gonna be a goal line guy. You could try to convert him to tight end, but I don't think it's gonna work. Just like I don't know. I think he can be like a really great blocking wide receiver. So maybe you throw him in like a Alan Lazard kind of role, but
Yeah, more that power forward. Colts are on the clock. We got to trade.
Didn't the Eagles just trade too?
Haynes in Tampa would be like me geeking the hell out if that were to somehow happen. I'm just honestly, I'm just praying it's not something I know nothing about. Can I please have it be somebody that I've literally taken a look at? like all the best available here. TJ Tampa, Peyton Wilson, Cedric Gray, Jaden Hicks, Jatavian Sanders, Jalen McMillan, Blake Corum, Jalix Hunt, Christian Haynes, Marshawn Lloyd, Cade Stover, Troy Franklin, Matt Gonclaves, Adisa Isaac, Brandon Dorless. All of those I've watched. Brandon Rice is the first one. Jerry Rice's, this is his son, right? Or his son? Did not watch him. Cam Hart, I watched. Booker, Jones, Roman Wilson, Javon Baker, Mekhi Wingo, Devontae Walker, Chris Abrams, Drain, Dwayne Carter, Jalen Wright, Spencer Rattler. All right, let's talk Spencer Rattler. Would you consider it? You'd be upset if it was Spencer Rattler in the third?
Yes.
Andrew, would you be upset?
No, not really. I think, with a third round pick, you are willing to take a little bit more of a chance. And if you want to go old school Packers and see if you can develop Rattler into something that you can trade in 2 to 3 years and have a solid backup, I don't mind that at all. I guess I'd rather do that in the 4th or 5th, but
I would be totally fine with Rattler, to be honest. I actually really like his tape quite a bit. And I do think he has some developmental qualities. I know he's 24 already. So, but people would freak. I have a feeling people will freak if they take Rattler. But I'd be totally fine with it.
I'd rather develop Joe Milton in like the 6th round. But that's just me. Like I guess I wouldn't care if it was Rattler, but
they're not going to do it. You're okay. You're safe. You're safe.
I would absolutely love to see Joe Milton trying to throw it in the net at family night.
I just want to see him with LaFleur.
He might miss by 30 yards.
The athleticism.
He might throw it.
There,
he might throw it in the second level of the stadium.
Pretty sweet.
He might throw it over those mountains.
He's an incredible athlete, and my goodness, his arm is crazy.
He would be so good with a LaFleur, though, somebody that could work on his actual quarterbacking, because that's. Wow.
I actually had these two very closely ranked, if I remember correctly. I know Andrew is not going to like that.
No, that's fine.
I want to look, actually. Where did I have each of these? I had Franklin at 60.
Texans got Kalen Bullock.
Actually, I had Roman Wilson at 59 and Troy Franklin at 60. So I had one A and one B, basically.
Kalen Bullock is so good. I like him a lot. I think he's going to be good in Houston.
Houston's defense is a ton of fun.
Houston as a whole is a ton of fun. Like that team. All right. Jack, where do Edrian and Bullard rank on the a-hole scale? I don't know that either of them are a-holes, but they have the right amount of tenacity, physicality, intensity. I'm good. I don't know we're on the a-hole scale, but they're good Packers. Chris Rosebrook probably needs to put on some weight, but Jesus, what is going on, Chris? Are you okay? Are you reaching out for help? I don't know what to do with that. Matt, thank you for becoming a new YouTube member. Love the logo here. Everyone, if you could just really quick, if you want to be super, super nice. Ooh, Jermaine Burton to the Bengals. That's a really fun one. If you want to be super nice, the feed, just to make sure, again, everyone gets some eyes on it. That is super helpful. If you're not subscribed yet to the Pack a Day podcast, it costs you absolutely nothing. So just hit that subscribe button. And if you want to be amazingly nice, think about becoming a Pack a Day podcast YouTube member. But really, again, appreciate you guys being here. 1,100 people in chat. We've got 2 more picks coming up for Green Bay. And then we're going to, probably close things down pretty quick after that. Not too many picks after. I guess there's the compensatory picks, right?
I think there's 100 this round.
100 compensatory picks?
Yes.
we're in for a treat. Yeah, 100 total picks. So we got 21 left-ish. Yeah. Not 21 left-witch, but Goncalves.
Delmar Glaze,
Matt Goncalves.
Okay.
I really like Jermaine Burton at 80 for Cincinnati, especially if they have to trade T. Higgins. Cincy is never afraid to take on someone that's got some, that drops for a variety of reasons.
I really like, Tyler Boyd, I think, is still a free agent.
Is he really?
I don't think anybody signed him.
That's crazy.
I'll Google it, which currently is
Google
freaking out
it.
on my computer because I have too many things open.
Michael, is the next position? If the next position was the only position the Packers could select for the rest of the draft, which position? Offensive line. It has to be offensive line, right? Oh, I love this guy writing down all the picks in a notebook. Love that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But Boyd's still a free agent. I thought that Andre Aceves, the rookie from Princeton from last year, was going to kind of be that heir apparent as a third wide receiver. But I do think that
is this TJ? We got Hushmanzada.
What?
Is this TJ Hushmanzada?
Oh, making the pick.
Selected.
Selected. It's actually TJ Hushmanzada Jr.
I had to close my stream because you were getting all auto-tuned on me.
I was?
No, you weren't. It was just on my end.
Oh, okay. I actually in the third round always start using an auto tuner just to mess with people. I figured that would be a good way to keep people interested. Young Feezy baby, let's get a guard and a running back. I'm cool with that. Sign me the hell up. Pooney and Jalen Wright. Pooney and Jalen Wright, anyone? Can I interest you in that? Brett Wiersma, thank you for becoming a member. Wally, thank you for becoming a member. Like the damn stream. Most state of Minnesotans the best.
That's such a good name. Every day when I hear you say it on the podcast.
I know. Ross threatening to launch his pants on Twitter. Uh-oh.
He is.
What for? Or just in general?
If they get TJ Tampa at 88,
No.
he's going to throw his pants at the tap wall. So you might want to alert Badger State that.
This is literally Ross's comments as I was leaving the live show today. He's literally goes in the microphone. All right, I'm going to come out and drink. I'm like,
Jaden
all right.
Hicks is still available, right?
Yeah, sign me up.
Yeah.
Blake Corum Angle, if he is available, or do we wait for the next year's draft pick for? No, I think they'll take a running back. I think I'm not saying now, but I think they will definitely at some point. Oh, Seahawks got Christian Haynes, you bastards.
Can you say that on stream?
Me? Like,
My ears.
my virgin ears. I feel like these are hangouts. These are casual. I think everyone's going to be okay.
Guys, can I make it in the chat?
Yes, Haynes to Seattle is confirmed. Womp womp. But no, I think so sorry to get back to TJR here. What do you guys think of Corum? I like Corum. If they took him, I would have no issue with that. I like other running backs on the board better, but I'd have no issue with Blake Corum.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Like there's other ones that I enjoyed a little bit more, but I think he'd be a fun fit.
Yeah, I like to call him Blake Borum because it's kind of boring. He's such a good example of somebody who's just like really solid at everything. And I think at other positions that might be a negative, but at running back, like sign me up for that. I mean, in a way, like I know Aaron Jones was like really good in the hole and he had like really good short area quickness, but Aaron Jones was just kind of like a boring running back. Like he just did everything really well. And in the NFL, I think, at running back, I want a guy that's going to get what's blocked for him plus 2 or 3.
Get what's blocked
every once in a
for him.
while sneak through the hole. Yeah.
Just came up with that just now on the fly.
Please, more cursing. I'll do my best. I love the kid too, but your daily pods get me through the walk with my dog and toddler every morning. You're the best, Andy. Thanks for all the due diligence. You are more than welcome, my friend. Thank you so much for being here.
Walking a toddler and a dog at the same time is very hard. So kudos to you because that is chaos.
I don't. How am I being generous accidentally here? I'm just here to chat with my friends. That's all I'm doing.
Very generous.
Very generous. You guys, I'm blessing you with my presence. I hope you are thankful for all I'm doing for you right now. So Seattle, Christian Haynes, you jerks. And then Arizona, the Rams. Rams could be a Rattler team. Steelers, Browns, Eagles, Cowboys. And
It'd
then
be
we
really
get
funny
Green
if
Bay.
the Browns took Rattler.
Yeah. Their quarterback situation, I don't know what to make of that. They might be one of the weirdest teams right now because they have a really good roster, but man, Deshaun Watson, and obviously we don't need to get into all the other stuff, but just as a quarterback, like, dude, what happened to you? And I'm sure it's a lot to do with maybe the other stuff and just, I don't know, but like, he looks nothing like the Houston Texans, Deshaun Watson. I mean, it is.
Flak attack.
It is. Whew. Who did they get as? Who did they get as their backup now?
Jameis.
Winston. Yeah.
Okay. Cowboys taking Rattler would be interesting.
Yeah.
Brown's interested in Rattler. What crime did he commit?
Could the Steelers? I mean,
they should. I mean, I guess it depends on what they feel of Justin Fields, but they probably should. He's probably their best quarterback. I cannot believe Christian Haynes took this long. That might be my most surprising thing so far. Cardinals took Tip Raymond. It's another one I did not watch yet. I was very aware of and but did not watch yet.
Really, really, really good blocker.
Tight end, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. My plan
wait, is this the Illinois guy who doesn't believe in space or something?
Well, now you have my attention. I didn't care at all about Tip Raymond, but
he's got a
no.
he's a
Didn't he say
9.9
something
relative
really
athletic
weird?
score. Blocking tight end. He's huge. He's like 270 pounds.
I looked up. I looked up.
Birds. It's birds.
Oh, he doesn't believe. Oh, that's right. He said that birds are mechanical or something. I looked up Tip Raymond space, and it says, "I'm fine. I am fine in space." I'm done. I'm done. I'm crying. In space, Raymond remains a projection due to his limited targets during his time at Illinois. I'm gonna die. I don't know why that's so funny to me. I'm fine, everyone. I think this is because I'm on like 2 hours of sleep, but apparently still a projection in space.
I have uncovered because Raymond was the one with birds, but I wasn't totally crazy because Tyler Owens, who we've talked about at length, doesn't believe in space or other planets.
That's why everyone wanted him to go to the Jets. Imagine the conversations the two would have with Aaron Rodgers.
All right. Hey, Brett, thank you so much for showing up.
I just don't believe in Mercury. I'm sorry.
Everything else is real. Mercury isn't.
Get it
I didn't
out
really
of
talk
here.
to you, but I talked to Ross. Hopefully you gave away the beer I bought him. Brett, appreciate you. Thank you so much. We had a really great turnout at Badger State. So appreciate anyone that went over there. I mean, I think honestly though, we should probably talk about if birds in space are real because
should we?
I think so. I think we should solve it right now, once and for all.
If birds are mechanical, how do you explain bird poop?
I don't know.
It's leaky oil. I don't know.
Eventually. Space is real. Birds are drones. Per James. I know James. I know it's James. Cowboys do need a running back. They could easily take one of the running backs before Green Bay. You mean camera grease? Ben says camera grease, Andrew. All right, we are not doing this. We are not we are not doing this, chat. Where did this start? Who
This is my
started
fault.
it? No,
This
no,
is
no.
my
But like,
fault.
what player or Tip Raymond started this?
Tip Raymond.
Yeah.
God damn it, Tip.
Wait, didn't he go to the Cardinals?
Yeah.
Did he not believe in birds and he went to the Cardinals? Oh my God. That is beautiful. Corum to the Rams. Is that real? Yep. Corum to the Rams.
Ooh.
I kind of like that. That's fun.
All right. 17 picks left. We got 4 before Green Bay. All right. Let's start building our big board a little bit here. Players that we might be interested in.
Got to be Hicks, right? Hicks has got to be on there.
Do you think so? I don't think they'll take another safety this high. I could be wrong. I guess if they view Bullard as somebody who can maybe play in the slot a little bit, maybe they would.
I'm still saying Jerry and Jones.
Jerry and Jones, TJ Tampa.
TJ Tampa's, yeah.
Cam Hart, I think, should be on that list. I didn't make a prediction. I feel bad. I feel like it's too not easy. I don't even know where to go on this one, honestly. Brandon Dorless. Did Brandon Dorless get taken yet?
No.
Dwayne Carter. Mekhi Wingo, I know some people have really liked. Give me Puny. Give me Puny, Mason McCormick, Bordellini, Christian Mahogany.
Would they take Peyton Wilson?
Maybe. I still don't know for sure.
Who's left? Trotter at inside linebacker?
Is Theo Johnson, the tight end, still there? He's still there, right?
I was going to mention him. I absolutely love Theo Johnson because I think he can be your like inline blocker, and he also has enough juice that maybe he's a receiving threat at some point too.
Did Mo Kamara? He didn't go yet, right?
No.
He's going to be 25 though, so probably not on their board. But I love him.
All right, I got to make a prediction here. How do you spell obligated? Obligated? Obligated?
Yes.
Yep.
Woohoo! UWO. All right, so they have what, 88 to 91, right? 88.
Yes.
Oh, what the hell do I want to do? You are looking live at Andy trying to make a prediction.
I do like that the Rams took Blake Corum and now they get to taunt him sharing the same building as Jim Harbaugh.
That is pretty funny.
I'm gonna afraid I'm gonna put a running back and then Roman Wilson to the Steelers.
That's fun.
Yeah, I see that.
All right. What do I want to say? I really want to say Puny. I'm going Dominic Puny, 88, 91, Dwayne Carter.
I like that.
Short list. What are we going to put on here? Cam Hart. Ooh, I want to put Jerry and Jones on there too, though.
Is Tampa on your short list?
I should put Tampa on my short list. What
Surprised
else?
Austin Booker hasn't gone yet either.
He could be somebody. I'll put him on the short list just for kicks. He was a top 30 visit. Jalen Wright. Who got taken?
They just comped Roman Wilson to Jaden Reed.
Ooh.
Oh, that's funny.
All right, so here's what I got. Who am I missing? I got Dominic Puny and Dwayne Carter as my my predictions. Cam Hart, Jerry and Jones, TJ Tampa, Austin Booker, Brandon Dorless, Mason McCormick, and Jalen Wright on my short list. Anyone that I'm like really missing?
I don't know about really missing. I think that's a solid list.
Peyton Wilson, Cedric Gray. All right, sending it in. Final prediction, 88 Puny, 91 Dwayne Carter. If I can get one of those right, I will be very happy. Now both are going to go right before Green Bay picks.
86 and 87. Well, so we got Cleveland, Philly, Dallas.
Dallas could take a
Philly?
running back.
I was gonna say Philly could go O-line, but
Philly's going to take another defensive back.
you think so?
No, they've taken
Stock up, load the cupboard.
Jaden Hicks. So because I only get back to Wisconsin like every 4 to 6 months, I have to save these because I have to sneak them back in my luggage. Oh,
Ooh.
Camera, you're fooling me here. But my
It's a
spotted cow.
I was gonna say
we can tell. We can tell it's a
I
spotted
think
cow.
spotted cow reserve is getting very low. So thankfully I have to make a trip next week.
I want to hear from the chat while we're having this discussion what their favorite New Glarus beer is.
Spotted cow. Actually, what's the cherry one that comes in the big bottle? That I don't. It's like a special release. I don't think it's.
I was
all
gonna
the
say
time.
it's like a tart.
Yeah, I really like that too. Elijah Jones at 91. That would be a little bit interesting. I just think Green Bay's still going to go, like in the trenches here if they can. Knowing that they can, corner would be another one that I think is definitely, but I think corner, defensive line / edge or offensive line, I think here. Oh, I meant to put Theo Johnson on that list.
There is zombie dust in my fridge, Chris. I almost grabbed one, but I settled on a different one.
I think my prediction is going to be. I just lost it. That's embarrassing. I'm going to say TJ Tampa and Mason McCormick.
Okay, McCormick, I'm all in on. I would love both of those picks actually. Eagles trade down, 49ers on the clock. Dun dun dun. Do we get somebody that takes a player right before Green Bay picks again, like we have in every other round? Because that would be on brand.
They're going to jump in and take Jaden Hicks.
Terry and Arnold goes one pick before. Then we get the trade of DeJean one pick before. So Dallas is going to be the one that has to screw them over by trading out. And then who would be like the pick? I guess like puny TJ Tampa, Jaden Hicks. I don't think they're going to take Hicks.
It's just the names that have been attached to Packers Twitter.
Yeah.
The Cowboys could take Wright too, in that spot. And I think the chat wants Wright.
If they're wrong, I don't want to be Jalen Wright.
Ignoring that.
Moonman.
Moonman is great. Totally naked. 2 women. Fat squirrel. Bubbler. Love that there's a New Glarus beer just called Bubbler. Very on brand.
86 for 94 and 132. It's a pretty steep price for going up 8 spots. I should have put Rattler in the prediction just to piss people off.
Quote tweet it.
Zach Zinter to the Browns. Interesting.
What do they list him at? Center or?
We're about to find out.
Center makes sense.
They could really double dip at linebacker if they wanted Peyton Wilson or Cedric Gray. I would not hate that at this point. And that's even as somebody who doesn't love Peyton Wilson, but there's a certain point where things happen and you don't get mad anymore.
Yeah. End of the 3rd round is kind of like whatever happens.
We're in Kyrie Thornton and Richard Rodgers territory. No offense, Maggie. I know you're a big fan.
I should have worn my Richard Rodgers jersey for this.
They list him as a guard, Zach Zinta.
I thought you meant Richard Rodgers, and I was like, holy, he put on some weight.
Look at this. Zach Zinter, number 3, coming off injury. Like, that's your bullet point. Andrew, you could do this blind better. But coming off injury.
Plays 2.
The Peyton Wilson fall has been surprising to me, though. Like, chat's talking about it a little bit. I didn't see him lasting this long.
Okay, here's the thing. One of the people who talked to McGinn said, like, you're getting him for 1 contract because he's not going to last longer than that with all of his injuries. He's 24 years old. He lacks instincts. Some people think he's going to have to just be an edge rusher because he's so all over the place as a linebacker, plays a little bit out of control. Like, there are definitely things to like about Peyton Wilson's tape. And there's a way that you could get something, very valuable out of him if you use him in the right way. No, the Niners took Puny.
Tracks.
They traded up 2 picks before. This is every single round.
You
Wilson
know,
at edge.
it's a
Fun
personal thing with them, right? Like they don't like the Packers.
Who is your front runner in the NFC? Like even how the draft has fallen, like what are your playoff teams right now for the NFC? Because last year, the NFC felt a lot more wide open. And I think the contenders are starting to like solidify themselves.
I feel like it's a lot of the same 7 teams, like for
Yeah.
the most part. Like some team in the South, I don't know, pick which one.
It could be the Falcons, right? I mean,
Yeah, you're probably right. I think Falcons in the South, if they could get one more quarterback, they'd be set. Falcons in the South, nobody got that joke apparently. Falcons in the South, I still think Rams and Niners in the West, Eagles and Cowboys, Packers, and I honestly think Bears. I think those are your 7.
you think over the Lions?
Oh, okay. Lions, Packers. Sorry.
God, Lions, Packers, Bears, all being the like.
Okay, screw it. I got to leave the Bears. I guess I'm going to say the Rams fall off without Aaron Donald. All right, so I'm going to go 49ers, Falcons, Packers, Lions, Bears, Eagles, and Cowboys. There's my 7. Damn it, San Francisco.
I was reading I always forget the Cassidys with the Panthers now, but Trevin Wallace listed his most country things that he does, and number 1 was hog hunting. So
was it Xavier Leggett that has the like crazy accent that like talks really? It is unbelievable. I don't know if anyone hasn't listened to Xavier Leggett in an interview yet. Go listen to Xavier Leggett in an interview. It is fan-freaking-tastic.
Yeah, it's pretty on target with the assistant coach from the Waterboy.
That's a good way to say it. We got Cowboys on the clock, right? Yeah, the Packers on the clock. Excuse me, Packers on the clock. I was going to
say, pick is in for the Cowboys.
Yeah, they took a third player that I have not watched yet. So please, Packers, don't do that. Marist Lufusu.
I love him. He's an inside linebacker.
Yeah, he is. I just didn't get a chance to watch him.
I thought he might round out the room on day 3.
They have another off-ball linebacker from Notre Dame, right? Was he from Notre Dame? Or did I read that wrong?
Was, yeah.
Yeah, but don't they have another one? Or am I thinking of No, I'm thinking of Ohio State.
Smith?
No, yes, I'm thinking of Monty Teo.
The long list of successful Notre Dame linebackers.
Thank you, Sap Gooey. I appreciate that we have some cultured people here.
Hey, why
did we ever hear about the dog?
Yeah, that's his dog.
What?
Oh, it's pretty awesome.
Sap Gooey's
you were
gone.
gone.
Dog, and it's their dog.
Oh.
Also, Dadrian Taylor Demerson. Kind of surprised he's like, I guess maybe early round 4, but I thought he could go today.
So some guys I really like. The Packers aren't going to take them, but edge Gabriel Murphy out of UCLA. I really like defensive lineman Leonard Taylor III out of Miami. Still available.
Let's see if we can get at least somebody that's on the big board and in the 25 most likely Packers. I will take anything that could be that. Mason McCormick would be on that list. Is Jeff Query still available? He's retired. Jeff Query Jr. That'd be great.
Vince Workman III.
Nick, I'm telling you right now, this was probably like 8 years ago. Nick Collins did I thought the pick was in. Nick Collins went to a church that we went to, and his kid was in like the youth group, and he was like 5 years old. That 5-year-old Nick Collins Jr. ran a 4.340 with unbelievable change of direction skills. That 3-year-old could have with 3, 4, 5-year-old, whatever he was, he was ready to play in the NFL like right then. He was unbelievable. I never saw movement skills like that out of a 4-year-old in my entire life. It was unreal. That kid's going to play in the NFL.
That's incredible.
I have a full scouting report from his time in the 4-year-old room. Short arms. He's got short arms, unfortunately.
Great range, rough as a tackler.
Yeah. I was just waiting for like them to play like tag or something, and he just like form tackles. Like, anyone got a pick yet? And no, everyone's on pins and needles. Michael says running back. He's betting running back.
I don't really like the value at running back anymore.
Jatavian? Is it Jatavian Sanders?
Like, I'm a big Will Shipley guy, but I feel like any of the running backs.
Marshawn Lloyd, running back USC.
Is that the pick?
Is that it?
Yeah.
Hell
Marshawn
yeah.
Lloyd. Really fun pick.
That's
really fun pick. Any Marshawn L's at running back, I am all on board with. See if I have any notes here, but I like this pick a lot. He was somebody kept asking me about him too, and I didn't ever have the chance to respond to it. But where's my freaking notes? You got notes, Andrew?
I do. Yeah, I said Lloyd is a good mix of patience and athleticism. He'll let the blocks form. He has the vision to find the right hole. He has good juice to burst through when he gets there. There were quite a few fumbles, so that's a little bit alarming, but his pass pro is willing but limited by his size. I thought he was a pretty good catcher of the ball, but his route tree at this point is limited. So some upside there. I think he's perfect as your backup running back for right now, and then he can fill in if Jacobs misses any time.
Yeah, I put Shifty a little bit too east-west at times. Great cut ability, too many fumbles, bad pass pro, but very little wear and tear due to minimal carries in his career. However, he did have a torn ACL. So this is our second torn ACL player, I think. Hopefully there's no more than that. I don't think the other two did, but very, very good running back.
He's good out of the backfield too, right? As a pass catcher.
Yeah, he can catch. So. I actually put that Dane Brugler's in my notes. I put Dane Brugler had a literally perfect breakdown of him. So let me read it.
Yeah, I have him as a little bit north of 23 years old and an 8.58 RAS.
What was his RAS? Sorry, Andrew. I was just literally going to ask
I have it as 8.58. I'm just double checking right now.
He was 5th running back in Brugler's board. I have Lynch's here if you need it.
Lloyd, not
Marshawn. That's what I meant. He had an 8.62 RAS, 23 years old. I had him 98 on my big board where they get him 88. And he was 89th on the consensus big board, and he got taken 88. So right on brand here.
That's fine. I like that.
Here was the breakdown on Marshawn Lloyd from Brugler. Bursty athlete. That's his one word, bursty. Makes dynamic lateral cuts with the start-stop footwork to make multiple defenders miss. Above average patience and processing, and he uses blockers to his advantage. Doesn't have elite top-end speed, but flashes the initial acceleration out of cuts to reach the edges. Tough player who strikes squarely because of his agile, well-timed cuts and change of direction skills. Lower body strength and balance help him regroup and stay afloat when bouncing off contact. His adjustments as a pass catcher show off his loose movements. Steady ball skills, 1 drop in 2023. The words determination and toughness are frequently mentioned in his character reviews by coaches and scouts. Fewer than 300 carries on his college odometer and wasn't overused. Led the team in rushing each of the last 2 seasons at different programs. Was at South Carolina previously. Weaknesses, same thing that I mentioned, gets bounce happy at times and passes up workable lanes for the unknown. Inconsistent pad level and forward lean as a finisher and can be knocked backwards at contact. Workable frame for the position, but doesn't have run through power in his hips and legs. Fumbled 8 times in college. Again, this is on he has 291 carries in his career. He has 8 fumbles on those 291 carries. He might have had some obviously receptions with that too, 34, but still super high fumbles, including 3 times in 2023. Was not asked to be a volume runner and had more games with single-digit carries than double-digit carries in 2023. had some rough reps in pass protection, very little special teams experience. Durability will be questioned after he missed time in each of his 4 college seasons, including with a torn ACL in his left knee in 2020. Which forced him to redshirt during his first season at South Carolina. Missed 3 games as a sophomore because of a deep thigh contusion. They put deep in quotes for some reason, which is very funny. They're questioning how deep the contusion was. Deep thigh contusion. Missed a sophomore season in high school with a broken left arm. A 1-year starter at USC, Lloyd was the top back on the depth chart in their spread scheme. After 3 years at South Carolina, he transferred to the Trojans and had a productive 2023, led the team in rushing in 11 of the 12 games, finishing as one of the only 5 FBS running backs to average more than 7 yards per carry. With his vision and dynamic cutting skills, Lloyd is a shifty runner with short area explosion and lateral ability to leave defenders diving at air. 20.87% of his carries resulted in a 10 or more yard gain. He frequently springs free because of the creativity he shows with the ball in his hands, although he relies too much on his east-west options and needs to be more consistent finishing runs. Overall, Lloyd doesn't have the profile of a high-volume back, but he can spark an NFL offense with his mix of patience, burst, and promise as a pass catcher. His tape gives me flashbacks of a thicker Duke Johnson when he was coming out of Miami. Who doesn't love a thick Johnson? A thick Duke Johnson. Thick Duke Johnson. A thick Duke Johnson. What I meant.
And we're... so Daniel Jeremiah's running back 1 is Lloyd, and then they comped him on the actual draft to Swift.
Interesting. I like that quite a bit.
Also, Tyke Smith just went to the Buccaneers. Cardinals
I
are
liked him.
picking right now. Packers back on the clock.
Who went to the Buccaneers?
Tyke Smith, the other Georgia safety.
Elijah Jones to the Cardinals.
Oh, no Boston College connection. That could have been a pick, obviously, for Green Bay, too, right before Green Bay's on the clock. So if anyone was hoping for Elijah Jones, we got one more guy taken right before Green Bay picks. But I don't think that was probably one that, at least for me, does not hurt too bad.
So offensive line.
That's not the one I wanted to get. There we go. I think offensive line here makes a ton of sense. They really went mahogany. Smells of rich mahogany. McCormick.
I like McCormick a lot.
You like what?
McCormick.
Oh, I thought you said you like Ravenclaw. I'm like, I don't know.
I'm a Hufflepuff. You couldn't tell.
I really like Bo Limmer from Arkansas. I think you could go a lot of different ways. You get somebody like McCormick right here, and then that really opens up the possibilities tomorrow where maybe you don't feel like you need to add too much to the offensive line room.
Bo Limmer is like one of the best offensive line names.
I think Andy needs to run the 40 like Rich Eisman. I will donate to whatever charity we want. I'm happy to run the 40. That's not a problem. Give me a little bit more time to recover. I haven't run yet after surgery, so give me a little bit more time. In any event, these new Packers players' first game and in the NFL will be in Brazil. Crazy. Protect Jordan Love at all costs. Cool with that?
So question, Andy, with the draft being in Green Bay next year, and I'm guessing a lot of Pack-A-Day folks connecting there, maybe the day before we could do a little NFL combine.
I'm listening.
For the Pack-A-Day team, right?
No, I know. That'd be
have Tyler record it, and then we could all embarrass ourselves on film.
I'm in.
Not running a 3-cone. You're gonna make us all bench press? Like, come on.
No bench presses.
Chris Sims loved Marshawn Lloyd, so I do too. All right.
So I'll try really hard, but
they went to commercial during the Packers.
We're all gonna have deep thigh contusions after we do the combine.
Be like, enjoy the first round on Thursday with your torn quad.
We're all just limping in. Who we got here? Who's going to be at 91? Anyone know any spoilers yet? Oh, they got Hopper, the linebacker. They did take a linebacker, but this is their top 30 visit. Tyron Hopper from Missouri. I did have notes on him. I did not think that. I think this is ultra aggressive, but again, he did have a pre-draft visit. Give me 1 second. I got to find my Hopper notes. All right, here we go.
7.42 relative athletic score, by the way.
Yep. All right. Linebacker Tyron Hopper, Missouri, 6'1", 231, 7.42 relative athletic score. Packers type, he had everything except slightly under that 8.0 RAS, but everything else he hit. 159 on the consensus big board, so about 68 picks ahead of that here at 91. Had a 51.5 grade from PFF on 562 snaps in 2023. Did have 468 career special team snaps. In my opinion, he was a fit for the number 3 linebacker spot, where he would compete for that and would have a chance to compete for number 2. That was if they didn't take one earlier, obviously. Obviously, with Edrian Cooper there, he'll have the opportunity to earn the number 4 spot and maybe compete for number 3 with Isaiah McDuffie. Best as a blitzer, as a quarterback spy, struggles taking on blocks. Does that sound like a Packers linebacker? Poor instincts in both pass and run defense, poor change of direction, impressive in pursuit with speed to track down from behind. Team captain, tackling has been an issue, doesn't look natural in man coverage. Expected draft position, 5th to 7th round for me. So some positives, but this is a bit of a reach in my opinion. But and especially for a double up at linebacker, should very, very much be a core special teamer for them though.
Yeah, I thought that he demonstrated pretty good range and instincts, but he was way better in pass coverage than he was against the run. I think his listed playing weight was 220. I didn't go back and change it after the combine, but yeah. So taking on blockers, being an every down player, I didn't think was in the cards for him. So like a nickel linebacker or a linebacker safety hybrid, I thought like he's probably got some good special teams value. But I didn't like him as an every down player. Then again, Packers probably wouldn't be looking at him as an every down player anyways.
Yeah. Just seeing if I can find him here. Do you have anything, Maggie, on Hoppa?
Not really. I think he made more sense on day 3, but
this is, the surprising thing here, right, is Peyton Wilson, Cedric Gray, still on the board. Ula Fascio, who I talked quite a bit today with Justice about. Are they showing him right now?
Trotter still too, right? From
Trotter,
Clemson?
I did not like Trotter at all, but yes, he's also still out there. Yeah, there we go. They are showing him right now. Goody's happy. Goody's clapping.
Jalen Ford from Texas was out there. Like, I had a lot of guys rated in front of Hopper.
All right, so 6'1", 228, 5th-year senior, 23 years old. This is for Brugler. That he had him as a 5th rounder for, again, whatever that's worth. Rangy, athletic, space player with terrific pursuit speed, especially from the backside, uses his body flexibility to avoid slip blockers at the point, reads well at the line of scrimmage to mirror runners from gap to gap, dynamic blitzer and closes quickly downhill, 49 pressures in his 2 seasons at Missouri, adequate length. Just really quick on that. This could spell that they want to be more aggressive in attacking with their linebackers, with Edrian Cooper and Tyron Hopper as blitzing, physical, athletic linebackers. Read into that what you will, but I think that probably tells you what you need to know about how they want to use these linebackers in Hafley's system. Adequate length to fight off blockers, aware in zone coverage, and quickly sorts to find the tight end on crossers and screens. Has the speed to carry backs and tight ends vertically. Was a regular on punt coverage in 2023 and tallied 468 special team snaps in his career. Grew into a leadership role at Missouri and was voted a team captain in 2023. Head coach said there was a noticeable difference in his personal training and lifestyle habits during his final season. Weaknesses: lean and still growing into his frame, especially in his lower body. Inconsistent take-on player, lacking length in his hands to sift through traffic in the box. Needs to tighten his tackling form, often giving the ball carrier an opening to shake off or stiff arm him. Slides off ball carries, and his finishing strength as a tackler is mediocre. 17 missed tackles in 2023. Will overrun his angles and create cutback opportunities for runners. Doesn't play with natural feet for man coverage and struggles to find the ball once his back is turned. Ejected from a 2021 bowl game, his final game at Florida, for throwing a punch. He claimed a UCF player spit at him. Missed the final 3 games as a senior because of a right shoulder injury. 2-year starter at Missouri, Hopper played will linebacker in their 4-2-5 base scheme. After struggling to find a regular role at Florida, he transferred an average 5.8 tackles per game in 2 seasons at Missouri, earning all SEC honors as a senior. With his initial quickness and rangy speed, Hopper aggressively responds to ball carriers and pass catchers and closes in a hurry. However, he lacks the play strength desired for an every down role and needs to improve his block awareness. Overall, he needs to be more consistent at the point of attack and as a finisher, but he is a fast-flowing athlete with the pursuit skills and blitzing talent to find a home in the NFL. He projects as a run-and-chase linebacker with the skill set for special teams. 5th-round grade.
So looking at the room now, right, you've got Walker and Cooper, who are likely your starters. You've got McDuffie, you have Hopper, and you have Eric Wilson. Do you think Wilson is like a surprise release when we're talking about the roster being too full, or do you think there's a possibility that they carry 5? Because 5 feels rich to me at inside linebacker, but Wilson has such dynamic special teams ability that I feel like they brought him back for a reason. So I don't know. That's
First of all, I will say last year, and this is just midseason, they had Campbell, Quay, McDuffie, Wilson, and Welch on the roster. So they had 5 off-ball linebackers on 53-man spots last year. And Goody has said that they expect to keep one more this year, being in a 4-3, and just having more of those linebackers and special teams players on the roster. So it did sound like he's more willing to be in that 5-6 range. So my guess here is, Quay, Cooper, Hopper. Cooper and Hopper in the same draft. The linebacker is going to be a problem. Quay Cooper Hopper. That's a great Quay Cooper Hopper. Quay Cooper Hopper, Isaiah McDuffie are going to be your 4. And then it still wouldn't surprise me if they got some undrafted guys or, maybe even a late 7th round pick to maybe compete at one of these positions. And then like Wilson and Christian Welch might fight out for that like final special team spot on the 5th or 6th spot on the roster. That's kind of how I see it. How is Goot passing on cornerback? Stokes isn't the guy. I think right now, we've heard him say, again, Goody has been pretty transparent with us. He said he likes his corner room and he trusts his corner room. And apparently that's the case. Shout out to Justice Mosqueda for saying Green Bay didn't need corners. He was right, apparently. Again, you have Jair, you have Nixon, who they just gave the contract to. You have 3 guys to fight out that other spot in Valentine, and Eric Stokes. You just need one of them to really step up. You hope that the other guys are ready to go in a pinch if need be. And we still have 9 picks tomorrow that I guess not anymore with 2 guys out, but 6 picks somewhere in there. And my guess is corner is going to be attacked on a couple picks, and they found Carrington Valentine in the 7th round last year. So there's a lot of time left for them to grab some depth pieces that can come in and compete. And that's what I expect them to do. If let's put it this way, right? I suppose they probably didn't need 2 off-ball linebackers at this point, but if they didn't take a running back and took a corner, we're talking about, why didn't they take a running back? If they didn't take the offensive lineman and they took a corner, it's like, how did they get through the first 3 rounds without taking an offensive lineman? Like, no matter what, we're having this conversation, I guess, unless, without the 2 off-ball linebackers maybe, but either way, there's still a lot of picks left and they're going to address some of these positions still very aggressively, in my opinion. I don't think we have any more super chats. How are we feeling in the chat with day 2, everyone? Adisa Isaac to the Ravens. That's a really good pick for them.
Yeah, that's fun.
Special teams will be important with the new format. We'll need linebackers like Hopper. That's a good point too. Kick coverage is going to be important for these guys. They very much must have liked Hopper's athletic ability.
You got to get Joey on since he's at Mizzou covering the football team.
Yeah, good call.
He said Packers fans are going to love Hopper. Loves ball, high football IQ, exciting project with some great athleticism. Needs to improve vision, but great tackler and a personality you want on your team. So
let's see if we can
take
get
it from the guy who's there.
See if we can get Joey in here.
I can't believe Troy Franklin hasn't been picked yet. I'm so sad.
B+ from Michael, D- from Jada. Jada's tough grader. D- again from Jada. Not only was Jada upset with it the first time, Jada was upset with it a second time.
She had to capitalize it.
Tyree gives it a D. Felt good about tonight until the last pick. This pick was a reach, but I trust the process. Again, Whiskey, Goody flat out said 2 linebackers, nickel defense, no Sam, Will, and Mike, just 2 linebackers doing everything. Greg, why do each of you think that it is so hard to predict the success of college players in the NFL? I think, first of all, there's so much that goes into it. Scheme fit, obviously how you make the transition from college into the NFL. The college game is so different. It's not exactly an apples to apples comparison, especially depending on the position. I think so many teams do a very poor job of preparing players to get ready to play right away or put them in positions where they're not able to be successful from day one, and don't have a plan for them. You have players going sometimes to the wrong scheme. I think you have guys that all of a sudden, and I know it's a little bit maybe different now with the NIL thing, but like go from being, not having a ton of money to having millions and millions of dollars in a new city where they haven't lived before. We forget sometimes that these are 20, 21, 22, 23-year-old players that are introduced to a new city with a ton of money, and things don't always necessarily go according to plan. So there's so much that goes into it. If anyone wants to add on top of that, feel free. But those are just a few of the things that come to the top of my mind. This stinks of Oren Burks in the third.
Hey, Oren Burks went to the Super Bowl, guys. Be nice to him.
Joey's coming in just a minute to talk some Hopper. Maybe some people will like Joey's breakdown of Hopper, and will feel a little bit better about him after getting Joey's breakdown.
I haven't seen Joey in forever.
I think Oren Burks, though, is kind of the perfect example of like, you got to be a little bit patient with linebackers.
Mm-hmm.
He looked like a total, bust. And then all of a sudden he gets in San Francisco, a little bit of experience. He looked really good this year.
Arian, I don't know what that means. Hug highlights on NFL Network looked back. LOL. I'm assuming his highlights on NFL Network looked bad. That's my interpretation here, but I don't know. So we still got Hug highlights on NFL Network, or his highlights on NFL Network looked back. We're getting closer. Bullard is another Darnell Savage. Eagles took Jalix Hunt.
I was going to say Hunt just went.
That's a really fun pick for them too. I am surprised, and we'll say this. There were a lot of, I think, really talented, and again, we'll see what Hopper becomes, but there were a lot of, I think even like a Jalix Hunt would have been really fun. I think this was a little bit aggressive on the Hopper timeline. If they would have taken him in round 4, that would have felt a little bit more right. Again, whether it's Oren Burks, this feels a little bit like times where they taken maybe like a DeGuara in round 3, or again, like a Kyrie Thornton, and sometimes they take swings there, and it doesn't always go great in the 3rd round, but never know. He could, like, the way that these things play out is Edrian Cooper will be terrible and Hopper will be an all-pro. Like that's how these things end up working out sometimes.
They just showed Jonathan, the most enthusiastic Bills child, and that is incredible.
Is McDuffie the odd man out? I would be surprised at that. Nothing's ever necessarily for certain, but I'd be pretty surprised if he ends up getting cut. Unless, if they like draft like 3 more linebackers or something, then who knows? But I still think Isaiah McDuffie has a pretty firm spot on this team. Thanks for calling that out. Sorry, I missed the super chat originally, Jonathan, and thank you for doing that.
Hopper's banner on Twitter is Predator, so I like it. I think that's immediately signals the right Bills mentality to play linebacker.
The Bills just took Dwayne Carter.
Yeah, Dwayne Carter.
Yeah.
And the NFL has had enough of this nonsense, because now they're sending out their officials to announce the picks.
They're like, dude.
Man, Dwayne Carter. That would have been such a fun pick. I like him so much.
All right, so
Jaden Hicks still on the board.
I was going to say, while we wait for Joey, what do we got for round 4, or I guess just the rest of day 3? Like any names, any positions? Because I personally didn't expect them to double dip at linebacker today. So,
yeah, I still think offensive line, they're going to go heavy on day 3. Yeah. I still think I would not be surprised at all if 3 offensive linemen go day 3 for Green Bay, especially with how many picks they have now. I think quarterback's in play. A 7th round running back is still in play. Tight end, I think it would not surprise me at all if they took a late round tight end. Really everything. Now it's everything. Right?
Everything's open. Yeah.
Safety, certainly they could use another one. And if they got Dadrian, like if they took him at some point, like that could be a great pick. There's a lot of different options. Here he is. Joey, welcome to the Pack Day Podcast YouTube show. How you doing, buddy?
Thank you. I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me. I was notified by a friend that the Packers just drafted Tyron Hopper about a few minutes ago, and immediately went to Twitter. I'm at an event, but I was very excited to hear from him that at least one Mizzou player was taken by the Packers, and they did have him on a top 30 visit. So very excited for this and excited to talk about him with you guys.
Yeah, the floor is yours, my friend. Tell us all about Hopper.
Okay, so my first reaction is that there's going to be a lot of people that hate this pick on Packers Twitter. And I'm sure that is the case. I haven't looked too much at it. Just because a lot of the projection for Hopper was a lot more so in rounds 4, 5, and 6.
Yep.
Also, he is a little bit undersized. He doesn't exactly meet their RAS thresholds. I think his RAS is around a 7.4. But I feel like his film, he plays a lot more athletically, and his testing wasn't exactly great. He was coming off of an ankle injury that he suffered in Mizzou's game against Florida in November. I think that was the week 11 game, and that caused him to miss the Cotton Bowl and also the Senior Bowl. So that is important to consider when looking at his testing numbers. But as I said in my tweet a little bit ago, if he was the only inside linebacker that the Packers took, I would have been a little bit concerned. He does play. He played pretty much exclusively will at Mizzou. And if the Packers hadn't taken Edrian Cooper earlier, I would have been concerned because I really see Tyron Hopper playing much more of just kind of a specialty role in this Jeff Hafley defense. But I'm really excited for this pick. Like I said on Twitter too, like his athleticism, even though it didn't show up in his testing exactly, I think he's going to have a really special role. I think you're going to see him a lot on third down situations and obvious pass situations, just used as a blitzer. He was great at that at Mizzou. As far as his weaknesses, he definitely does need to improve on his vision, and he did acknowledge that at the combine. He said that was his biggest weakness. He said his biggest strength was his speed and athleticism, and the fact that he can guard from sideline to sideline, which is true. And he definitely will be good in pass coverage as well. I know I said his role will be more exclusively as a pass rusher and a blitzer, but I definitely think he has the speed to cover some tight ends and running backs. The concern there, and I know I already saw somebody mention on Twitter that he doesn't have the size to play inside backer in the NFL, and he's definitely not. I forget his exact measurements, but like against some bigger tight ends, he's going to have a problem, But I really think it's a great pick for the Packers. It can be used in many different ways. At the very least, like I saw someone mention on Twitter too, like he's a day one special team starter, and that's kind of the first thing my mind went to of like some people might consider this a reach, but he is going to have some special teams ability day one. That speed he has. Trying to think of anything else I want to mention. As far as his personality, great guy. Have talked to him a few times, of course. Very humble. He knows his weaknesses. And was a great leader from Mizzou football last year. So pretty ecstatic that he's going to be a Green Bay Packer.
Joey, do you just want to fill people in really quick? Yeah, in your like what you do and like how you have access to that and everything.
Yeah, so I'm a student at the University of Missouri. So I cover Mizzou football this year for a site called Mizzou Central, which is part of the Fan Nation Network. And then I also work for Bill Huber's site, Packer Central, over at Fan Nation. So this is a great crossover here tonight. And I was hoping that they'd take at least one Mizzou player. Ennis Rakestraw was a guy that seemed like a possibility, even though he didn't really meet their size measurements. And he went kind of later than a lot of people expected, and he didn't test well also. They also had J.C. Carlisle as a safety in for a visit, which is also a guy to look at on day 3 tomorrow. He will probably play inside linebacker in the NFL, but a source did tell us that at Packer Central, when the Packers had him for a top 30 visit, that the Packers view him as a safety. That's J.C. Carlisle, the Mizzou safety, who will probably go sometime tomorrow, so a guy to watch for there. But yeah, great crossover, like I said.
Yeah, appreciate you, Joey. I'll let you get back to your event, but really quick before we let you go, thoughts on the draft as a whole so far?
I've been asked this many times, and so with Jordan Morgan, I can't say I did a lot of work on him. I did a lot more research on the Graham Barden, the Amarius Mims of the world, but I was just happy that they added somebody to the offensive line. Yep. That's all that I discussed with my dad in the days leading up to it. Is like they just need some depth on the offensive line, and like I mentioned in an article I did for Packer Central a few days ago, like it's just kind of hard to predict exactly where their needs are on the offensive line are going to be, especially with the rumored Zach Tom possibly moving to center. So it's kind of hard, and they're making gambles on both Rasheed Walker and Sean Ryan. So obviously Brian Gutekunst likes versatile guys, and Jordan Morgan seems to be versatile. So I like that pick, and then really with their 2 second-round picks, really just kind of filling in those good needs, the needs that were at the top of their list. And like I said, they can just kind of have fun after that. And I think both the running back that they took and now Hopper, both just like role players that they can see what they can turn into. Hopper is definitely a project, but I do think they're banking on that kind of natural athleticism that he has with that.
Awesome. Love it. What's the event scene going on? We had a rager. What are we clubbing? What are we doing?
Don't
tonight?
get him in trouble.
It is a birthday party, and I chastised my friend for throwing a birthday party on day 2 of the NFL draft. But I love him enough to skip that for this. And I told my friend Brandon Big B to call me whenever the Packers were on the clock. So
that's a real friend. This new friend, I don't like this new friend. I don't like the influence, Joey, that this new friend is having on you, quite frankly. And I think you need to spend a little bit more time with Big B and a little less time with this new friend.
Andy claims that he never goes to the bathroom, and now Joey is reporting live from the bathroom.
From the bathroom, yes, there we go.
Yeah, I had to find a space. I had to find some space. And I think this has the best noise insulation compared to the hallway of this apartment complex. So, yeah.
Smart move. Reporting 101. Always go to this safe space when doing so. Joey, thank you for taking the time. Appreciate you a ton. Go tell your friend he's a jerk, but tell him happy birthday too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye, Joey.
It, man.
Bye. Thank you, Joey.
All right. Do we miss any picks in the meantime, as Joey was our expert on the scene reporter?
Jerry and Jones went to the Jags.
Yep.
That sucks.
McKinley Jackson went to the Bengals.
Okay.
We got 3 more picks left. Somebody posted that it was Tyron Hopper's birthday today too.
Yep. I put that up there for a second. That's somebody put like Green Bay's in a new era. Before they used to cut people on their birthday. Now they draft people on their birthday. It's fantastic. We're growing as a franchise. See, Aaron changed everything. Our bedside manner and how we're going about everything is just getting better and better.
Every year, there's players that you have rated really high that slip into day 3.
The Steelers just took Peyton Wilson, by the way. Very Steelers-y type pick.
Did you see one of the comments said that Ian Rappaport said on the live that one of his knees does not have an ACL in it?
I did. I was going to post that. I don't know that. How is that a thing? Can you not have an ACL? Like
Peyton Wilson.
He needs to go to what's the place Dorothy went to? He only needs an ACL. Oz. Oz is what I'm looking for. I don't have a heart. I don't have a brain.
Okay,
I don't have an
like,
ACL.
what is Oz gonna do for? Okay.
Packers still have 8 picks. What was I joking for? I don't even remember. I've been joking about so many things, Yeti spaghetti, that I don't even remember what thing I said. Day 3 schedule. So my guess is at some point I get a little bit antsy and probably just go on live at some point and start talking to people because I don't know, what else. But at some point I'm going to do that. But I'm definitely going to do after the draft a live Q&A, but that will be members only. They'll be members only. So if you want to sign up, become a member, $3.99 gets you in the door. If you're a member, period, you'll be able to attend that. So that'll be post-draft tomorrow. So make sure to sign up if you haven't already. That's another good point, Jacob. I am also surprised that Spencer Rattler hasn't gone yet.
He could go right here to the Rams. It makes a ton of sense.
It does. It does. All right. Well, let's really quick. We've got a couple picks left before we're probably going to get out of here. Maggie, your just thoughts on Green Bay's 5 picks so far?
Yeah, I mean, I get that there's a little bit of confusion maybe about, I think we as fans, when we watch some of this, overanalyze or underanalyze like the value of where we would take certain players. And, if this thing pans out where the Packers grab a corner on day 3 and they grab a couple offensive linemen, like, are we going to care at the end of the day that they took Hopper in the 3rd? Like, it's not going to matter, right? So I think that as far as where the picks are being made on the positions, it makes a ton of sense. And it's going almost exactly how we thought Green Bay would invest their picks, but really curious to see where they round out the rest of this thing. I think they take an edge rusher or somebody for the defensive line on day 3. Quite frankly, they could take one of everything on day 3 because they have that many picks left. So nothing is going to surprise me.
I do like Sap Gooey's comment here. Can we just get rid of all of the ACLs on the Packers? Hamstrings too. Let's get rid of all of the ACLs and all the hamstrings. I don't know why they didn't think of this yet. Cam Kinchin's to the Rams, by the way.
Whoa.
So he goes there. No Spencer Rattler. Washington will round things out, and then only 1 4th-round pick for Green Bay, right? And then they got like a bunch the rest of the way.
Yeah, just 1/4.
But all right, Andrew, your thoughts on the draft so far?
Yeah, I really, really enjoyed the second round. I think that's a great example of I think you had kind of broached this topic, Andy, pre-draft, that like there's a possibility the Packers could come out with the number 1 player in 3 or 4 different position groups, right? You can argue that Edrian Cooper is the top linebacker in this draft. You can argue that Javon Bullard is the top safety in this class. And some people, not me, but some people have Marshawn Lloyd as the top running back in this
Daniel
draft.
Jeremiah,
So,
apparently.
Yeah, I really like what they did in matching up the needs of the team with good value. So I like that. Tyron Hopper, it's your 5th pick of the draft. I know it's a 3rd-round pick and people don't like just like flushing those, but it's a luxury pick, and clearly Goot saw it as that, and he's like, maybe I can get a really good special teamer, maybe I can get a really good pass coverage linebacker here. So I like what they did today. Obviously for me, there's some other positions or players that I would have liked them to prioritize, but hey, like they're coming out with some really good players, and within what they need, I think this is a bunch of great fits and some really interesting players to continue to add to this young roster.
Oh, Andy, you're muted.
Oh, you're muted.
What a fail. Just really
We made
quick.
it all this time.
I'll give, yes, I've been muted the entire thing. That'd be amazing. Ever since I came back from the first time I did the video, I've just been muted the entire time. You've just been, like, just every time you're like, yeah, great point, Andy. That was a great job. But just going back to Hopper for a minute, a couple things. One, with the new kickoff rules and with Green Bay trying to finally at some point get a special teams that, I don't know, is average. Maybe you give Rich Bisaccia somebody like this, like Hopper, who has 500 special team snaps, that is a bullet, that is somebody who has all the special teams experience from college. And if you're willing to say, hey, we're going to go very defensive in day 2, we're going to get our offensive lineman in day 1, we're going to spend money on Josh Jacobs on offense, we're going to spend all this money on Xavier McKinney on defense. Right now, Rich Bisaccia lost a decent amount of special teamers. He did get Keyshawn Nixon back, but obviously that's a defensive play as well. He gets Greg Joseph, and he has got nothing else so far. So if you want to like start investing a little bit in that to not be a bottom of the league special teams, especially as they change the kick rules and make it so that you're going to have to go and get and tackle guys on kick return. Getting a guy like this could be very valuable in that. And the other thing I'll say too is, let's see how Jeff Hafley plays defense. And what I mean by that is we talked about Hopper and Edrian Cooper being these very blitzable, very attacking, penetrating linebackers in a Joe Barry system where everyone's just basically backing up right away and keeping everything in front of them. Yeah, that's probably not what you want maybe these guys to do. But if using a guy like Hopper as a potential blitz option and can do a variety of different things, run blitz, pass blitz, a little QB spy, and Luke McCaffrey to the Commanders. But if he can do some of that, maybe you actually get a player who has a rotational role in defense at linebacker and a core special teamer. And if, right around this spot, end of the 3rd round, with so many good offensive linemen still on the board, already attacked a lot of defensive positions, I don't necessarily mind that thinking either. So let's see how they plan to use him before we get a little too aggressive on being like, oh, this guy's not going to work. I'm not talking to you guys directly, but just as are Brewers winning? Somebody said Brewers. We need something good to happen in Milwaukee tonight.
Brewers won 7-6 in extra innings against the Yankees.
Like that a lot. All right. But I was going to say, overall, Morgan, you get like, there's just not many left tackles left at that spot. And you're going to get somebody who has legitimate left tackle possibility. He's going to be able to compete with Rasheed Walker, obviously some rotational potential value and versatile value there as well. We talked all about Edrian Cooper. He's your new starting linebacker next to Quay. Javon Bullard, you got your new starting safety next to Xavier McKinney. I think both of those are going to be really good players. You get a rotational back to go with Josh Jacobs. In my opinion, Lloyd's immediately your number 2 running back. We'll see how that plays out in camp, but I think he becomes your number 2. As we sort of went over, averaged over 7 yards per carry, is going to be somebody that's going to be a little bit more dynamic than what we saw from AJ Dillon as a backup a season ago. And yeah, is Hopper maybe a little aggressive at that point in the draft? Sure. Where there maybe been a couple other running back or linebackers like a Cedric Gray that maybe could have fit there. Sure. But overall, very pleased so far with this draft. I think there's some things they could have done differently, but I'm very solid B draft for me so far.
Yeah. It's going to be really hard to compare it to. I think there might be a little bit of recency bias here when we look at the 2023 class and the immediate impacts that they made. And, we're seeing them take like a Jordan Morgan who might not start year 1, right? Like there's a lot of guys who are going to potentially be backups. And I think that's hard to swallow when you have a class that has been so impactful. But all in all, I think the moves that they made a lot of sense. And I think they got starters where they needed to get starters.
Yeah. Somebody just put in the chat that Hopper, or like Uglum said that Hopper is Packers-y as heck. Yeah, he absolutely is. Like it's everything that they look for. So this is a very still Packers-y pick. He was on my big board. Every player they've picked so far has been on my big board for Green Bay. He was the first one. Nope, I lied. The 2 third-round picks were not on my 25 most likely Packers, but every single one was on my big board for Green Bay, and all of them very much Packers-y type players. Arnoldo, welcome back, buddy. Glad to see you again. It's been a hot second, but thank you so much for becoming a member again. Jacob Wolf just became a new member as well. Draft is done. Make sure to make sure to become a Pack a Day podcast subscriber if you haven't already. Again, that's free. You can just hit the subscribe button and that helps a ton. Check out those Pack a Day podcast memberships if you haven't already. Before we get out of here, Andrew, I'll let you start this time. Any final thoughts you want to go over?
I think there's still a ton of really, really interesting players for day 3, as they always are. But, especially for me, a couple wide receivers I love. We still have Jaden Hicks floating out there, favorite of Packers fans everywhere. There's some really interesting tight ends, really interesting interior offensive linemen. So I think tomorrow is going to be just as fascinating as today. And, if Goot can land a couple of solid players, maybe a starter or 2 out of that, this team is going to look really, really good going forward. So just as excited for tomorrow as today.
Maggie, final thoughts on your end?
Yeah, I love day 3. I don't know what it is. Day 3 is like, the day that I get really into. Obviously follow nights 1 and 2 very closely, hop on streams like this, but day 3, I'm like glued to my phone, just waiting to see, as some of those like lesser known names start falling, where the Packers might pick. But I think something else to remember here too, is we have right now a different perception of how some of these picks might be utilized, given, what we might still be thinking about like a Joe Barry defense, right? So since we haven't physically seen the Jeff Hafley look yet, we're kind of wondering where some of these guys are going to fit. So I'm just excited to, see the guys put the pads on and get to work. And I'm excited to now get to go back and like sift through all of their interviews, excited to scroll through Twitter and get to hear, some of their conferences that I missed, because that's also fun for me, is getting to know these players on more than just a on the field level, is hearing, I loved Jordan Morgan. I got to hear him last night. So excited to go dive into these new guys too.
No, very well said. And just remember last year, day 3, Colby Wooden, Sean Clifford, Dontavian Wicks, Carl Brooks, Anders Carlson, your mileage may vary a little bit on, Carrington Valentine, Anthony Johnson Jr., still got Grant Dubose. Sorry, Lou Nichols, you're no longer on the team, but overall, a lot of big time players that contributed for Green Bay a season ago, and Goody's got a ton of ammunition tomorrow. I would think that there's a decent chance that 4th round pick comes up a little bit using some of that late day 3 capital. So would not be surprised at all if Goody gets a little aggressive moving up to try to get maybe a guy that he had in the top 100, top 75 on his board early in round 4. So definitely think that that's a possibility. Some really good offensive linemen still out there that he could attack aggressively early, or he can stay put. If the board is staying strong, as he always likes to say, he can stay put and take a lot of picks on day 3 and add a lot of competition to this Packers roster, which is really exciting as well. I just want to say a huge thank you to Andrew and Maggie. Obviously, to Jacob from earlier as well, from Joey for stopping by. Andrew, Maggie, you guys have been phenomenal. It's been so easy to chat with you guys this entire time. There's always there's obviously the level of Packers knowledge that you guys have, but just the fun, organic way that this entire chat went tonight was super amazing. So appreciate you guys a ton. Andrew, where can we follow you on social media?
Yeah, you can find me at Andrew Mertig on Twitter, but also, check out the Pack-A-Day podcast. We really love doing it. I think we have this much fun every week. So Kyle, Maggie, and myself really, really enjoy doing it. And thank you so much for listening to my inane ramblings.
I might kick Kyle out and just join you guys every single week. He might have been Wally Pips. Like, I just might join you guys from now on, and Kyle's on the outs from here on out. So no, all 3 of you guys do a tremendous job every week. Maggie, plug whatever you'd like to plug on your way out as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm, of course, with Andrew and Kyle on the Pack-A-Day podcast. We are still trying to remember what day we're officially recording because that switches sometimes, but you can find us. We'll be there. And then, of course, Pack's What She Said. Check that out. Find us on YouTube or, everywhere you get your favorite podcasts. If you don't already, we would appreciate the likes and the subscriptions on YouTube. But, and I also, do things for She Said TV too. So I'm around. You can find me.
Huge weekend, obviously, for Pack's What She Said. They had a great episode this morning, breaking things down, but obviously Perry and Maggie coming in huge, helping out with the draft cast this week. And again, Andrew, you can find on the Pack-A-Day podcast as well. And they're both amazing follows on Twitter. So at Andrew Mertig, at Maggie J. Loney. You can find both of them over there. You can find me at Andy Herman NFL. You can follow the podcast at Pack-A-Day podcast. Again, like, subscribe, comment, check out those memberships. But really, most importantly, as I exit here, as we all exit, shout out to everyone who showed up. We had 2,000 people, over 2,000 people yesterday in the chat. I think at some point we were like 1,600 tonight as well, concurrent viewers, and obviously tons of people coming and going throughout the course of the evening as well. Can't thank you guys enough. The support is overwhelming. A lot of you showed up at the Badger State party, which was amazing as well. A lot of you guys showed up last week at the Timber Rattlers. Like, this thing only continues to grow, and as much imposter syndrome as I get sometimes, and as crazy as it seems, the support is unreal and undeniable, and I can't thank everyone enough for all of it. So hope you guys enjoyed days 1 and 2 of the draft. I'm sure we'll be doing a lot of stuff tomorrow, a lot of videos coming out in the next I'm sure 24 hours that we'll get to here shortly. But again, follow Maggie, follow Andrew, make sure to follow Jacob Morley, Joey as well. All do amazing work, but we will see you guys soon, and until next time, and as always, go Pack Go.
Go Pack Go.
Go Pack Go.